like a buffet.
And talk about me, I forget to listen. At least I get the recognition. Every way I pull up on you with the repetition. You in the pit, it's not an exhibition.
I'm giving you more cause I'm better than 귀여운 시험들 다 all of my numbers are activate 부름하고 메시지만 보내 너 종이 문이 나가보니 필요한데 너네들이 만든 돈을 go get it go get it go get it 널 먼저 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different. No, I got it so deep down.
everyone. We are here in Las Vegas, Nevada for the first ever official TFT LAN. That's right, this is the TFT Vegas Open. 512 competitors flew here from all around the world. They're taking the stage to be able to compete for the title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as well as for a $100,000 grand prize. They've got a lot of games to play. You're not going to want to miss it.
Vegas is a good choice for a TFT event because people just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
Oh, that missed weight cost you the top 4.
I'm winning the tournament. Keep winning. I'm winning the tournament.
Always says that.
I've played in tournaments on LAN for God knows how long. I definitely think it gives me an advantage over the other players. I saw them, you know, kind of like buckling under the pressure.
Yeah, but here he goes. He's gonna step up. Stays alive. It's so big.
They're making their way to the back leg, but it's not enough.
Wow.
Lightsy is going to claim this one.
Daya, what's going on?
I'm lost, I'm dizzy, I don't know what to do.
Rocky, what are your chances of winning this tournament?
0.
It's crazy. When I first came in here, my fan interactions have been so funny. I've met someone, his name is Michael. He takes a picture with me. He's like, yo, are you nervous? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm a little nervous. Like, I'm not doing too hot right now. And he's like, oh, I'm not really nervous. I'm really worried about Setsuko. I actually qualified for Worlds. This guy is way better than me. I'm playing against people who are like, literally like some of the best in the world.
Bridge from the Carson does enough, but still. Favor of Mike is a one-punch man.
Second place, it is going to end at that. Malala will claim first place.
I won the world in set 3.5, so I did the hardest thing to do in TFT. People can stress because there is no world champ in the table except me.
Once I get onto stage, it's gonna feel absolutely amazing, and I'm gonna be absolutely so stressed. I think I can make it. I can win.
Being in the final is an overwhelming feeling, but feeling all the support behind you, like it's starting to pay off, you just feel proud of yourself and a lot more confident that you can do it. I can be the person who wins Vegas Open.
I think it's 50-50. Either I win or I don't.
I'm gonna do my best, and I'm gonna make sure that I have nerves of steel.
The countdown has begun. The players are loading in. One more time. Las Vegas, are you ready? Playing checkmate. First, you need to get to 20 points, and after that, you can't win unless you get a first place. Oh, very, very close. Oh my gosh, wait, hold on a second. The final count. And somehow playing spoiler. Oh my god, the big door came stealing. Oh no! Humble stays alive.
Saying one more time, Ari versus Annie. Malala is running away with this one.
He jumped before, but not today. Along with the team fight tactics, Vegas Open champion.
It's a completely surreal experience knowing that I won the whole thing. I feel like it's been a long time coming, and the fact that I was able to get it on the biggest stage is just insane.
너가 만든 비트 위에 너가 만든 stage. Step, 계속 remix
everybody, and welcome to the TFT NA Regional Finals for Remix Rumble. My name is Nekkra, and I'm going to be your host this weekend, joined by our coveted cast of Azael and Boop, who you will hear from a little bit later. And joining me now are the illustrious Casanova and Gangly. How are you both doing today?
Oh, I am doing great. It is regionals time. You know, we got the most stacked and difficult tournament of the set, North American Regionals. And then we get to send the four best from there all the way to the championship, which is a little bit easier than North American Regionals. And we'll see if they can, find the win there for NA once again.
Yeah, this tournament is fascinating, right? Because for a lot of players, it's the starting point. If you are looking to make it to the World Championship, this is kind of where the run starts. But for most of the players in the field, this is where it all ends. Everybody has to lay it all out on the court. They're playing with their back up against the wall. Everybody has been preparing for this moment in time right now because, like Cass said, making it to Worlds is probably the hardest thing you can do in North America. So every one of the players is going to be whipping out all the darkest tech, all their secrets, and be playing with their best for the weekend.
It's honestly hard to believe that the Remix Rumble Championships are next weekend. Like, I honestly can't believe how quickly this set has flown by. And it's only, it's only appropriate that we have to figure out who is going to be representing North America there. But when you take a look back at just how fast the set has gone. Like, we started at the KDA Cup maybe not even 2 months ago, and we had the Hardsteel Cup just a couple of weeks ago, and now we're here with our 24 best tacticians that are going to be taking the stage this weekend. But it really is just kind of amazing to see just how fast this set has flown by. But I want to go back to the very beginning, and that's the KDA Cup. I mean, just taking a look at the first event of the set, I mean, what have been your favorite moments? You were both there.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the KDA Cup, for me, the standout was the fact that it happened right after the Vegas Open, right? We had this huge event where players from all over North America, all over the world came together, and we got to celebrate this community that we've been a part of for, at this point, the last 5 years, right? And everyone got to come together and celebrate this amazing event. And on the heels of that, we had KDA Cup, and not only did we have these players who are celebrating the game right after playing it in person, we also had this kind of multi-generational celebration of the game where there's the old guard, the new guard, these players from way back in the day returning to the game. It felt like something to be celebrated. The KDA Cup, I think, was kind of had the cherry on top of Malala taking the event to the very end.
Well, and this is the first time that we've had, the new set cadence, right? There's now 3 sets a year, and we only have 2 cups before the regionals. So the stakes had never been higher for a single cup, trying to qualify you for regionals, trying to get there as fast as possible, and just seeing those stakes on the line, seeing people really pushing for those top spots. I mean, it's really made the cups in set 10 in general very exciting to watch.
It really has, because even as we fast forward to just a couple of weeks ago, we raised the stakes. We had all of these players fighting for these final spots at the NA regional finals this weekend. And we had honestly a ton of just like high highs and a ton of low lows when you look at just how hard these competitors had to work for those spots.
Yeah, we had the Hardsteel Cup right after, right? And the Hardsteel Cup, I think, was so unique because in such a shortened set, you had players who needed to, fight for their spots in various different ways. In that final day, you had nearly 2/3 of the field who did not need a top 4 to qualify for the regionals. It was their lives were in their own hands. And you did have some of those players, though, who were completely up against the wall. And the only way that they're making it to the regional finals is with that miracle run to the top 4.
And that was such the coolest part about it, right? Is while the stakes were the same as the KDA Cup, they were defined in the Hardsteel Cup. And getting that moment with, Billy Carey needing the top 4 and fighting his way all the way to get it because he had not played in KDA, that is such an incredible moment, and it is what's so exciting about that final cup of any given set.
Because it was all down to the qualifier points to see which players would be able to make it based on their average performances of all of these tournaments. So it was really cool to see those players know for sure. A player like Kuramex, that was a heartbreaking story, knew that he needed to have a final lobby at the very least to be able to make it, and then just couldn't quite get there. But we know that players like Curvex will definitely be back and in
Oh, yeah.
even better shape. I feel like he just keeps getting better and better. So it was very exciting to see the conclusion of the Heartsteel Cup with Crab Rave as well. I'm not gonna lie, final lobby Crab Rave. Do we get
Crab
that
Rave's
again?
always hype. Always hype. Always looking for it.
Maybe no players dying to it this time though either.
No, all of the players dying
All
to
of the
it.
players dying to Crab Rave. It's just going to be a big party. That's what we know is going to be in store for us this weekend. As, yeah, we've got our 24 players gathered here for an event that will be taking place over the course of 3 days. Today is just day number 1, so our players are going to be playing 6 games where we will reshuffle these lobbies after every 2, and we will continue to whittle down the competition until we get to that final day where only 8 players will remain. The top 3 will qualify for the Remix Rumble Championships to represent North America, but Gangly, there's also this player that gets to go based on their best average placement over the 3 days, and that's so important.
Oh yeah, my eyes are always on this last AVP slot, right? Because in a game like TFT, you have a certain level of variance. There's no way to get around that. But if you have 6 game sample size, the variance is increased, 18 game sample size over the course of an entire weekend, that variance is reduced quite significantly. So what, in my mind, when we look at this AVP player, it gives a much clearer perception of who played the best across the entire weekend. It's one of my favorite additions that we ever added to North America in terms of who qualifies for the World Championship. And in my mind, it's going to be one of those players that you have to feel very confident about sending them to the World Championship because of how they perform over the extended period of time over 3 days.
And if North America wins again, then we'll get another spot for the top 4 to go through. So hey, maybe NA is going to be a little bit a little bit on the top of the tables. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. But we also have a prize pool that these players are competing for on top of those 4 spots to go to the Remix Rumble Championships. $35,000 that will be spread out through the top 12. So in order to get a piece of that prize money, you are going to have to make it to at least day 2 of the competition. But going back to your point, Gangly, we talk about all of these players that qualified, and maybe some of the players that I feel like have the best chance of making it through an average placement would be our players that qualified through qualifier points, because these are players who had consistency over both the KDA Cup and the Heartsteel Cup, and I think that speaks volumes to just how consistent they are in these tournament settings.
Yeah, it's been really cool to watch the players through qualifier points, especially for me. The big one is at the top. It's Kiyun, right? In set 9, he actually was playing incredibly well throughout the set, very consistently, and then bombed out in the final hour and didn't quite make it into the regional final. And it was a really disappointing spot for Kiyun because he had come so far and made such a big resurgence in rebuilding, the strength of the Kiyun brand as a top player in North America, right? And missing out on regionals was heartbreaking. So coming into set 10, being the most consistent outside of someone who made top 4, right? And making it at the number 1 slot in qualifier points, it's a huge redemption story, a redemption arc for Kiyun coming into this regional final. I'm really looking forward to how he performs in this spot.
Yeah, I'm super looking forward to not only seeing Kiyun, but K3 Soju being back at another NA Regional Finals is something I'm sure everybody's going to be so hype about. Aegon as well, just a mainstay in these competitions, but my eyes are also on Raimplosion here. Raimplosion also fits into this next category of players that is really good at the ladder. And we do have 6 players that are coming in from the ladder snapshots that have taken place over the course of this set. And there's also a great case to be made here, Gangly, about all of these players that can just always top the ladder.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this list, the things that stand out, I think you look at players like Dissoap and Weijin Iverson and Setsuko, the establishment of North American TFT for a lot of people, right? But the player I want to call out here is Kaiwang. This is a player who historically we have not seen all that much of in tournament, especially not someone who has found large success over an extended period of time. However, they found the success on ladder, and this is a discussion, the age-old question in TFT. Ladder versus tournament, what's real, what's not? Kaiwang is in a place where, despite the fact that, yeah, they did make final day in one of the events that they competed in, because they don't have that tournament success, I think people are not necessarily rating this person as highly, despite their ladder ladder success. So I think that if you are Kaiwing, the ball's kind of in your court. You get to build your own narrative, craft your own story this weekend, because people may not have their eyes on you as one of the favorites to win the event, but you've proven that when you're in your comfort zone, when you're playing on ladder, when you're playing to the beat of your own drum, you can find success. The question is really whether they can convert that when they're the ones in the light.
Yeah, we looked at that same storyline when we took a look at the TFT Vegas Open. Who are the players that would be able to perform under the pressure of being in a live environment? And I would say the pressure is on for this event as well. So we'll have to see if they can convert over those performances. On the flip side of things, though, we also have to take a look at our tournament performers, the players that got top 4 in the KDA and the Heartsteel Cup. And a lot of the players on this list don't actually fit into that category of being known for being the top of the ladder, taking those top 10 spots outside of, Malala and Ripple Overdrive, who are sitting pretty up there in 9th and 12th. But my eyes are drawn to Robin Songs. This is a player that has been consistent over several sets when it comes to average placement, as well as just putting up strong tournament performances. And even just looking at his preparation and his mindset heading into the Heartsteel Cup, you could tell how much he cared about being able to show up in that way. And even in between games during Heartsteel Cup was breaking down his tournament play. He was taking notes on what he did well and what he could improve upon. And I think that sort of growth mindset's really important for a game like TFT.
I want to double down on a fascinating character in TFT. Long before the rise of Setsuko and Weijin and Dish Soap in North American TFT, Robin was the player that I had actually said could be the GOAT of North America. To this day, let me just add, to this day, nobody has ever broken Robin Song's individual record of best average placement across the entire set. Way back in set 5, Robin dominated the entire competitive TFT set, and even in set 8, Setsuko, set 9, Setsuko has not actually beaten that record. Robin Songs, despite what anyone else may say, is the most set-resistant player, is a player with a significantly higher ceiling than people give him credit for, and to see him back in form in set 10 is so amazing to see. He's one of the mainstays of TFT, and I really hope to see a big run from him.
Look, Robin may be old, but he's not dead yet. A lot of people talk about how, he's fallen off. He's not as good as he used to be. And the thing is even though he kind of lost his streak of regional final days that he had made, he, kind of had some weaker lows than we had been used to seeing out of Robin Songs. He still put up a great result after great result across set after set. And once again, in set 10, it feels more closer to that peak form than we've seen in quite some time, and that's always something to look forward to, but more so something to watch when we get into regionals, get into worlds.
Well, there is one player that I think could give all of those players a run for their money, and that's Pokygom, who we have on the line right now competing at this set's NA Regional Finals. Pokygom, is so good to have you back on the broadcast for an interview. How are you feeling coming into this set's Regional Finals?
I'm feeling nervous. It's been a while since I've been even interviewed for a actual broadcast. I think the last time was like set 5.
Yeah, we had you on a guest a couple of broadcasts ago, I think. But yeah, as a tournament competitor and coming back into set 10, it's super, super great to see you here. And so hopefully a little bit of confidence heading into this weekend.
All right, Pocky. Well, coming back into set 10, right? You came into the Vegas Open, you nearly made top 8. It's been a big kind of resurgence for you in the competitive scene. It felt like you took a break from really, I guess, putting full focus into TFT, right? In set 10, it's felt like you are fully back. I was curious, what's been the catalyst for you coming into set 10 and having such big performances in Vegas and then KDA Cup and really coming back so strong?
Well, for set 9, after having a pretty terrible set 9 and not being able to make regionals for the first time when I actually tried to play the set, so I was kind of bummed out about that. I really wanted to prove myself again, because pretty much every set I've tried, and even some sets where I didn't try as much, I was pretty much slated to go to regionals regardless. So I really wanted to prove myself this set. So I've been changing a lot of how I played from set 9 to set 10, because I think set 9, I pretty much just mindlessly grinded a bunch, thinking I could be like Setsuko and just put in infinite hours and learn. But I realized like that's not my style of learning, and I changed up my approach.
Hockey. First off, shout out to Tri-State. Love to see you here and at regional. Second, though, you are a player who historically, I think, has had a really unique edge, right? People kind of talk about you, I think, historically as like the best 3-cost player in multiple sets. You're a player who is very creative, and you kind of find your own edge when players seem to copy each other's homework, right? So I'm just kind of curious, as you're saying you're kind of rebuilding the way that you learn the game, a new approach. How would you actually define your edge on the field going into this weekend?
Well, I'd say generally speaking, like NA is pretty bad at like learning things quickly and early on. And that tends to be like, if you look at my record, almost always the first tournament of a set, I do really well. But then it tends to be going into regionals, everyone's like caught up, they're not as behind. So my experiences with regionals hasn't been the greatest, but I'm just hoping that like I can just play better than the other people. I think some people are like ignoring certain lines that are playable, and I just hope, you know, Mort gives me good augments, doesn't give me bad items. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, well, we're not going to ask you to spill your secrets on the comps that you want to play this weekend, but if you had to play a specific portal, what would be your favorite? Like, not even talking about a tournament setting, what's your favorite portal to play your games on right now?
Definitely not Crab Brave after what happened.
No. Oh no, the PDA Cup.
But I'd probably say Wandering Trainer is honestly pretty fun. Like, it is kind of a coin flip, and it like benefits certain comps a lot more than others. But otherwise, it's pretty fun. I do play this game for fun sometimes when I'm not competing.
It's good to hear that, because you have to have a little bit of column A and column B in terms of the competitiveness and the fun. Why else would we be here? Pokygum, thank you so much for your time. We want to make sure that you can go get prepped and focused for the regional finals ahead of you. But before we let you go, any shout outs you'd like to make?
Main shout out would just be to my like Korean TFT friend named Yubin. He always helps me out, and we've been trying to like push each other to like make worlds at like one point, like ideally both of us together. He didn't make regionals this set, but he's got next set.
There's always that next set as well, but we're looking forward to your performance this weekend, Pokygum. Thanks again, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Love hearing from Pokygum, because he's one of the original players that I remember looking up to when I first started on these TFT broadcasts. So to see him come back and to see him get that second place at the KDA Cup right at the beginning of the set, I'm very much looking forward to where he can go from here. But we also want to take this time to like hone in on a couple of these players that we have that we should really be keeping our eyes on alongside Pokygum. And so that's where we're going to play who's in that category. And the first category that we've got coming up is going to be the Big Three. And I feel like this one has a lot on the line when it comes to which players can actually fit into this bucket. So my question is, why are they here? What does the Big Three even mean for these players?
Setsuko, Dish Soap, Wasian Iverson, the three pillars of North American TFT lived in harmony until the Replay Nation attacked and is trying to break into this Big Four, right? But really what it's been is the consistency of these players set to set, right? Going back to set 7 until now, the best AVPs come from Setsuko, Wasian, and Dish Soap and Replay also on there. But there is kind of a consistency gap between Dish Soap and Replay, where Dish Soap has been a pillar on top of the competitive community for so long, whether it's ladder, whether it's tournament, with consistent results across the table. Whereas Replay is knocking at the door because he has a better AVP, but there are some discrepancies that, Gangly, I think you got to tell us why Replay is maybe not quite in that Big Three, but he's very close.
All right. buckle up, because this is a hotly discussed topic in TFT right now. Like you said, Setsuko, Dish Soap, Weijin, for the last few sets, these players have been dominating the competitive scene. And you have to ask, right? Replay, set 8 world champion, has very similar stats when it comes to competitive TFT. Why is it not a big 4? Why is it a big 3? To me, the way I see it optically, you have to consider the fact that replay of these 4 players has the lowest lows. You're looking at things like 107th place at the Freljord Cup, a 61st finish at the KDA Cup, and yes, Setsuko, Dish Soap, Weijin, Iverson, they're all getting day 1, but we've never seen them bottom out the same way that replay has. And number 2, and honestly, maybe more important than it probably should be, is the fact that Setsuko, Dish Soap, and Weijin are 3 of the best performing ladder players in North America. What that means is that when you are not performing in tournament, when Dish Soap bottoms out, when Weijin bottoms out, they can point to ladder and say, you know, I'm still in form. Replay is not a kind of player that takes ladder seriously. He's been said by many players that when they watch his games on ladders, they're uninspired. They're not something that they really look up to. They don't feel like they learn from him. Does that mean he's not a great player? Of course not. He is clearly among the very best, but you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say, I don't care about ladder, but also have the lowest lows in tournament. I don't think that means that there's not a world where replay is in this upper echelon. I think he's knocking at the door. But what I personally think this means is that for him to be considered in the same grouping as these other players, he does not need to match their tournament stats. He needs to exceed them. He cannot be one standard deviation below the worst performing player of the top 3. He has to be better than them, among the best. And honestly, I actually feel like regional finals is a perfect platform for replay to make this run, because if he can kind of slingshot himself into another world championship, into a final day, to beat Weijin and Dish Soap both in AVP for set 10, it is the perfect argument for him to find himself into this top 3.
Because to be clear, he's close. He is very close to breaking in. He is a clear 4th, and it's just a consideration. Are we ready to make it a big 4 instead of a big 3? I think the consensus has generally been not yet, but we're close. And so, as you said, this regionals, it can be very telling.
Well, if I'm a viewer that is just tuned into competitive TFT in North America for the first time in set 10, I'm wondering where Malala is on this list, because Malala won the TFT Vegas Open, he won the KDA Cup right off the back of that, and he's also one of the top ladder performers, sitting at 9th right now on the competitive ladder. So why not him here?
So the big thing with Malala is, just like you can't just spike the world championship like replay and then be in that big 3 immediately. You can't just spike one set or one big tournament like TVO and make it there, right? Malala has had a very solid TFT career, but he's been knocking at the door of even being a tier 1 North American player, let alone being in the big 3. And while I personally still have Malala as my, best performer of set 10, the big breakout star, he's not necessarily all the way into that big 3 yet, just because he's had an amazing set 10.
Yeah, this is the first step for Malala to find himself in this upper echelon. But honestly, it's actually just like, it's literally the first step, because he has to be able to prove this. One, he has to prove that he's not a one-set wonder, right? We've seen that in the past. Players break out, have an amazing set, and then they can't follow it up. The reason these players are at the top, like Cass said, is because of their extended performance at the very top. And if Malala can continue to do that in set 11, sets 12, 13, etc., he'll maybe find himself there. But honestly, I think he has a long way to go. That said, though, he's certainly a contender for what you would consider the rising stars of set 10, right? And this would probably be an entire grouping of players that have found themselves in the top. Malala, Ripple Overdrive, Nostra 11. Nekkra, I know when we had talked about Nostra 11 here, even earlier off the broadcast, this is a player that you've actually seen on the top, but this time around really having, I think, his first true breakout set.
Yeah, I was noticing this at Heartsteel Cup when I was kind of going back into my recollection of some of the TFT tournaments we've had over the course of this game's lifetime. I'm like, Nostra 11 stood out to me originally during set 4, Fates, where we did have a very similar game mechanic, Casanova. So it's very cool to be able to see Nostra 11 also kind of dip into this bucket of rising stars, because it's just great to see him back at a set and doing really, really well.
Yeah, not only is he having one of his best sets across his entire career, which has been a very long TFT career. He's been kind of someone who's competed for quite some time, but also he's the best performer out of anybody in the 2 cups combined, right? He has the best AVP of any player who played in both cups. So while Malala has the big standout due to TVO, and while I still kind of have Malala as the player of the set, Noster is kind of almost a close second. Even though he hadn't gotten that, big win, he's having such incredible placements game in and game out, and that bodes very well coming into regionals, just being consistent and making it towards that final day.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
Even looking at Ripple Overdrive here, right? Just for a quick second. I know we have so many players to talk about on the weekend, but I want to give a quick nod, right? This is a player who back in set 8 did reach very high highs, but came up just short in the regional finals. And Ripple Overdrive breaking out with even better stats than they had seen in set 8, I think is why we kind of put them on this list, right? And this is a chance for Ripple Overdrive to say, I'm not just a one-set wonder. I can do it again, and this is my chance to prove it.
I feel like even within this category, there's so many other people we could call out here, right? That are just right on the cusp of that greatness that would be the best average placements across multiple sets that you do see for the big 3 or 4 if you are going to include replay on that list. But the final category of players that I feel like would be remiss to not call out would be our players that are returning to form. And so, why is this list of players those players that, okay, Gangly, just go, Gangly.
This is my favorite category. I love these players as we pull this up. It's such a fun grouping of players. You have players like Pokygom, who we spoke to earlier, Spencer, Spicy Appies, 3 players who have found higher heights than nearly anyone else in North America. Pokygom and Spencer, you look back at sets 4 and 5, these were 2 players that were outperforming nearly everybody, apart from maybe, actually, it's Robin songs, interestingly enough. These are 2 players that had high highs that no one else could match when they were in form, and have not really found that same height. And Spicy Appies, on the other hand, is one of those players, Cass, that I think people could point to as saying, he might be a one-set wonder back in set 6 because he hasn't really found his way back up to the top.
Appies is the player that is like every caster's favorite player, even though set 6 was the big, come up for Appies. He had such an amazing set. He had this, Chemtech Gnar game that everybody has done a review of. An absolutely insane player that does these off the wall things. But after set 6, he kind of fell off. He kind of becomes a victim of his own play style. And sometimes he just needs to step out of the kitchen. He cooks too much. So now coming into set 10, we've seen a big resurgence of Appies. He has kind of dialed that back, but still knows how to cook when he needs to. And that's what makes him such an explosive and exciting player. If he's kind of found the right balance of spices for his concoction this time around, Spicy Appies is actually somebody that you should always be excited to watch when he's on your screen.
Maybe add a little bit of sugar and everything nice, and you've got a very powerful player right there. I mean, Appies was kind of ahead of his time, though, no? Looking back at the TFT Vegas Open, looking at the Edgelords line, and that is still very popular today. But will it continue to be? We did have a mini patch that just came through. I'm not super convinced that there's a whole lot that's going to change there, but maybe our first casters for this first game will have a little bit more insight on that. Please welcome Boop and Azael.
Thank you so much, Nekkra. Wonderful desk, and thank you for that wonderful introduction as well. Like you said, I am Boopasaurus here with the multi-hyphenated Azael. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm excited to be back casting some TFT. It's been a bit for me since I haven't been doing any since Vegas because of LCS and everything. So I've been grinding away, though, loving the set, and excited to cast some games.
Yeah, that like little itty bitty thing, LCS, one of these days will be your priority, right? But the priority right now is going to be the players and what they're going to be doing in this first lobby. As Casanova said, I believe we're one of the hardest regions to win through and then represent in a Worlds. I think a lot of people want, the best of the best to make it, but we also have some really interesting situations with people like Billy Carry or any of the lab members that might be coming through. I talk about those people because we're going to talk about meta just real quick. I think this is probably the widest meta that we've had at least since before this last regionals, but for this set, I think in terms of the comps we played, we're probably going to see a lot of diversity.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 2 cost rerolls are really popular right now, so you can play those lines like Senna, like Kale, You know, there's a lot of 2-cost reroll lines you can play. You can play Seraphine as well. 3-cost, you can still play some country stuff. You can play 8-bit Riven. A lot of the 4-cost lines are actually really viable as well. So there's so many different options, I think, to how to play the game right now. And people have really varied opinions on what the best way is to play. So it's going to be so interesting to see, you know, which players are the best prepared, can play the most different lines, can really capitalize on these windows where, you know, maybe their opponents are not noticing that they could play this specific line.
Yeah, I totally agree. And this lobby in particular actually goes along with what they were saying in pre-show. We've got Replay Invasion in here as well as Appies, Spencer, and Pocky, the entire list that they had for that last graphic. So what's kind of like your exciting part? When you see those 3 groups of players kind of come together, what's the exciting thing for you when you see that happen?
I mean, I think it's just that this is the most important, you know, tournament of the year for these players, and that there's no excuses, right? You know, you can't come into this and say, I didn't really care. It's just a small cup. It's not a big deal. You know, I'll be ready later. This is where, you know, the kind of everything has to be shown. Like, how good are you on this set? You know, this is really where we get to see that, where players have put enormous amounts of preparation. A lot of the players are not even streaming. A lot of the players are just grinding away, doing, you know, in-house games and like custom games, trying to keep all their prep private. So it's going to be so interesting to see, you know, the form that they are in, and just really who's going to be able to come out on top and get those bragging rights.
Totally agree. I think if you're going to be able to handle both 2-cost rerolls and 4-cost carries in the set, if you're able to kind of run both, I think you're going to have a pretty big advantage. I've always felt, Azael, that this game is really about opportunity meets preparation, right? Preparing enough so you can see as many opportunities as possible. And here we are. We have some opportunities right now on Portals as we get into our first lobby of regionals here in North America. I'm pretty excited. I hope all of you are as well. We got Crescendo, we got Support Anvil in Champion Duplicator. Crescendo definitely being the one that might add a little bit of zest a little bit later on. But Azael, looking at these and looking where everyone's going, anything you want to say, anything surprising?
Nothing too surprising. It seems like most of the people are sitting on Crescendo. That, if I recall correctly, is just silver, gold, then prismatic as that final augment. So that final prismatic augment obviously going to be pretty big. It was Crescendo that got chosen. Support Anvil, I think, can spice up the lobbies a fair bit, because there's certain support items that can really enable different compositions, you know, pretty powerfully. So like when I see Support Anvil, things like Banshee's Veil can really make some of the melee rerolls very powerful. But we are going to have more of kind of like a slower standard start that most people do like in pro play, because we are going to be starting with a silver augment. So there's not going to be anything like too crazy, too high variance early on that I think is going to throw these players off kilter.
Yeah, pros will almost assuredly, 99% of the time, rather have the silver first than the prismatic, so they can kind of get their game going, play what they're used to, because like you said, Azael, they've been practicing coming in here. They probably do have set plays, just like any person in an intense competition atmosphere. So really curious to see if we're going to get those set plays out for these players because of the order of this portal.
And Appy's got double Katarina, and so he is playing them both on board right now. It'll be interesting to see if he's actually going to try to, you know, see if he can pair that up, if he can get, you know, a Katarina 2 early on. Would he be willing to play Crowd Divers? Already had that Evelyn start as well. Over here on Robinsong's boards, he does have a Riven. And there is the possibility, you know, of playing these melee lines with the items he has. Some people will play IE, some people from this spot will just like slam a Hodge and then hold the BF or something else. There's a lot of different options. You know, generally people consider BIS to be something with QSS, and then GS and BT usually. But I've seen Riven be successful with a lot of different itemizations. And we actually have the 5 item start here. And so this is actually really crazy items, because he just got an Even Shroud as well. So he could go BT, he could go, but very likely I think it could be Even Shroud IE or Even Shroud Hodge, and then pretty much just commit to a melee line. Silver Veil also means that you wouldn't necessarily need QSS, but Latent Forge pretty popular, Iron Asset's pretty popular. Pumping Up I wouldn't think would be the option, but he's definitely considering it. It is much more of that kind of scaling rune. But both Latent Forge and Iron Assets are pretty popular. Iron Asset's obviously a bit more powerful right away, gets you an additional item potentially that you can complete and really kind of have that powerful start. Latent Forge is obviously a lot more delayed power, so if you think that you can win streak now, I think, you know, going towards Iron Assets makes a lot more sense here. And he is going to go pumping up. So it is going to be more of that kind of delayed start. Getting a Garen is really nice because he can start to get those 8-bit stacks if he wants to commit to that line. But he's not playing the Riven just yet, so I think he's unsure if he wants to commit towards that sort of a line, but definitely has a lot of options here. But most of them are leaning towards, you know, kind of AD options, I would think. You know, when I'm seeing these sorts of items, I'm seeing, you know, like I said, Hodge, Even Shroud, or Even Shroud IE, and those kind of things. But he's looking like he doesn't really want to play this first stage with pumping up, and we'll see if he's going to actually sell to make econ, you know, or anything like that, or just kind of play like a lower cost board for now.
This is exactly what we were talking about early on about how impactful these early game decisions are, right? As we are going to get Heartsteel, like you're saying. I mean, everyone's got so many items. So we got a silver augment, but everyone is rich with items right now.
He already had Heartsteel, and then he just got a Heartsteel headliner. So now he actually has 5 Casantes. There is the angle, obviously, you know, if he gets the set, to be able to have 5 Heartsteel really early, which is incredibly strong. He is playing the lose streak. He has buried treasures, so getting that extra itemization. He's going to have a ton of items because it is that 5-item start plus buried treasures. So this is going to be pretty interesting to see where he goes. He's just kind of going with the tank itemization for now, trying to keep his health up. You obviously don't have to play to like fully commit to a full-on lose streak. He's playing 2 Punk 2 Rapid Fire with a 3 Heartsteel, and we'll see, you know, where he's going to go from there. You know, if he's just trying to keep his board just strong enough to be able to actually kill some units but still lose the rounds, or if he is okay actually winning some. It is, I think, one of the most difficult lines to play properly in TFT because you really have to be so good at evaluating board strength. You know, more so than I think in any other composition, you really have to have mastery of understanding exactly how you're going to do against every board. You know, if you want to play the really risky lines and raise the stakes, you have to know that you are for sure going to lose to every board. And you don't want to just have a totally trash board that's going to kill nothing, though, because you're going to get too low HP and you're going to lose, right? So I think it's really a difficult line to play, and it's going to be exciting to see it. Over here on Spencer's board, looks like he's having a very good start. Just actually hit a Jax 2 as well. So Olaf 2, Jax 2, Cassante 2, and a Last Whisper slammed here on the Urgot. So a pretty damn upgraded board early on.
Yeah, this Urgot, one of the better early game units just in general based on how it works. So even this Last Whisper is going to rip up through the majority of front lines. Even with a tier 1, it's still only round 2, 3. So this comp is going to be doing pretty great stuff throughout this first stage. The question always with these comps, Azael, is where they're going after.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he obviously is going to be playing towards some sort of a melee line. I think his board is definitely good enough to 5-streak. You know, we'll see if anyone else is going to be hitting something even a little bit more high roll, but at least, you know, that's a board that if I see it, I'm expecting you're for sure going to 5-streak. So yeah, it does give you a lot of power. Obviously, he went for the early level 5 to try to secure the streak. We can see DK also is early level 5, so we'll have to see what his board is, as those are the 2 players, you know, still at 100 HP. DK looks like he's on Olaf 2 as well. Jinx, oh wow, he has a lot of upgraded units. Jinx 2, Vi 2, Olaf 2, Nami 2. 4. So it's like a little bit of a kind of mishmash of units. I do think that you know, Spencer's board does still look stronger because it's kind of a little bit more cohesive, but still some very strong units.
Also, 3 people picking the Champ Duplicator augment, so people already look, at least 3 of them probably looking towards that reroll opportunity. This is not one of them, as we're going to be looking at this Kazante again, and when it comes to replay, his play during Heartsteel, in my opinion, was inarguably the best when it came to running through that tournament. It's all about replication, right? In TFT, that's what's really hard, but in terms of what we have on the board right now, I think he's in a pretty good spot to control at least this early game and kind of put himself in a position to find some success a little bit later, especially with Kazante.
Absolutely, and he actually is just going to slam the Deathblade. So he has Even Shroud. He's obviously, you know, going to be playing, as soon as you see that, you know, you're going to be playing an AD line. There are, you know, multiple lines you can play out of Heartsteel with that. Some people will go into Yone reroll and then kind of those Crowd Diver lines. Some people will obviously play the Ezreal Zed that has been nerfed a little bit, but still is quite strong. Looks like he is going to win this. Yeah, he's definitely going to win this round. So maybe not like worried too much about it because he's already on that 1 streak. So staying pretty healthy, is going to get, you know, a little bit of gold here. You know, get that like 6 gold cash out or whatever it is from his Heartsteel. And I don't think there's any chance you raise the stakes from this position unless he feels like. I just don't think there's any chance. I would be absolutely shocked. I mean, because he's
day 1, game 1 too. Yeah, right. Like no reason to use your luck right now.
Yeah. And I mean, when you raise the stakes, you have to fully commit to a loss streak, and his board I think is too good, you know, without actually like fully self-sabotaging and selling it. So I don't think it really makes any sense, but still, you get a nice little injection of gold. He's relatively healthy. You know, he's on 22 gold because he got all gold from the cash out. He didn't get a component or anything like that. So still sitting in a pretty good spot. We can see Robin Songs over on the other side is just playing those 8 bits. And he is on a 4-loss streak. Obviously, he's going for a 5-loss streak. He's playing pumping up, so he's committing to just kind of more of a late game play. And this is something when I watch Robinsong streams, he does seem to really like. If he doesn't feel that he can play a very, very strong stage 2, he just doesn't play stage 2 at all, right? He just expects that he's going to full lose streak. He says, you know what, that's fine. He tries to get as much gold as possible, and we can see he's sitting at that 30 gold. With a scaling augment, and then he's going to very likely play really heavily towards those 3-cost rerolls at level 7 and just fully roll down, almost all the way to 0 to try to stabilize his board, and then he'll try to eco back up. Hopefully he has that strong board from there, and then you can do another roll down later on. But it is one of those things where when you're playing this style that Robin is, he's 65 HP at Krugs. So if your initial roll down does not go well, your game can get horrible really, really fast.
That's when TFT starts feeling bad, you know what I mean? When you're kind of doing everything right to, get it there, and then once you're there, you kind of try to run through the motions and things don't hit because it's the nature of the variability of this game. Some more items that I think people would be just fine getting, and really a lot of boards right now. So curious to see what Spencer is going to be doing here at 38 gold. We're going to be picking up some units. We're still rocking along with that Urgot. We lost that last round, but again, when it comes to economy, everyone pretty similar right now outside of Robin because of that loss streak almost at 50, but no one really taking charge right now, it seems like.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. DK obviously, he's on that 5-win streak. So I guess I'm not sure if he played Spencer or if Spencer lost to someone else. By the way, Spencer lost his streak. Those were our 2 players that were up at 100 HP. DK maintained it. So DK is going to be wanting to spend his gold pretty aggressively to try to maintain that. Is on kind of a pretty random mishmash of items right here with the Hurricane as well as the Morellos and stuff. But it does have that headliner of Aphelios. It is quite strong, has a fairly upgraded board here as well. Looks like it's going to be another win for him, so he's going to be able to maintain that 6-win streak. And clearly, because he just played Spencer now, we know Spencer wasn't the one that he, who had played earlier and actually lost to. So someone else obviously has quite a strong board. Could be replay that actually beat Spencer because he's on a 4 streak as well.
All right, as we see in some more augments, you have my bow too big to fail and a 3's a crowd. So we are running some bruisers, so there might be some attraction to too big to fail here.
Yeah, it's possible. I kind of doubt it because I feel like mostly the only time I'm seeing people play too big to fail is the Olaf reroll. And I don't think, at this point in the game, he'd be committing towards that. Heavy hitters too big to fail is kind of like the ideal combo in the past that everyone was playing with that, that Olaf reroll. I haven't really seen people play this line without Olaf 3, so I would be pretty surprised, but he is actually going for it, so very interesting. So he's going to commit to that line, going to be playing a very heavy bruiser style. Obviously, it doesn't necessarily have to be like Olaf reroll or anything like that. You can just play towards, just a standard bruiser front line, and then, whatever AD or AP flex backline you want to go for. But it's not a line that I'm super familiar with, honestly.
All right, I'm super excited to see where that's going. And looking at the choices here, we got 3 vampirisms, but going back to what we were seeing with Robin, because we were kind of still figuring out, hey, what's that direction going to be? We did pick up the 8-bit augment, so that is going to be committed that direction from here on out. So really looking for Robin to really start getting stage 3 going. Stage 4 is going to be where the power should be coming from on that particular board. Now we're rolling over onto Pokegom, and we've got a good old Gnar here, Azael. One of the that was a Gnar on that board. Now we're back to that Aphelios with red buff. Whenever you see red buff, who are you thinking? It's probably Ezreal.
Yeah, Ezreal obviously really good. You can play towards things like Viego and whatnot as well, but obviously Ezreal's super easy transition, out of Heartseal. You can play that definitely very, very powerfully. I think it was actually Robinsongs who had the headliner Gnar, if I'm correct, from that previous board, which is a great item holder for Riven later on. So it does kind of make it easy to be able to just kind of plop your items on that, not overspend, be able to kind of stabilize your health. And we can see, after Krugs, he hasn't actually lost. He is on that 2-win streak, so stabilizing a little bit, trying to keep his health high so that when he gets to 7, it's not just kind of do or die on one round. We'll see, how Spencer is doing here on the other side. Spencer obviously started out with that 5 streak. It's been kind of, win-loss basically since then, but still quite a strong board. He is very healthy overall and is going to be able to pretty easily take this win, it looks like, although it got a little bit close at the end. And Pocky's going to be pretty happy, I think. Still he's getting those Heartseal stacks. It's not a horrible loss. It's just that 3-unit loss. So I don't think he's too stressed about that.
All right, so Appy's guaranteeing that first pick through that last loss, but Appy's in a pretty, precarious situation right now. 38 HP at this point is very, very low. That means you might, if you continue the loss streak into the item round, but you're going to be in the teens, potentially single digits by the time you do that. Looking around too, oh, we got a lot of rolling happening, and maybe not a lot of hitting is potentially what's happening based on those augments. So Azael, looking at Appy's in this situation right now, how are you feeling about things?
Pretty bad. I mean, we have to see how much he has on his bench, though, right? So he did take Golden Ticket. He did take Duplicator. So obviously you have to 3-star basically everything. Like, I'd like to see his board. He's going to be playing Katarina reroll. So he has the Headliner. There's another Cat. So he's now 2 off. He has a Duplicator. So he has Cat 3 right now if he wants. But sometimes when you're kind of heavy committed to this, you will save those Duplicators a little bit. But he feels, no, I can't be greedy. I am too low health. I have to be able to go for it right now. And now he's going to try to see if he can stabilize a little bit. So he's playing Superfan. It is Cat reroll. He does have pretty good items here for the Katarina. Maybe not like completely ideal. I don't see people play Shojin that much. I see like double Hodge and stuff like that a lot more commonly, but still strong items. He hit the Cat 3, so I think he should be able to stabilize. But if you lose any rounds from here, you start getting really nervous because this kind of composition doesn't just like win on level 6 or anything, right? You have to be able to hit, then use that to rebuild your economy, start pushing levels, and start capping out your board with like a lot more crowd divers, right? Being able to get in towards those higher levels and get those luxury items, but is going to be able to deal that loss to DK. So DK finally loses that 8 streak that he was on, and Appy's, hopefully for him, is going to stabilize. Sitting at 20 gold, level 6, 38 health. He's got to get a win streak going here to be able to rebuild that economy. And I think he's in a good position to do it, but no combat augments is rough.
Yeah, and kind of like listening, I think Asa said this too, that first kind of investment that Appy's is making is only the first one, right? I think a lot of players potentially in lower ranks would say, all right, I'm good, I got my comp, right? And they start kind of spending their money a little bit without intention, right? I think Appy's here is really showing, hey, I'm investing now because I need to invest a little bit later, so I have to get a little bit more gold. So we do change it up, we finally get that win. And just to say, Appy's is kind of the only person who's made it in like an official move so far when it comes to their comp.
Yeah, I mean, Robin Songs we know is obviously going to be committed towards, 8-bit, and we've seen some people, I think their items, as you pointed out, even are kind of like, suggesting that they're going to go a certain way, but maybe not hard committed, still going to be able to try to stay a little bit flexible here. Pocky on the other side here, getting pretty low as well. He's on a 7 loss streak, is still playing Heartsteel, and is definitely going to lose this 3-star Katarina. Also worth noting that is a country Katarina, which is definitely not really what you would want. Like, you can splash in one more country and then kind of get the baby Hecarim in to do a little bit of something, but definitely would prefer to be, crowd diver, be able to get the +1 on that. It's a lot easier, and you're going to spike a lot earlier, because right now he's getting literally nothing from the country headliner, right? Whereas if you had crowd diver headliner, you hit 7, you get that 4 crowd diver in immediately. Now Robin Song's rolling for this Riven. You're definitely going to be hoping for that 8-bit Riven. Has to decide how low he wants to roll here. He's sitting at 40 gold. He's on a 3 loss streak and relatively low health, right? And he just went 40, or he's at 40 gold, just hit level 7, excuse me. So I think he's gonna roll pretty heavy here. We'll see if he is committing like to a full roll down, if he doesn't hit or not, but only has 2 Rivens and no headliner. I feel like it's not a good spot at all, unless he gets some really good rolls. Okay, there's 2 Rivens. That's pretty good. If he hits a headliner now, it could recoup. But this is an interesting choice, because you can actually buy the Yone here and use the Yone as your item for a while.
Or you can hit.
Or you can just hit.
Yeah, or you can just hit, Great strategy.
It is one of those things, though, where sometimes you kind of get baited into continuing rolling. You roll past the Yone, you don't hit the Riven, and then you're super screwed. So, you kind of end up overspending. So this is a bit of a tough spot. I think he wants to hold the belt for, I was going to say an even shroud, but no, he just feels like I have to win, and I'm kind of too broke. He also went down to 17 gold, so like he's basically in the position now where you're just donkey rolling every single turn to 0 and praying for Riven 3, right? Because I don't think that this is going to be a board that beats every board. If it is, and he can kind of evaluate that, then he doesn't necessarily have to roll right now. Like, he could kind of try to eco back up and then roll back down a little bit later. But it's definitely not Infernal Contract. I think he's close enough that you don't need it. I think Jeweled Lotus is incredibly strong in this comp, so it's probably almost guaranteed to be that. Yeah. But no, he feels like he still needs to hit, so he's going to be rolling to 0 basically every turn. When you commit to this, you're going all the way to 0 every single turn, pretty much, and just praying for that Riven. We don't know if he's contested, but it does look like here on Pokygom's board, he did hit the Heartsteel Ezreal, so going to be feeling pretty good about getting that Ezreal headliner. So he's still playing 5 Heartsteel right now, looking for the additional cash outs, but His items are not that good. Like, he has basically no damage, right? He has a red buff, he could slam red buff Last Whisper, something along those lines, but you don't really have anything that strong as far as your damage itemization. So even though like his board is reasonably upgraded, he just has kind of no damage, and it's a little bit tough. Like he's not wanting to slam these because yeah, I guess he's just not feeling confident about it. But then he's playing binary, and he put on the item too late, so he didn't even get anything for his binary on his Ezreal. He didn't put an additional item on the Yone to get binary there either, so it is a little bit of a tough spot, and does actually elect to just slam the shield breaker now at this point.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see some of our players kind of make those decisions of like, you know what, I'm not seeing best case scenario anymore for myself, so I have to start going down to like the 90 and 80% type of percentages. And that's the mark of a great player, right? A great player isn't someone who always gets the best. It's someone who knows how to cap out their board to where they can, as this board has definitely changed around. We finally got our country buff as well as Azael, and we got some good units popping up too.
Yeah, getting a Kiana with Infernal is actually pretty lucky because he does want to play around the crowd divers. I don't know if he's actually going to be able to fit it on his board, though. This is a pretty weird spot. He's rolling for Echo 3. He's one off. Okay, Echo 3, Nico 3, one chop. That is a really big hit. We'll see what he wants to change around because the more I think about it, I don't know if Kiana can fit. I feel like this is actually just his board. I don't think he's going to swap out of Superfan and stuff. So this may just be his board, and we kind of have to see, you know, how strong it actually is. He's playing 0 combat augments, so I think that the read here from Appies is I have no combat augments. I obviously am not getting first this game, so I'm playing for 4th. I'm playing for 5th. I'm playing for like, you know, basically like just the strongest possible thing I can get right now. And so he goes Infernal, he rolls to 20, he gets a couple 3 stars, and he's just hoping that people are going to bleed out before him. I don't think this is a board that you're ever going to get first place with Katarina reroll and 0 combat augments, especially in a prismatic lobby where, you know, it's like if Robin Songs hits the Riven 3, you know, with some of these combat augments, like he has triple combat augment, you're always expected to lose to that. There's also a spat there. Does anyone actually want it? So Spencer is going to grab it. And we'll have to see what he's going to do with that. But I think it's a smart move for Appies, you know, from his position, just trying to play for as many points as he can get.
I totally agree with you. I mean, I think that's also the mark of a great player. Again, I think some people might see that, be like, oh, he's having a bad game. Maybe the luck is bad. Maybe he can feel that way. But the mark of a great player is being able to squeeze a 5th out of a 7th place comp, right? So it's just super important to know. One thing about this comp, just to kind of piggyback off of what you're saying as well, is the fact that because of those non-combat augments, the power level is pretty much during stage 5. That's when he's going to be taking a lot of this damage, especially once our 4 cost carries do start getting locked in. However, that could not be the case because this front line's pretty scary. So, you know, I think he has some outs. I don't think he's going to get wiped by anyone because of that front line. So if he does lose a bunch of rounds in a row, if he does, right, it would probably be like 2 to 3 units as opposed to getting wiped, which could help his final placement as well.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I honestly don't think he's going to lose, you know, on this stage. I think, you know, maybe he could lose to someone who's like a really strong board on the next stage. But I think that it's going to be, you know, just once people are getting their like fully capped boards, you know, level 8, level 9, when they've hit everything, that's when you start to kind of get outpaced. But, you know, at this point, he's still going to be feeling really good and just hoping that, you know, Robin, Pocky, you know, these other people that are kind of down low HP are going to die off. And, you know, Robin Songs, we saw that he was 2 off Riven, but he was in that spot where he was pretty much dead broke, just spam rolling. And if you don't hit from that spot, you know, it's like not like you can ever rebuild your economy and kind of recover. Degree here is playing Lulu Headliner, so 5 Spellweavers. Does have a pretty interesting couple support items there. He's kind of debating if he wants to put the Zizirot in the front or if he wants to have, you know, that buff for his backline. I would have thought it would be better to put it in your backline. It's kind of interesting, but I guess he's really prioritizing just having the additional kind of tankiness right up there in the front line.
Yeah, I think he's trying to make sure that the front line will then transition over to Echo once the training dummy is done, and then Echo will always have a cast. So maybe the ultimates for that front line finding that a little bit more value, especially since our backline has our Shojins already too. So we're going to be getting a lot of support for our front line through something like that Lulu. And that was not close. Lulu, something that a lot of people I think hoped would be good up to a certain point. We finally seeing her come through. I think Hologram Lulu is the one that everyone kind of talks about, but this one's doing just fine.
Yep, totally doing fine. Hologram is kind of mostly where I do see it, as you said. So Robin did get a win. We still don't know if he actually hit his 3-star.
I don't think he did because he only needs 1 Rhythm too because he's got a dupe.
Yeah, so that's tough. We'll have to see, you know, how his board looks. You know, I'd love to check in on some of those other players, you know, down at the bottom. Degree here, 37 HP is pretty low, but the lobby is very close, honestly. You know, from 8th up to like 4th and stuff is
Yeah.
not really that much HP. It's about like one round, one bad loss, you know, can actually knock you all the way down there. So I think everyone from this spot is really sweating to just try to make their board as strong as they possibly can. You know, try to put themselves in a position where they're going to be able to actually, you know, stabilize or at least buy time. This Alawi is really nice for a degree. You know, already had it at level 7, so he goes 8, puts that in. Again, you just kind of want to buy time with Spellweaver. You obviously have that stacking damage coming through. And Morello, not too bad either. We'll see where he wants to actually put that. It makes sense to just kind of throw that over on the Seraphine. Has some AoE damage. Gonna be able to kind of apply that healing debuff pretty well.
Yeah, and I think we're kind of actually seeing the result of having such a big item round to open this lobby, right? I think that accelerated some HP, especially on the bottom side. Now things are starting to get tight, and like you said, this lobby is starting to get pretty close, so it could still be anybody's game at this point. This Lulu now trying its best to keep that Echo alive. The longer that Echo is alive, especially with that Gargoyle Stone Plate, the longer that this Ari can do damage, along with the Seraphine and the Lulu. The Echo is still alive. It's not even an Echo 3, and it does seem like it's beatable, at least right now, with the comp that it's gone against.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, not doing too bad. I don't think he's never going to hit the Echo 3 because Appies has his, so you know that's never going to happen. But I'm going to be really interested also to see what DK does, because DK obviously, you know, had that early win streak, has been sitting on 50 gold this entire time, is playing Vampirism, so he is looking to be able to kind of have, you know, much higher cap. There's the 3-star Urgot for Appies, which isn't bad, but it's not even like there's Mosher or anything in for it, so it's definitely not going to be completely dominant. But he has, you know, quite a few 3-stars here. He's on a 2-loss streak now, so stage 5 is where it's really getting tough for him, and he's starting to fall down. And he's going to be going up against Degree, who again has quite a strong board. This is a really important round here for Appies. We'll see if he can actually get a win here. Otherwise, he's either, you know, dead or very close to it. And his Katarina's just getting burst.
Oh my goodness, those damage dealers got absolutely melted, Azael. This didn't seem very close at all. That Echo died immediately.
Yeah, he got slammed. And now looks like he could be heading for an 8th. I mean, he's got to hope that he runs into someone weak. But there's nowhere for his board to go, right? Like there's nothing else that he can actually hit. And the fact that he's on this country Katarina, I think really hurt him because he never got 4 Crowd Diver. He never got those additional buffs. He's triple Eco Augment here, you know, so really committed to trying to get the strongest board possible early. Did win through all of stage 4, but his stage 5 has gone a lot worse than I expected. You know, I thought he would still be picking up wins in stage 5 and maybe losing to like only the most powerful people, but it does feel like everyone has kind of hit that he's been running into, and things are looking rough. Replay though also could potentially go down. Oh, seeing a Yorick too when you're on your last life at level 8 and a pentakill stat is not what you want to see. That is not the Vortog blessing.
Yeah, that is a nightmare scenario. Oh, but it looks like, all right, it'll win. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be fine. I mean, I think that's what the expectations are sometimes with some of these boards is visually sometimes. Like, hey, the expectation is going to be go this way. The stats say this way. But you know what? The way that this board went, that one, Appies was able to take the dub. And look how close everything is now, right? From first place to last place, just 21 HP. All 8 players remaining on the 5-4 carousel.
And Robin has to have hit his Ribbon 3 now because he's winning every round.
I didn't see it pop up, but you've got to be right?
Yeah, he has to have, right? Because he was down in like 8th place, and now he's 1 HP behind first. And Riven is so strong against a lot of the meta comps these days. You know, really that board can cap out very, very high. You know, especially once you start getting that secondary itemization. When you have full 8-bit stacks, as I'm sure he does because he's been playing it since the very beginning of the game. Your Caitlyn can be really, really threatening as well. Obviously, if you get 8-bit spat and things like that, it can get even better. Appy's, you know, rolling because what else are you going to do? But there's nothing really for him to hit. You know, even if he hit the Eve 3, like, is that going to make a difference? I don't really think it's going to do anything for him. So he kind of just has to pray that he can run into someone that he can beat and that some of these really heavy hitters are just going to clobber these other people that are at low HP because Spencer, him, both on 1 life. I think there's a few people. There's probably 3 or 4 people that could even die this round.
Yeah, I mean, we could get a triple elimination, I believe, based on how these rounds go. So I'm going to be looking at Spicy because Spicy Appies is currently in 8th place, and everything's really going towards that Katarina on those first ults. So a lot of that front line already taken down for that Katarina for Spicy Appies. This round going a little bit longer, which I think actually benefits this Lucian in the back line, unfortunately. But more and more ults for the Katarina, but no, they finally take it down, and that's going to be it for Appies. It looks like Spencer won, and now Wasian, all of a sudden, who had been in the top 2 throughout the entire lobby on Elimination Station, as we do also lose DK, who was our Mr. 100 and the first stage here in stage 2. What a crazy turn of events.
Yeah, this is actually nuts.
Yeah.
Is going to be able to get Jazz in, but like, you have 4 traits. Who cares? It's not really going to do anything for you. Has pretty decent items, but you know, his cash out was a couple more, so we could do like redemption on the Thresh and just make a Dragon's Claw on the Blitz or something like that. I think that's probably what he would do. And it is going to be what he does. So he gets, you know, a couple more completed items here. We'll see if he's going to be able to take down Spencer. Again, this is the last life for both these players. These points are so important.
This is an elimination round. Is Weijin going to go up to what we said is one of the big three, potentially going to bot 4 in this lobby, or Spencer going to be taking it out instead? And this looks like it's going one way and one way only. Weijin is going to get eliminated, but is Weijin going to be the only elimination on this round? It doesn't look like it, as through 2 rounds, we go from a top 8 to a top 4.
Oh, what a ridiculously close first game, man. It's so fun to see. You really want these competitive lobbies here. You know, when you are going to regionals, when you have the best players in North America going up against each other, you want to see it really come down to these close rounds. Robin also took a loss. He was on a full streak and actually took a loss down to 9 HP. So it's 19, 9, 9, and 5 health. So Pocky the only one with that extra life, really. So matchmaking becomes pretty important here. I'm assuming that Robin probably lost to Pocky, but you know, this is definitely scary for whoever's going to be running into him. Pokygom, you know, on a really strong board here. Again, still has that life. About to get another little Heartsteel pop here for like 8 gold, 11 gold, whatever. But he also just has so many items. Like, look at the binary value that he's getting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 binary items that are going to be popping out, and he just goes 9. Oh, Alaui's really nice if he could actually get that in, but he's going to go for Dazzler instead. Interesting, because he, I guess, wants the additional traits.
Picked it up.
Now changing things around. Okay, now going to move in the Alaui. There we go.
Yeah, we got the full complete, 100% complete on the synergy side too. No blank synergies. Let's see if Pocky is going to be able to take this, win it with the 19 HP, because there is an elimination round going on the other side. And now the front line looking pretty strong so far for Pocky. It's all about getting the rest of the damage through, and that's going to be a 4-unit win and an elimination. So it looks like Robin also, this is wild what has happened in this lobby in terms of where people were and then where people ended up, as we have 2 streakers of all things at 19 and 9 HP in stage 6-2 in potentially our final round.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy, but it is Pocky who is level 9. You got that additional level that's never going to come in here for replay. Has quite a strong board as well. You know, the Banshee's Veil obviously quite nice. He has itemization on so many of his units. Both these guys have gotten a lot of Heartsteel cash outs throughout the course of the game, so they both have a ton of items. Obviously, there's insane binary value over on Pokygom's board, and he has the additional level, so I assume that he's going to have the edge here, but Replay has a really strong board himself, and it can just be about, you know, the RNG of these casts. You know, is this Ezreal going to hit multiple members, you know, on one side and not on the other? That can make all the difference.
Oh, ends up going right through the middle. It's not a field goal opportunity, unfortunately. So it's going to be some... We have damage in the backline, though, with that Zed. Now everyone's going to be floating around. Which one will reign supreme? It's going to be Ezreal as we get another round.
Oh, that was a really close one. Yeah, there's some sus Ezreal on both sides. So that one got really, really close. But at the end of the day, it is Replay taking that first win. And now you just have to think about, can I change anything? Can I change positioning? Is there any way I can actually set this up better? You can see both players are using the positioning with their Ezreal where they put it one kind of step forward. They're not actually always playing it in the back line. A lot of players do this because it guarantees that your Ezreal then jumps back to the back line. It's this positioning we're seeing on Replay's side. We've seen that it's actually moving away from it over on Pokygom's side. So he's electing to reposition, move it towards that back line, and we'll see how he's going to do. His Zed has a long way to travel before it's actually hitting anything. Look at this. Pokygom's Zed just now starting to fight.
Yeah, I looked at the clock. 6 seconds passed before the Zed started fighting, so that means all the ults are going to be delayed. Is that going to be the difference maker here? It could potentially lose him the lobby if that's going to be the case. It's not even going to be close, as you say, as Pokygom gonna win the first lobby here in regionals. Azael, we could not have been graced with a closer lobby to start off with. The writers are doing a good job. We owe them some cash.
Yeah, that was a really crazy first game. So Pokygom gonna be able to take down game number 1. but so little separating the players. You know, honestly, from top to bottom, it was very, very close. It felt like every round when someone's going out, multiple people were going out.
Yeah.
The HP was really close. We saw a lot of variance as far as the compositions as well. And we also saw the power of that Heartsteel. You know, both the top two players were people who got Heartsteel online pretty early, got a lot of components, got a lot of cash outs, and really kind of set themselves up for success in the late game. And it's a riskier line, but it's definitely really powerful if you can make it pay off.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time we had all 8 players remaining in Carousel 5. So really excited. If that's going to be what we're starting out with, I'm excited to see what's next. We have the guests coming right back to go over that game, so please stick around. It's NA Regionals, folks, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the TFT NA Regional Finals. We're here to break down what happened in that first game, and I feel like the very first thing that we should talk about is what happened to Appy's board there. I feel like Appy's was sort of in panic mode looking at the Katarina, but how did he even get there, and where was he trying to go?
Yeah, it's an early commit with a reroll, right? We saw kind of very early on Appy's ops away from the Senna, ops into Katarina. Ends up with country Katarina, which is not really where you want to be. You really want to be in the crowd diver side of it. And Appy's taking econ augments the entire time, trying to quickly reroll into that and hit it as fast as possible. The idea is that you have so much tempo from hitting your 3-star so early on that you can kind of sneak into the top 4 with saving a lot of HP. But as we saw, Appy's didn't hit Katarina until he was already at like 38 HP. And at a certain point, you just can't save that much.
Yeah, I think the tempo call out is especially important, right? Because when you are playing triple econ, what you are essentially saying is, I'm going to ramp up the pace of this lobby faster than anybody else. The reality is, I mean, he didn't really improve the tempo of the lobby very much at all, because even though he did hit the Nico and the Echo very early in stage 7, it was not really units that are going to alter the fight all that much, right? You're going to stall longer, but because on a prismatic 4-2 augment, you have players having binary airdrop, right? There were, I think, was it 2 or 3 different binary airdrop players, and the power level of the lobby is tipping very, very quickly. And so while he did win streak a handful of rounds after hitting, once he started to fall below that threshold that the average power level was, he immediately lost the next 4 rounds and then unfortunately went into an 8th.
Especially because the average power level of this lobby ends up getting insanely high, because, you know, people were talking about with a patch, oh, maybe, you know, Heartsteel got hit a little bit. No, not really. Heartsteel's still kind of the best kind of way to play around TFT right now. Play around 80 flex is by playing this 80 flex with Heartsteel to get you a lot of extra items, and then you see it compound with something like binary, and that's where you get Pokegum winning the game, because these extra components turn into full items for additional units on the board, and it just creates so much power, and it happens faster than Appy's needed it to, because the only way his comp is going to work out in that way is if he's doing this win streak from like 80 HP and he can kind of free fall at the end and sneak into a 4th or 5th, but it just was not the case.
Yeah, like something else I think is really important is that, like, when you call it the tempo, I think it's also important to look at some of those players. Like player took Silver Spoon really early, so you know their board's going to be really strong at the very beginning. There was a Lulu reroll with team building, and like that's also something that can really help you spike through the mid game. But then when you get to the end, like I love the call out there for the Heartsteel, because econ is still really important, and that nerf to Heartsteel was super small. It went from what did you say, 2.25 hearts at Heartsteel 5 now to 2. It like is obviously still very impactful. So if people are looking at this lobby and going, wow, well, 2 Heartsteel players just topped the charts, what is a way that you could counteract that heading into some of these future games if you think that people are going to tend towards that line?
Well, I mean, you have to, I think it's important to recognize that the setup required for Heartsteel to pop off is a little bit harder, right? It's obviously very, very strong. If you can have a strong cash out, if you can start printing these resources for your team. I want to call out, though, I think you cannot overstate how important the binary airdrop value was here. I know Azael called it out during the cast. It was what, I believe 7 additional items added to Pokegum's board there, right? And so when you have these resources that compound onto each other, it does mean that when you're playing around Heartsteel, those additional benefits are going to be multiplied, right? And the thing is, even with that, though, we saw Replay win the round before, right, Cass? I know there was even like positioning differences that made that fight tip into Pokegum's favor.
Yeah, Boop actually called it out to us just before coming on that he saw the Zed for Replay in the final fight of the game after Replay had just won the fight before, ended up getting stuck behind like an Alawi tentacle. It was stuck near the back, and it took 6 seconds for that Zed to actually start fighting. So even with all that power, both of them on Vampirism, which is a huge, you know, augment at that stage in the game when you're on low HP, and Pocky with the compounding resources of binary airdrop, still Replay was able to craft a board alongside having Freaky Friday, giving some strong items to that board that still was able to find the win. So Replay really kind of doing a lot of great stuff to build a strong board to even beat out some insane caps.
And Replay and Pokegum were 2 of the players that we highlighted at the top of the show for 2 very different reasons. Replay might be one of these players that can make it into that big 3 or that big 4. And I think after seeing that game, obviously still very much at the top of his game after that win at the Heartsteel Cup, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is, we've said it before, this is where it starts for Replay, right? He has an opportunity here not just to match the performances of Dish Soap, Weijin, and Setsuko, he has the opportunity to exceed them. And being able to do that with a statement across day 1, get those bonus points into day 2, set yourself up for the AVP placement into Worlds, right? Like, you know, obviously Replay is one of a few different players who had a really good start to day 1. Pokegum, obviously first place among them. But for these players who have something to prove, it feels like this is a really nice way to start the event. But I think it's also worth mentioning that because we're only cutting the bottom 8, right? It means that if you are in those bottom performers on day 1, it doesn't mean that your tournament's over in just 1 or 2 games into the day.
Yeah, and I also want to call out, you know, Pocky grabbing this first place, I think is really big, because Pocky coming into this, in his interview, he said, hey, you know, towards the end of sets, I tend to not do as well. I'm a lot better at beginning of sets when I have an edge. But he's playing the most common line, 80 Heartsteel Flex, to a first place. And I think that that's not, you know, Pocky's usual edge of finding something that maybe people wouldn't be interested in playing and finding his way to a win that way, but just getting a win on what everyone else is playing and just playing it really solid, playing really clean TFT. That's exciting for me because it says even though Pocky maybe wasn't super confident coming into this tournament, he still is just showing that his technical ability over TFT that he's built up over how many sets that Pocky's been playing is still there, and he is still at the top of his game.
Yeah, I mean, you even take a look at some of the items that he had actually crafted for his units, and it's like they're not the best in slot for this particular composition, but still finding ways to make that work and finding the binary airdrop to sort of supplement a lot of that. We're going to have to look for those types of angles from these players in order for them to grab that edge on the competition. And he said he was nervous too, so maybe he's feeling a little bit better after pocketing that win. But you called out something really important there, Gangly, and that is that 16 of the 24 are moving forward to day number 2, and we still have 5 more games for these players to play. So it's definitely not over for anybody that did maybe have a little bit of an unfortunate game number 1, but you know, it is sometimes how that is. I think like taking a look at some of the other players and just how some of the other lobbies ended up doing, we're just gonna have to keep an eye on maybe a couple of those top performers. K3 Soju got a first place in his lobby. Yep. Forzen Smurf account, who like, please, for the help me
also
remember.
Known as Weird. Also known as Weird.
There we go.
Yeah.
I was like, we just saw this player at the Heartsteel Cup. But yeah, Weird also started out with a first. Kaiwing got second in that lobby, and so Billy Can Carry. Billy Can Carry got second as well. So maybe Billy Can Carry. But we have our second game almost ready to go, so we're gonna send it back over to our casters, Boop and Azael, for the second game.
Thank you so much. It's good to see that someone like Billy can carry over his success from the previous cups. I just want to, in case you didn't hear about this yet, folks, Billy can carry is a player who only reached age eligibility, I believe, 2 cups ago, and is now competing for a spot to represent the North American region and starting off strong. Azael, you know, I think, you know, in our industry, when young kids come through, they're usually really, really good. But in terms of this, I feel like this is pretty impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always really, really impressive. And I also think that one of the things that kind of makes it more impressive is that it's not like, oh, he's just really good on ladder and he's young, right? Being able to actually perform in the tournament environment is something that I think a lot of young players will struggle with. And sometimes a lot of the older players will struggle with that as well, right? The additional pressure, realizing that there's all these people watching, that there's more on the line than just kind of playing for those LP really does change things. So it is something that, you know, players are going to struggle with, and we have Malala being one guy over on Crescendo, but it is going to be everyone else on 3-cost champion, so we are going to get just that 3-cost champion, which does move most people into kind of just selling and playing for that early eco. But Malala gets a set, and I always, when I hit this, I am a Heartsteel enjoyer, so I'm always praying for set or Yone, and just trying to get that early Heartsteel.
I can see you stealing hearts, Azael. I can see it. We also get extra gold as well. So 2 3-costs to start with to add to our Portal 3 cost here. And that's also going to open up some opportunities, whether for econ or for just a traditional best on board frontline to start with. But now we also have a second Heartsteel. So I think, Azael, this is pretty much going exactly how you would want it to go.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And when you do have those 2 Heartsteel, you're likely not going to sell. In a lot of cases, as long as you get that, you know, that 6 gold from the first round, or even you get the second bit of gold here, you just sell down and you just play 1 cost unit, and then you make 10 on the second PvE phase. So you can get that early interest. That's what a lot of players will do on this portal. But you know, in the case of having something where it's like, okay, I want to actually play around this 3 cost, or I have one that I want to hold and see, you know, do I get something else? Of course, you're not going to sell in that case. So we'll see. Did anyone actually go to 10? Didn't look like it. So everyone was actually holding on to what they had. And Heartsteel on 1-4 for Malala. Okay. Okay. Not a bad start.
I think I understand your game, Malala. I think this is how you win 2 out of the 3 events for this set. You know, and this is the thing. Everyone's really looking at Malala. If Malala is able to win through regionals and, you know, have a good spot at Worlds, I don't think it'll be a question on whether Malala is one of the best players, not just in North America, but the world, and maybe get talked about more on
and Yone, he has 4 Heartsteel, by the way.
Yeah, so he might get 5 Heartsteel in stage 2 something, which is absolutely wild. Spoils of War could even add more economy, but we're moving away from it. Instead, it's going to be Health is on the way, Latent Forge, and Blistering Strikes. Yeah,
Blistering Strikes is just generally a strong combat augment. If you want to play, you know, more for kind of delayed power, obviously Help is on the way, can be quite good. And I think that's kind of what he's debating. He's going to go Help is on the way. It's something that I really like, you know, when you are playing those Heartsteel Lions, because you're not really playing for a strong board anyway, so it's fine to lose these early rounds, try to be a little bit more powerful later. He's not going to buy that Corki. Obviously, he's just going to stay on level 3, play Heartsteel, and you always have that chance of maybe hitting like a Heartsteel Cassandra headliner, and then you just instantly have 5 Heartsteel, and you probably just win the game. So, you know, always have that out is going to feel really, really nice.
Yeah, again, opportunity, right? You have to see the opportunities in order to get to that victory itself. But yeah, this is a pretty good start. You know, we've all had those games, though, where we have 4 Heartsteel forever, right? We never get the 5th Heartsteel for some reason, or we never get the headliner option for it. The way that this game's going, I'm sure in stage 3 he'll get an Ezreal or something instead. Do it that way.
Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy. And we can see over on the other side, Roby Van Casanova is playing Switching Gears, which can be pretty strong. It's a little bit of a weird one to play around, but you know, if you are constantly kind of balancing between win-loss, you do get a lot of gold. It gives you 3 gold anytime you break your win or loss streak. So if you are just kind of bouncing back and forth, you know, playing a kind of middle-of-the-road style of board, where you're, you know, stronger than half the lobby, weaker than half the lobby, it can give you a lot of value, but it is a pretty hit or miss, you know, in my experience. 2 very early Seraphines here for Dish Soap. He's definitely considering playing that Seraphine line, but I think he's set up very well because he actually has Pandora's Bench as well, so he can actually get the exact items that he wants here, you know, if he wants to play towards that. He clearly wants to hold 1 BF, likely holding for a Shojin. Superfan item for Seraphine, if I recall correctly, is Death Cap, so people generally go that Shojin, Death Cap, and then the third is kind of dealer's choice, so we'll see exactly what he wants to go towards. A lot of people do like healing debuffs, but then sometimes you'll see some other options as well, like Archangels, etc.
Yeah, you can go a little bit more towards the utility, use the Seraphine as your primary carry at first to get your tier 3, and then add some more power into something else like an Ahri, or even a Lulu in the mid-game to start helping things out. Or you can go the full damage route, right? Like what you're saying with the Archangel. So it's more about, you know, machine gun Seraphine almost in the backline.
Usually I do see red buff or Morello, so we'll see what he wants to go for. Over here on Setsuko's board, so, you know, another player that we weren't in the lobby for last game, he is, you know, 1-off Heartsteel, but he also made 20 gold here, holding the Riven and the Yone, so pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 3 costs, right? And we're already on our econ. I'm actually curious if our... you know, if our players are going to be really pushing a lot of this early game, especially with some of how quick some of our other comps have gone. It's a little different than the last lobby we saw, where everyone was kind of taking this early game to like really figure some things out. But there seems to be significantly more direction already in this lobby versus the last one.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, right? And I do think, you know, when you do get these 3 cost starts, you can hit those econ augments, you know, a lot, or econ breakpoints, excuse me, a lot faster. And Setsuko is also someone who is really well known for loving to play this sort of style, where he goes loose streak, he gets really good economy, and then he builds towards, you know, a super strong board later on in the game. You know, fast 9, fast 10, that kind of stuff is pretty dead, so he's not going to be doing that, but you can still play for obviously, you know, a really strong economy into 3 cost roll down, or even going towards, you know, fast 8 and playing around those 4 cost units. So definitely still options available there. And Setsuko, we'll see what he wants to pick up. Malala got a 3 cost bow, obviously going to be very nice, and Setsuko is just going to grab that BF sword. So likely looking towards playing one of those melee lines. Wouldn't be surprised to see him playing, you know, towards that Riven, but you know, is holding the Yone still, of course, seeing if he can get into Heartsteel. And Yone reroll isn't horrible, but I just feel like it's pretty outclassed by some of the other kind of reroll options that you have.
Yeah, I just don't feel like it does damage fast enough, especially later on in the game. There's not enough time in the rounds for him to kind of do his thing, right? If he's able to get, 60% of the team in, in an ult, when everyone's at level 6, it's totally different, right? But as of right now, the capping point kind of has the same issue with Katarina. There just isn't enough time to do the things that you need to do to win that round, especially when everyone else is also starting to find comps that do have that ability and power. And here, this is a really good example. I think it's always good, for the beginner players that might be watching as to why we're picking up some of these headliners that don't necessarily go along with our comps.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really just about, playing headliners that can be good item carriers for the comp that you want to go towards, right? And I think that's something that, when you understand that, it can really help you through these earlier stages. For example, like a lot of people really like Vi early, like Mashar Vi can be really strong holding items for those melee rerolls later. Things like Gnar can be really strong holding for those melee rerolls later. So those are options that are very, very powerful. It's actually a pretty important win there for Romy Van Canova because he had not been actually getting the gold from his switching gears very often. He was on that 2-loss streak, so he really wanted to get a win and does do so. And now Senna headliner there picked up. It is rapid fire, and he had an Akali in shop, so that is pretty damn nice. We'll see if he wants to kind of commit to this line or just play it for now. Obviously, he's still getting some Heartsteel value. Still has that support item that's going to be coming in here later on. A couple of recurves, could be a red buff, could be playing towards, just putting like Ezreal items on it or whatever for now, and then kind of going from there. But we'll see what the option is going to be for Malala.
Yeah, I'm going to add a little bit of attack speed on to that Senna. This is probably just fine as Rain. Not going to, they're actually probably going to take out a couple of units in that front line just based on how Annie works. So it's not going to be a wipe, and actually we're competing for just a 1-unit loss. No, the Aphelios goes through, and that's going to be a 2-unit loss for Rain, who herself is usually someone who likes to go 1st or 8th themselves when it comes to these play styles too. In the last set, I believe Rain had one of the highest, along with Robin, of 1st or 8th place rates amongst all of the players. And again, speaking of 8th place, Setsuko's in 8th place. You're probably a little worried, but don't be. This is kind of what happens with Setsuko when we get that econ start and we're still just building. Setsuko knows exactly how to press the gas pedal down and win. The big thing that I think makes Setsuko better than a lot of other people is the panic doesn't seem to take through. When he decides to roll, it's almost always the best time to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's also playing Stimpak, remember. So, he wants to get down to that 50 HP mark. He's okay lose streaking early, and then he gets a bunch of components. You get 4 components when you hit 50 HP. So it helps you kind of turn around from that loss streak even more. Rain, looking at this board, only 2 Annies off. Annie reroll not common these days, really kind of at all. I don't think it's one of the strongest lines, but if you can get a really fast Annie 3 and then get in towards some of these other lines, it can be, oh my god, that is crazy. two rolls, you're 40 gold on 3-1, you have Annie 3, you are feeling so good. Now you're just looking to kind of rebuild the economy and push levels, get Spellweavers in. With Emo, there's kind of like the super capped boards where you can get even like another Emo spat and play a 6 Emo and stuff like that. So there are options, but even just playing around 4 Emo can be really strong. Obviously with Poppy and Mumu up in the front line, can be quite a strong board, and then you kind of just play around Spellweavers. But it's definitely something that you want to be able to actually, push levels now. This is not a board that, the Annie's not just going to carry you through the whole game. I will say the Morello, I'm a little bit surprised that the Morello got slammed, because I definitely don't think it's kind of one of the strongest items there for the Annie, but clearly really prioritizing just having power now. What can I slam right here, right now? Make sure that I'm winning every single round, have 3 items on my Annie, instead of kind of greeting for what may have been a stronger cap.
Sometimes the thing that you want never comes either. So it's better for some players, in their opinion, to invest now rather than the maybe later. That was a pretty quick pickup there. Really classic augment is something that benefits pretty much everyone.
Yeah, Vampirism works really well. And because Little Buddies isn't really an option because you're playing a 1-cost carry, like Little Buddies is only an option for a 4-cost carry, and then Last Stand generally kind of benefits playing towards the physical damage, the AD lines a lot more. So those weren't really options that I think Rain would have been considering too heavily. So I kind of just took what was really the only good option there, and hoping to be able to kind of just win streak from here, rebuild the economy, push levels, and we'll have to see where they're going to go from there. Soju, looking up at the top, has I always forget the name of this, but it's the Edge of Night augment that gives you 35% attack speed, I believe, when you have Edge of Night in, which is really strong for some of these melee lines. But a lot of the strongest melee lines that people used to play it with, kind of aren't as popular now. But you can use it. I've seen people kind of, with that augment, use Edge of Night as a replacement for QSS for Ribbons, so you still can kind of play that style.
Oh, no, totally. I think we saw someone win in Heartsteel with that change. It was just the Edge of Night versus the QSS. Actually, I think it's Aegon who did that in one of the last couple lobbies when running that Riven comp. We were all really concerned because we're like, hey, QSS seems to be super valuable, and in terms of the stats, it reflects that. But in terms of the Edge of Night and the way that lobby went, it was that one kind of extra life was all they needed, because we've all had that Riven comp that was pretty much a training dummy and not a Riven because of all the CC, right? And just kind of sticks around. But that's not going to be the case with something like QSS or Edge of Night. That's going to build in an extra life, not today, right? For that, as Billy can carry is going to see a cash out.
Can he raise the stakes? Like he's saying, can I raise the stakes here?
He's got the HP
weak enough that it makes sense. So he's going to do raise the stakes. So now he's committing to that 4 more losses, and we'll see if he's going to be able to really make it work here. Would be a pretty valuable cash out. I also really want to see Setsuko's board when we have a moment, because he has gotten below that 50 HP mark. So he's got the stim back. I'm expecting that he is starting to really kind of spend that gold and look for a much stronger board. Billy can carry. This is the other thing that's tough about it. It looks like he is going to be playing towards Yone reroll, very likely from this spot. He does have good augments for it. He has Idealism, he has Vampirism, both quite strong, for those melee carrying lines. But it's always tough because you don't want to just get like 10-0'd every single round. You want to kill some units, but you have to make sure that you're strong enough to kill some units without ever having a chance of actually winning.
Yeah, and this econ trait has always, it's unique because it rewards you for losing by 1 unit, right? Because you do develop hearts on the other side. So there's value in doing that strategy just anyway, but especially if you're going to raise the stakes, you kind of have to make it happen, or else you're only going to really have 1 life when you do have your comp. And if it's not a capped out comp, then that 1 life is going to come at stage 5 or 6, which is not best case scenario.
Exactly, and it's not even a 5 Heartsteel raise the stakes. So like 5 Heartsteel raise the stakes, if you have that and you get super early 5 Heartsteel and then you get raise the stakes, then it's like, okay, maybe you're gonna be able to just get something from here that's just kind of like a guaranteed win with that cash out. But 3 Heartsteel raise the stakes is generally not that. It's just kind of like gonna be a nice boost. Over at Setsuko's board, we can see he has a Jazz spat, so he has early Jazz in here. The items definitely feel like it is just going to be playing towards, Ezreal. Blue buff, IE, really good on Ezreal. Does have the Edge of Night as well as the the Bloodthirster for what will likely be the Zed. And then the Jazz spat in, he's going to be playing MF in this comp. A late game, you can tech in another Jazz as well. So it's going to work really, really well. But I do feel like he's pretty hard committed to playing Zed Ezreal duo carry. There may be other lines he would consider from here, but I think especially with the Jazz spat, you want to have an MF in, and it just works so well having that big shot. And gonna be able to pick up a win here. Has a really great item economy. Vampirism after getting stim pack and being low HP is about the best thing you could ever hope for. So I think Setsuko actually has an incredible spot right now.
Yeah, also the units that we're using are inherently really good with Vampirism too, especially Urgot, right? And any auto-attacking backline unit is going to have a pretty good time getting a couple more auto-attacks off. And in the late game or even in the mid game right now, a couple auto-attacks difference between an ultimate and not can potentially be the difference between a round win and a not for these players. But yeah, Setsuko, I think, has now a direction to seek at this moment in time, but we're still kind of, I think, gauging exactly what that last thing is. I think I'm along with you, Azael, when it comes to the Ezreal, especially since we saw how successful it was in that last lobby in itself.
Yeah, totally. And he has great items for the Zed as well, right? So, just kind of setting yourself up for that duo carry is really, really nice. We can see Billy can carry over on the other side. Going to be getting close towards that next cash out here with the raise the stakes. Doesn't look like he's in any danger of winning this one.
No!
Absolutely slammed by Setsuko. It's going to take a lot of damage there. And it can, again, get pretty scary because, you lose so many of these rounds. If he gets this cash out on, 30, 20 HP or whatever, it gets rough. He has to take at least one more loss here. And again, it's not as though this is some 800 stack cash out where you're going to get radiant items and a fawn and all this crazy stuff that just guarantees your win. This is going to be a nice injection of gold, but it's not going to be a guaranteed win out sort of style. So it makes his roll down incredibly important. The fact that he does have the Yone 2 already without having rolled at all makes me feel much better about his spot. Because if he hits the headliner pretty quick, and he gets towards that Yone 3, I definitely think he's going to be in a pretty good spot. And he is going to have good item economy or at least a big injection of gold when he does get that. Oh my god. Okay. Four Yones in a shop. Okay. He's fine.
Well, you know, I don't know if I just don't perceive these happening to my games, or maybe I'm not allowing myself to have these kinds of opportunities in the games. But man, whenever the players are able to be like, oh, they need a Yone. Okay, here's 4 in one pack. That's a little frustrating on a player perspective, but really excited for Billy Can Carry.
Yeah.
And this is actually a playstyle I think he might be moderately familiar for. We don't have like a ton of details, but in Heartsteel, he played Last Stand in that last lobby and won, right? So he's used to kind of taking the risk and going to the bottom of the lobby and then trying to use that injection of something like Last Stand or whatever this Heartsteel cash out is going to be. As we've got old school versus new school here with up and coming streamer K3 Soju and Billy Can Carry going out. And Soju has had a tournament. People thinking Soju coming in potentially the best Soju has ever looked. I think, you know, he's always been pretty good, but there seems to be something different about this particular Soju coming into regionals.
Yeah, a lot of people have been talking about it, you know, how good he has been in practice, in some of these custom games, in the in-houses, you know, with these big players, has been really, really looking good. These are some weird choices. Yeah, it's tough. I think you go stationary support, but you can get screwed on that. These are honestly terrible choices. We'll see what he does go for it. What did he actually take? I want to see his cash out really bad there. That was Raise the Stakes cash out. Over here, though, we do have Prestivan, who has hit his 3-star Senna, has a tome on bench, so there is an angle for, you know, a 6 true damage here if he can get to 8, assuming he actually gets that tome. But definitely would love to see what Billy Can Carry has on his board, because it's such a pivotal moment. We didn't actually get to see what that cash out was. All right, but as of Cyberbulk, wow, that's terrible Cyberbulk value. President's in not a good spot.
Yeah, you need to spread the items around, and unfortunately, it's just the tier for the Ari, so there is no, like, secondary carry. And in this set, it's pretty important to have that secondary, even sometimes the tertiary carry, to, you know, back up some of that lack of power, especially if it's something like Senna, which will be fine for now, but could potentially be challenged a little later on.
Tough. He definitely would have wanted true damage or something along those lines. He gets KDA, so maybe he can, like, drop a bad KDA unit, or maybe he can play towards 5 KDA instead of going for a 6 true damage. So not going to be, you know, that bad. I guess, you know, if he gets to 8, gets 5 KDA, that's pretty nice. Billy Can Carry just lost again, by the way, so he's 5 HP now.
After the cash out.
Yeah, after cash out, and he should have had the Yone 3 unless he was super greedy, because he had 8 Yones and a duplicator on his bench. So if he didn't duplicate and he didn't roll, then he would definitely be really in a silly spot. But he could actually die this round, so definitely want to check out what he is doing. Soju still on a 100 streak here. 12 win streak is pretty insane. And this is a pretty powerful board here. He's playing 5 Edgelord, and it looks like he's starting to roll, so he's maybe playing towards just like a Riven reroll, like an Edgelord board, but has some options here on if he just wants to keep pushing levels, if he wants to kind of stay 8 and really kind of roll down to be able to look for 3 stars, you know, at least get like his Viego 2 and stuff like that, and then maybe push levels from there. But he's definitely in a good spot, has some options, and looks like this is probably going to be a loss for him. Yeah, it should be a loss for sure.
All right, let's see if that's going to be like how big of a loss, right? Is kind of the question.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, now he's losing some of that economy, obviously, which isn't going to be feeling too good. But, you know, not the end of the world. Billy Can Carry does get a win there. And we have to see. Okay, so he does have the Yone 3, obviously. He's down to basically 0 gold. You know, he is getting some more economy, you know, trying to get his win streak back up. But it's a bit of a tough spot here. And he is going to grab the Zed. So he's on 5 Edgelord, 2 Crowd Diver. Obviously, when you are playing Yone reroll, you do prefer to have Crowd Diver Headliner. But especially with some of the changes, so you can't just like buy sell anymore. You really do just have to take whatever the first one is that you're given. You almost in no situations can you actually just like pass up the unit that you wanted as a headliner and just wait for the preferential trait. So you can't really greed it out, and it doesn't mean he's likely going to be stuck on 2 Crowd Diver pretty much the entire game.
All right, going back to Billy Can Carry, was able to win out that last round, and it's Cursed Crown too, so that's why a lot of the HP disappeared in that last round. We also have another duplicator, so we have 10 units to go through right now. Is Billy Can Carry, though, has to be perfect from here on out. There's only 1 life.
This board is so bad. There's like nothing he has to put on that's good. So that's the tough thing about Cursed Crown. When you take Cursed Crown when you're broke, you get no value from it, right? Like this is really, really tough. So I don't know. I mean, it's like, look at all these 1-stars, right? Like, what is the 1-star Evelyn doing? You know, you have 3 Crowd Diver. You're not even actually hitting the traits. So it's really just Yone versus the world, and we'll see if we can get it done.
All right, let's see if he's going to be able to get it done. The Yone is already in at that back line. The Edge of Night still going to be available. This is going to be a pretty easy win. I think we're going to win a little bit through attrition as well, since we have those tier 1 units just kind of hanging out around Yone. And so we're going to keep on going. Billy can carry again. Needs to have that perfect game from here on out, on the brink of elimination until then. I think at this point we're feeling okay, but going up against a stronger comp, if someone was able to level up their comp in the last couple rounds, could spell doom, especially since a lot of the units on the board right now are their tier 1 versions.
Yeah, and I think he would really love to find another crowd diver, right? You know, be able to get 4 crowd diver, be able to kind of swap that in would be really helpful. Yeah, like Sentinel is nice, but Sentinel's not really doing that much for you when all your items are really on this Yone. It's all about him, so you want to be amping up the damage as much as possible. And with Cursed Crown, you know, if you could play, 5 Edgelord, 4 Crowd Diver, that would be pretty nice. We'll see how he's going to be able to do here, though. Still, like, the front line is pretty weak overall, and this is a pretty strong board that he's going up against, so we'll see how he's going to be able to handle it. I do think he should still be able to win, but Seraphine works through a lot of these kind of weak units pretty quickly.
All right, let's see if that's going to be the round win. We do have some backline access already with that Yone, but this is going to be a pretty precarious situation. Is the Seraphine going to be able to do enough? No, but if the attack was on the Nico instead, it maybe would have been a little bit more challenging, but as of right now, Billy still going to be winning out.
Yep, still looking pretty good. The Yone got in the back line, and pretty much any time Yone Riven gets in the back line, you're going to be winning that round. But obviously you can see how if he got stuck on that Nico, as you're saying, a little bit longer, it definitely could have gone bad. So I don't think he has a board really to win out, unless he can actually rebuild his economy, 2-star the whole board, get those kind of more ideal traits in. Then maybe he can get a little bit higher up. I don't think he's thinking he's going to get a first place in this one, but really just trying to play for as many placements as possible. We can see the Dish Soap obviously in a little bit of a tough spot as well, down, taking a loss there, but does have quite a bit of gold. Soju has gone straight to 0, so he has rolled all his gold. He was on that 12 win streak, now on a 3 loss streak. He rolled all the way down, did sell a little bit of his bench, so he's back up to 12 gold. But Soju obviously trying to build up that board as strong as possible and put himself into a good spot. Well, meanwhile, Rain, 1 off of that Vex 3, gonna hit, so that is a really big hit, but not the most amazing items here. Maybe it's just a Shiv. I think a Shiv angle makes sense because there's no spell pen right now besides that. And just trying to get some Cyber Bulk value, spreading the items around.
All right. We already saw what can happen when the Cyber Bulk value isn't available. It's going to make the entire team a little bit weaker, but at least this time we got a little bit of Bulkin. It's Bulkin season going around for this comp.
3-star Karthus, by the way.
As that is a 3-star Karthus, folks, and the items don't really matter because once this ult goes down, that's all going to be assuredly a one-shot kill. But no, the Annie actually survives, so the Annie is probably going to lose, but will win. But it's going to be a lot closer than I think we had anticipated. Just a 1-unit loss.
I will say, Karthus has got to be one of the most garbage 3-stars in the game. Like, it is not the strongest. And especially without a lot of mana regeneration items, especially since they're a little mini rework on Karthus, you really need a lot of mana regeneration. Obviously, the attack speed going to help on the red buff, as well as the super fan item going to help a little bit there. But, not the items that you would love. If he does get better items for it later, you can use Superfan to try to pop them off, right? You can put it on the bench, take out Superfan, and then get the items popped off and maybe get more mana generation on it. But this is pretty crazy. So went for the full roll down. He was on that Riven Headliner last time we saw this board and must have just hit 1,000,000 Karthus. And now he's level 8 with the Karthus 3. So guess what? You're playing Pentakill.
Guess what? Surprise! This is going to be what we're going to be giving you. So Dish Soap finally getting to the Seraphine as well. That actually took a little while. We got the early 2 Seraphines. This is a little bit reminiscent of Appy's in a previous lobby where they got 2 Katarinas committed and got there a little bit late. And that could be the case right now, especially since a tier 3 Karthus is pretty much going to win against most lobbies at Setsuko. Dish Soap, part of the big 3, right in 7th and 8th place. That goes to show just how hard it is to be consistently successful in this region as we have another lobby starting to go back and forth.
Yeah, it is really tough. Billy Can Carry goes out in 8th, so Dish Soap and Setsuko at least going to be dodging 8th, but still they could be going out, very soon here. And Dish Soap, honestly, I feel a little bit bad for him because he hit some really strong boards right after they spiked. He had just gone 8 here. He has a lot of Cyber Bulk value, spreading out his items across the board. It does have a reasonably strong board here, but going up against what we saw, was a really strong board earlier that he lost to, then immediately hitting the Karthus 3 and losing to that, now puts him in a really precarious position here because he doesn't have time to rebuild the economy. He doesn't have time, to kind of get those luxury items and get these extra units pumped up. And this is a pretty strong board over on the other side. Senna 3 as well as that RE2.
All right, let's see if the Senna 3 is going to push through that front line to allow a little bit more damage from that Ari to break through those tanks. The Seraphine, though, is already on the back lane, but that single target damage from the Ari should be enough to take that Seraphine down, and they do. Billy can carry, falls. Dish Soap will also fall. We finally have a top 6 as well with Setsuko also trying to stabilize right now, just at 10 HP, 61 at the top. So Soju, especially with the Karthus 3, feeling great, but everyone else feels like they're competing for second.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unless you can get a really strong board, I will say I have beaten Karthus 3 boards with just like a really strong level 9 board without hitting a 3-star 4 cost, because it really can struggle to some of these kind of like luxury legendaries. If you can get boards in with like Yorick and Alawi and things like this that just can kind of have ghouls and tentacles and all this sort of stuff, getting Karthus ults wasted on it, you can sometimes get through, especially when there's not ideal items over on it. But as Soju starts to finally upgrade the rest of his board, he's gonna be feeling a lot better. There is finally that Viego 2 coming in here, which is going to give him that real secondary carry. If he can get in towards York and stuff like that, that'll be a lot stronger. And obviously he's going to be looking to go 9 and really cap out this board. So in a great spot, but I don't think it's like a guaranteed first just yet, although obviously he's heavy favorite.
Okay, 50 HP at the top. Karthus 3 has to make sure that we get that ult off. However, it can get sniped. Azael, one of these things about this particular lineup right now is that the front line is pretty slim. It's really all about doing damage as quickly as possible, because right now it seems like the Karthus only has the opportunity to ult one time before a unit could potentially challenge for that back line. This one's going to go just okay, but I think you could kind of see where the weaknesses could potentially come from, especially since we have lost with this Karthus 3.
Yeah, totally. And it is just a ghost board, right? So, obviously going to be going up against a weak board there. I don't think anyone's in a position to beat him now. I'm just saying it is possible, right? Like, this is not one of the 4 costs that I think we need 3-star that you're just like 100% guaranteed to win. Can be a little bit more difficult. Setsuko goes out as well. So Dish Soap and Setsuko down there in 7th and 6th place. Unfortunate for them. Rain holding on at 14. We got Robbie Van Canob at 15. Malala streaking here at 23 health. So I'd love to see Malala's board as well, as Robbie Van Canob playing that Crowd Diver Cat reroll. So this is not the one that we saw last game where it was Country Headliner. This is Crowd Diver, so a lot easier to get that 4 Crowd Diver in and still play around some of these other strong traits that you like to splash in.
All right, let's see if this round is going to be one for Roby or Malala. Malala's the one on fire right now, was able to run 4 Heartsteel through stage 2, and is now finally getting those carries from that back line. Pretty good items onto that Ezreal, if I say so myself. So that front line for Roby is falling really quickly. So 15 HP might be gone here, and I think it is. Is anyone else going to take is Rain going to take an even bigger hit, potentially bring them out? I don't think so, especially with that ANE 3. So it's going to be another elimination, Azael.
Yep. Just gets absolutely blasted there. The Katarina got aggro super early on and just died so fast. So no real chance, even with quite a bit of HP there to survive. Ends up just getting destroyed in that round. And now we have our top 4. Soju up at 50. Malala, did look like he had a really strong board. Is up at level 9, I do believe. We can see Precedent here again, playing towards that KDA board. Now has the RE2, so has a real secondary threat. Is itemizing it as well. Last time we saw, I think he just had the Shojin, so now he has a Gunblade. If he get another good item for that Ari, this board starts to get pretty damn threatening, because you have a little bit of the AoE damage with the Senna. You have obviously a really good single target to be able to burst things down with that Ari as well. And Rain here rolling is going to be able to find an RE2, which is nice, but at best, it's going to have 1 item, so it's not really going to change things very likely too much. So, instead, he's going to actually move the Thieves Gloves over. So, Rain going to be able to get some items on there, which she's going to feel pretty nice about.
All right, let's see if she's going to be able to convert this to even more points here. Prestevent needs a really good result. I believe got last place in that last lobby, so this is a really great opportunity for him to kind of even things up, make sure that we have an opportunity later on today to really compete to get to the next day. Rainclosion now. I'm looking at that Annie to try to see how long it's going to take to get through that front line, especially once we get to that itemization. But no, the Lucian already hitting that Annie into the back line. That KDA KDA emblem is definitely giving him the mana that they need, but can Can they do damage quick enough? It is Annie versus the world right now. The Senna does take it down, but we do have 1 HP remaining. 34 at the top, so the tier 3 Karthus is struggling right now.
Yeah, that was really close. Like I said, you can lose these, especially these level 9 boards. There's a Lowy on board, you know, again, if you can get some of these other things that can kind of soak it. Edge of Night is also another thing that's like kind of waste a cast. You know, again, Soju has really poor items on his Karthus 3, so it's not a guaranteed win, right? You know, the itemization can be fixed. Like we haven't seen his board because again, you can use Superfan to pop off the items and then get better items on that Karthus, and then maybe you're kind of guaranteed that win from there. But Malala, a lot of units on board, you know, has the new recruit, has the Alawi, has all these things kind of soak up that focus, and we'll see if Malala is going to be able to take down Precedent here. You know, either one takes a really bad loss. It could be lights out for Precedent.
All right, we saw Roby take, I think, 14 HP a little earlier into a loss. Precedent now, the backline is starting to get attacked, but that's going both ways. Which backline is going to be doing a little bit better? The Ezreal already targeted by the Senna, and the Senna takes it down. However, the HP totals doesn't make this a for sure thing just yet, as it's going to be just a 1-unit win.
Oh my god, that's so close. It's so frustrating because the Senna was at, I don't know, 5% HP or less, and as the Ezreal died, the Ezreal went for that long, you know, third cast animation, which is the AoE cast. But in that situation, the cast time was so slow that ends up not being able to actually finish it off, and the Hurricane Bolts from the Lucian were not quite enough either. Soju now, you know, has helped his itemization here, so he took out, he did actually pop off one of the items with Superfan, so it's interesting that he moved the red buff over. You know, he does have Nashers and Gunblade. Feeling that Gunblade is pretty important. I would have thought that he might have just done red buff and Nashers and then used that Superfan item as the third and just really prioritize the mana regen, but instead here getting some spell van for his team, and he has some of these other secondary carries now as well.
All right, like we said before, that secondary carry can most likely bring you that lobby win. It can't really do it alone, and Prestovit might have to go home here, as it is going to be a lobby win for Soju. That's 2 in a row, folks. So Soju coming in, number, I think, 4 on the Don't Talk If You Don't Know, 4 or 5 on the rankings, right? So Soju coming in hot. I think it's sometimes really hard to see, you know, the streamer Soju, right, and what he's able to accomplish on stream versus what he's doing here, but the disconnect doesn't have to be there anymore. He's just a good TFT player.
I mean, there's definitely no doubt about that. Back-to-back first here, kicking off regionals, going to be feeling really good about his position. Definitely a bit of a high roll at Karthus 3, but made it work. You know, played a really strong early board, was on a full win streak, used that to get enough gold to be able to have an opportunity to hit something like that, and does end up hitting that Karthus 3, ends up winning out the lobby. So great job from Soju, but you know, a lot of these other players who are these kind of big favorites were finishing low in that lobby. We had Dish Soap and Setsuko down in 6th and 7th, right? So some of these players already get one of those early bad finishes, and you're already starting to feel nervous. You're already starting to feel a little bit of that pressure.
Yeah, exactly. So the pressure is going to be building for a lot of other people too, depending on their results. If you had 2 bad results from, you know, these first 2 lobbies, the pressure is definitely on. So who's going to release it? Who is going to buckle? We'll find out after the break.
죽여주잖아 like a buffet.
They talk about me, I forget to listen. At least I get the recognition. Heavy way up all up on you with the repetition. You in the pit, it's not no exhibition.
I'm giving you more 'cause I'm better than. 비오는 시험들도 all of my numbers are activate. 부름하고 message 막 오더니 눈총이 눈이 나가 뻔히 필요한데 너네들이 맞는 돈을 go get it, go get it, go get it. 눈을 못대 먼저 그래 너도 get it 'cause I got it different. No, I got it so deep down.
They hoping that you fall hard. They praying for the death of a rock star. They praying for the death of a rock star. They're loading when you lost one. Not a long life at the top, so everybody hates it. Ever since you got more, they praying for the death of a rock star.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now 2 games down in the TFT NA Regional Finals, and we still have 4 more to go. That's why I've got the big brains back on the desk with me, Casanova and Gangly, to help me break down that second game we had. And I want to start out at the bottom again. I'm sorry. We've got to dissect this game from Billy Can Carry, because Billy did carry, getting a second in that very first game of the day. But this 8th, it looked dizzy. What was going on there?
Well, so I actually like the idea that he had, right? So he's playing around Heartsteel. He goes to raise the stakes. He's actually playing a much more like high-risk variant of the Heartsteel Flex than we've seen. Instead of just using it for a couple extra components and building out your AD Flex, he instead is taking, the full raise the stakes route, go for a big cash out. And once he gets to that point, he gets it right on the same time that he gets to select an augment. Decides to go for Cursed Crown because he has this big cash out coming in. He's going to get, either a lot of gold, some extra items that he can utilize these additional slots. The big problem in his decision making from there, because I like it all up to that point, and then he decides to level to 8 after taking the Cursed Crown. And I think this is where the big problem comes in, because you've just opened up 2 slots on your board that you can put, strong units in. But then by pushing to 8, you add another slot to the board and lose a bunch of the gold that you just gained, so you can no longer roll down and create a strong board. At that point, Billy Can Carry had the duplicator to just make a 3-star Yone, but the rest of the board was 1-star. Just trying to upgrade as much as possible, get to those 9 units, and then start pushing levels once you're a little bit more stable. I think Billy could have been in a spot to play for top 4, even, well, maybe not first in this game due to that Karthus, but he could have set up for a pretty solid spot if he had just stayed at 7 a little bit longer, found a couple of upgrades before pushing.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think seeing a race of stakes always gets me so hyped when we look at these TFT lobbies, because I feel like it's very risky, I suppose. And it sounds like it could have paid off if maybe just one different decision had been made there. But on the flip side of things, we gotta talk about that Karthus. K3 Soju with a back-to-back first place now in these first 2 games. Gangly, this is a player that we have seen consistently do well at these tournaments, but set 10 feels like he's a whole different beast right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot you can say about Soju, I guess, in the big picture of TFT, right? But sets 9 and 10 in particular, Soju has looked quite well. And I know a lot of top players are saying that this is Soju back in form. Bryce Blum, I know, Esports Law has said this is the last time Soju was in this form was set 7 and he went to Worlds. I want to call out a little bit about how he played that game though, right? Because I think it's very easy to point to the Karthus 3 and say, okay, well, Soju, he hit Karthus 3, therefore he high rolled and he won. But I think there's something very tangible about the way he played the game that feels like he brought an edge that other players aren't looking into. In particular, I want to call out the fact that we saw both Soju and Spencer from the last game, both of which are in the same study group, play around this early Sterix Gauge Slam, and then look into playing around a flexible 80 board on level 8. And that's important because traditionally people are looking to play around Heartsteel, people are slamming things like the IE, the red buff, whatever, but when you make a Sterix Gauge, all of a sudden you open up things like Akali Flex and Zed Flex and Viego Flex, right? And you have additional outs that allow you to keep your tempo up. So in my vision, my purview of that game, worst case scenario is Soju plays extremely high tempo, playing a line that is uncontested in the pentakill and with items that others may not find as valuable in the Sterix. And because of that tempo, worst case scenario is that he bleeds out into a 3rd or a 4th. But we actually got to see the flip side of that, right? The high roll version of that is that he stays 8, he's rolling for uncontested units, and he finds the Karthus. I think this weekend we're going to find players of this caliber have to find very small edges. And I think playing flexible boards on level 8 that are not just the traditional Heartsteel flex is going to be one of the ways that Soju and potentially his entire study group are finding an edge on the competition.
Yeah, I think the really impressive thing about Soju as well as a player is that he's always been really good at getting the fast level 8s or fast level 9s if that does pan out for him. And I feel like that does put you in an even better spot to get those roll downs for those 4-cost reroll comps. Yeah, screw 2 and 3-cost rerolls.
Yeah, no, 4-cost reroll. That's what we gotta go for.
Yeah. Well, maybe some more of our players will continue to go down that path to victory. We're going to be reseeding our lobbies, so we'll take a short break. But when we come back, game number 3 of day 1 of the TFT NA Regional Finals. Hello, everybody. We're back for our third game of day number 1 of the Remix Rumble NA Regional Finals, and I'm here with Casanova because we're gonna be casting this next game together. I'm so stoked to be on the casting desk with you, and I can't wait to get through this game.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we've been on plenty of desks together in multiple different games, but I think this is the first time we're actually really casting the game together. So this would be a lot of fun, and the lobby is pretty crazy, especially off of some of the narratives that we've been building up. We are going to get lobby 2 for this one, and the big 3 conversation, big 4 conversation has been going on quite a bit, and we've got Replay, Setsi, and Dish Soap all in this lobby. And currently in regionals, Replay has gone second in both his games, and both Dish Soap and Setsuko are in the bottom half of scores to kick things off. Now, of course, one tournament, one sample size doesn't really change the conversation, but it is very fun for Replay, who has kind of called his shot, says he deserves to be in that top 4, to come in and be performing very well when some of his, competition for those slots has not been doing so well. And he's got a chance to come into this lobby and really continue to try and drive that home.
It's good to keep in mind, though, as well, that we do have 4 more games for these players to play, right? So the first 2 games, okay, no, third time's the charm. Third's for real now. And so we will hopefully see some of that fortune turn around for these players. But I think another thing to call out here is that a lot of the players in this lobby are also really good at the competitive ladder, and that means I think we're gonna see some really interesting gameplay when we have all of those players mixed into what could be just like a normal ladder lobby for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just looking at it as well, and we've got some players that on the ladder side, right, like Satsuko and Dish Soap, but then also on the kind of qualifier points side of things, where we have Kiyun in this lobby, and then Noster, even though he got in via making a top 4, he also was just the most consistent player across both of the tournaments so far. So these two kind of heavy hitters of set 10 as far as tournament results have gone are also included in this lobby. So the collation of players that we've put together here is going to be absolutely insane. I know we're just getting all the players into the lobby to move into this game in just a second, but when we've looked at these players across the course of the set, we really have the all-stars of set 10 going up against the all-stars of North American TFT.
That's such a good point to bring up, and I feel like when we see this clash of titans, it'll also help us to get a little bit of a better sample size of like really who are the top dogs right now, because I think that is a hugely contentious topic when thinking about the big 3, thinking about the players that are right on their tails, thinking about just how we really have had specific standout players for set 10, and who is going to make the strongest representative for North America. That's what we're trying to find out this weekend. So this lobby feels like it's delivering on all of those fronts.
Yeah, and I mean, it even hits some of the earlier narratives that we talked about with Rising Stars, right? Ripple Overdrive is in this lobby. So another player continuing to kind of prove just how strong he is, especially since Ripple has kind of been on the come up ever since set 6. He's kind of had increasingly good results, and then he kind of hit a plateau where the results have still looked solid, they've been good, but they haven't really just hit the peaks that we think that Ripple can make. And I think that set 10 has really been kind of that standout, which is why we included him in the Rising Stars, where Ripple has now become one of those players where we're like, is this his one set wonder? I mean, he's always been pretty good, but is this just where he actually breaks the mold and makes it towards the tier 1 of players, making those normal top 15 power rankings for Don't Talk If You Don't Know, instead of being maybe relegated to the top 20, top 30 of players in North America?
Yeah, I'm in full agreement with you there. I think like now that we've taken a look at that lobby, and we're going to be getting into it as quickly as we can. We're just having a small technical delay. But let's talk a little bit about some of those players that are sitting at the top of that leaderboard right now. Yeah. We didn't really get a chance to go over the players that are in the top 8. But I think like we get a chance to look at a player like Robin Songs, who is looking in that 7th place spot, but even like looking at Soju or Biri, that's another player. Like, let's talk about the lab really quick, right?
Yeah, I would love to talk a little bit about Biri because this was a player I was incredibly excited for coming into the tournament. She's one of the lab members who, as a study group as a whole, has kind of gone from the the misfit little sibling of the study groups, where they're a bunch of scrappy players who don't usually get consistent results, but will usually have like a lab member or 2 pop into the final weekends of tournaments. Usually it was Vanilla or Rain, but now we've got Biri, we have Kangeru, we have DK all here as well, and Biri was the one who she has stood out the most from the lab here in set 10. Even though Kangeru had the biggest spike result, Biri has kind of consistently put up some very exciting results. And now, being in the top 3 after 2 games, really solid. 3rd and then 2nd, alongside, Replay and Soju close behind in points to them. Highwing is like another player from ladder that we had a lot of questions about being in the kind of top echelons of these placements after 2 games. This is a really interesting grouping of players here at the top, and I think that even someone like Force and Smurf Account, also known as Weird, being in this top 8, he's another player with not many expectations on his shoulders, and he's still putting up a solid performance once again.
Yeah, I am really excited to see if Weird can keep it up and if Yuri can maintain this momentum that she's generated. One of the things that really stuck out to me about Yuri's play during the Heartsteel Cup is just how good she was at finding like those Heartsteel early games and just going for these like really high cap boards. And I think that's something that will maintain consistent, especially after that first game that we watched where Ezreal Heartsteel was a really big comp that multiple people were going for, not just first and second place with Replay and Pokkygom, but Wayshin Iverson was also heading in that direction.
Yeah, I think anytime someone gets the opportunity to play around Heartsteel, they're usually going to take it right now. I think that it's really low opportunity cost. If you have the 3 Heartsteel to put in, a lot of times you can still build a strong board, win streak around it, or at least you can just put it in during a transition phase of the game where you're trying to econ up and you're not actually actively creating the strongest board possible. So I think that the way it works, where you don't have to like lose a bunch and then win to get the cash out, but instead you just lose a bunch and then you get the cash out, makes it so the risk on Heartsteel is so minimal that when you're given the opportunity to play it, any of these players is going to take it and just try and grab the extra resources.
Well, we might see some more Heartsteel play as we get into our third game of day number 1 of the N8 Regional Finals. We've got our portal choices up for grabs. What would you go for in this spot?
Well, let's see. We got item payout, completed item anvil, and then 3 champions. It's mostly, I mean, these are kind of boring, to be honest, right? None of these are super exciting. For my playstyle, I do like to slam items early on pretty frequently, so item payout is something that I'm completely comfortable going into. But I think for a lot of players, 3 champions is very low impact. And so they will like to go for this. If you do find a little bit of econ early on and you find a Tom Kench or an Olaf, I think there's one other unit that can do it. Might be Lilia. On 1-3, you can actually just keep a single unit and put it into the left pocket. You can solo it with 1 unit, sell up and make 10. So we'll see if a lot of players end up going for that kind of strategy.
Yeah, we do see players pick this a lot, even not just for it being low impact, but also just low variance. Like, you're not going to end up seeing too much, I feel like, get totally out of hand. But Kyun actually has an option to potentially go for like a disco angle, has the Seraphine as well. These are super strong AP units.
Yeah, I think the big thing to look at, though, is Kyun also has this sword and has the Olaf in shop. There's definitely going to be consideration to just play around the Olaf as an item carrier for AD Flex. He's probably the best one-cost headliner item carrier to play AD Flex from. So Kyun, very likely, you've got the sword, you've got the Olaf, just go in that direction. And, you know, Edge of Night, an easy slam, or you just, you know, we saw the Sterix has been so good. So if we see a belt picked up, or you can even go for something like Titans, right? If you find a bow.
I love being able to have that Olaf really early, but I think another really dominant option is going for this Jinx or just having this Punk start, because it does play super flexibly, very strong in the early game, but then you have so many options to be able to pivot out of.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Jinx is a ranged carry, even at 1 star, ends up doing okay, holding on to some items. And, you know, I was just talking about how Olaf is the best, you know, 1-cost AD Flex item carrier. I think the second best is generally Vi, and Mosher Vi in particular is quite good at doing so. So we see Setsuko kind of setting up for that angle, playing probably the same composition, or at least idea. But this is interesting, Nekkra. We do see Twin Terror gets passed. With the nerfs and changes, I think people are a little bit less excited about just clicking it right out the gate.
Oh, I would take it. Hands
Oh,
down.
me too.
That's an augment that I would take.
I like it.
And
It's fun.
don't care if I'm being contested. It's so fun to play. But getting a Prismatic so early, this has the potential to really shake up the lobby here. Are you more inclined to go for some sort of supportive Prismatic augment if given it first, or would you rather go for more offensive augment?
Ooh, I mean, for me, it's just kind of strongest combat power is always going to be what I look for in my Prismatics. I'm not so much on the econ train for my Prismatic augments, as we see replay actually going for shopping spree. This is very economy focused, gives you a lot of rerolls, but it can give you board strength in the same way that it gives you economy, because it's giving it in the form of rerolls, which will amount to, you know, upgrades and creating some board strength. So it's not a full econ only trait, even though once we get to the late stages of the game, yes, you will be down a Prismatic, quote unquote, as far as power is concerned.
We do see that replay is holding on to this Kaisa and this Riven, so I'm a little curious to see if 8-bit might be on the docket, but even checking over onto Aegon's board, Aegon has that 3-country start, which I feel like is another super strong early game if you want to go for AD flex.
Yeah, and then also having these Radiant Thieves gloves coming from that augment to start things off. This is a really high tempo. Augment getting 2 Radiant items onto somebody in stage 2 turns out is pretty good, even if they're random. They just give a lot of stats. Big stat sticks equals good early game. Aegon should be able to find some pretty good wins early on, keep this 100 streak. And Aegon's a player, you know, this is like his comeback. Aegon really hasn't been competing for quite some time. He was the strongest brand in TFT, we always say, because of how the shark plushies and shark emotes have dominated the meta. That's all from Aegon, if you were unfamiliar. But coming back, you know, it was really cool to see him make regionals. Unfortunately, it seems Aegon has not had a lot of time to practice. He's actually currently decayed down to Master 0 LP. And so there's a big question on how well Aegon will be able to perform in regionals. So far, not been so good with only 3 points, but this is a great start to the board, and I'd love to see Aegon convert off of this.
Yeah, me too. Oh, that
no.
Really
Take the
close loss. Yeah. I feel like it's so tough when you've got that Jinx starting to ramp up with all those punk modifiers on top of it, but still a very strong board and maybe continuing to roll the dice here. We actually see 2 other players that have also picked up that augment. So alongside Aegon, we also have Dish Soap and Nostra11 that have decided to go that route as well. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of kind of just the same augments over here, right? We've got 2 shopping sprees. Kiyun also going to go for that. It does help play a lot into 3-cost reroll, but also 2-cost reroll can play for it because you get those early level ups. Gives you a ton of rerolls at the levels that you want rerolls to be hitting those 2-star and 3-stars. And the idea is to make it so you don't lose tempo while you do that. You level up, you get a bunch of free rolls, you find the upgrades, and then you can look to spend your gold on leveling again and trying to find even more.
Oh my god, Ripple has the headliner Bard. Do you think this is something that could stay? Bard reroll, stack the dudes?
So I've seen it recently. I think you can commit to this. It can be quite good. I'm not seeing a very strong reason to do so on Ripple's board right now, right? He's just on the 3 bards. The items are not like, oh, you have to go for bard. He's got the tier. He's got the adaptive helm. It's nothing that's like, oh, this needs to be bard. So my assumption is we will not see that stay. However, I have seen people play around this as a 2-cost reroll, and I've seen it work. And I do think that it is viable. It's just a matter of, does Ripple have a spot that is screaming bard? Not to me, but maybe Ripple knows something I don't.
Maybe the prismatic augment will help him out there a little bit to see if he can fully cap out that board. But we got our carousel picks here, so gonna see some items maybe get slammed. I'm kind of wondering what people are really gonna start ramping up towards now that we're heading towards Krugs. We see on Weird's board that it's gonna be this cute little Gnar that's gonna take those items.
Yeah, Nar's gonna get a Hodge. The Sterix is gonna come through from the Superfan. And then, I mean, I guess this is still just gonna lean towards another 80 flex board, right? You know, Hodge is pretty flexible. It can go into an AP board, but realistically, you do kind of want to be playing 80 when you're slamming the Hodge. We do see Ginsu as the other item slam on the bench. I just don't think that Weird wants that whatsoever. So those items are going to sit there for a while, and we'll potentially just see kind of more towards Lost Streak and just using the item slams on the Gnar to hopefully pick up a few kills.
Yeah, well, it is going to go ahead and get a couple before, unfortunately, Weird is going to take that loss. Dish Soap, on the other hand, is really keeping the ball rolling here with that Jinx headliner. So maybe we'll end up seeing that continue to allow him to win streak through the second stage. But now we're going to take a look at Setsuko's board, who is starting to work up with the Moshers and the Punk as well, still holding on to that Vi in the front line.
Yeah, and actually Radiant IE is the thing that's picked up off of this Prismatic Pandoras. And red buff slammed alongside it. This potentially could just be playing for Urgot, right? We've got red buff IE. It's pretty reasonable to play for Mosh or Urgot. And an open sword as well could be the final item. I'm curious if we'll see a Sterix slam or if that's going to be saved for Bloodthirster, considering the 2 other items would be this Radiant IE and a red buff. I think Bloodthirster actually does kind of lend better towards that, get additional Omnivamp, even though 6 Mosher already gives you a lot of natural Omnivamp.
Well, I kind of wonder too, you have these two Heartsteel champions. Do you think that there's ever an angle where you go towards Ezreal instead? Because I feel like the Infinity Edge and the Red Buff are very good items for him too.
Those are great. I actually think there is a reasonable way to go in that direction. I think you'd love to play blue buff, red buff, and then IE if that was the case. And that can still happen, right? Because this is Pandora's. So easily Setsuko could get there. So honestly, considering it's Setsuko, I don't think he even really wants to play in a reroll line. I think it's way more likely that he finds that third Heartsteel and he tries to go towards the Ezreal route. I actually think that makes a lot of sense.
We'll see if that comes to fruition, but you know, if you just natural 3-star, maybe you just take it. Does look like Ripple's holding on to a pair of Bards though, so Bard reroll.
Yeah, it actually does look like this might be Bard.
Excites me greatly. How many Dutes can this Bard stack?
Oh,
Hopefully a lot.
interestingly, we did see, so I didn't notice this the first time we saw the fight. Ripple has super fan in, so that's where this is coming from, having the adaptive helm. So it's actually the normal items that you would play for re-rolling Bard would be having the single adaptive helm from the super fan, and then I don't remember the exact abyss, but I think we'll start seeing Ripple slam if he finds it. I don't know if it's Shojin because you already have a mana item, so it might just be trying to slam a big AP on top of this, but there is an open tier. I don't know, maybe it's blue buff, I'm not sure. We'll have to see how Ripple plays this. I've seen it win a game recently, but I have not seen an extensive amount of Bard.
Yeah, I think with Bard, you want to make sure you're getting as many casts off as possible. So like the best in slot items at the moment are blue buff and jeweled gauntlet. So that way you're also getting the increased crit. And it's possible, but I also don't hate the death cap because you already have some mana generation from the adaptive helm plus a little bit more AP, and then just hit really hard apparently.
Yeah, no, death cap replacing Jewel Gauntlet I think is completely fine, right?
Yeah.
And you could even open yourself up if you do find Jeweled Lotus later. It's a big high roll to add to this. You'd actually be even stronger. So I do like death cap, especially because you can slam it now. And from this point though, this is a commit. This is gonna be Bard coming from our boy Ripple Overdrive. So love to see it. And we'll see if he can pick up a tier to add to this blue buff, because Shojin would be the budget option, but it seems that the board is strong enough that you don't have to really commit to that. You can actually wait and try and play for that max cap, find that blue buff.
Well, we've got an augment choice coming up here. It's gonna be silver, so it's not gonna be hugely impactful, but I think there's a lot of value add that we can kind of push towards some of these other options. We see missed connections get picked up by Dish Soap, I want to say. So a little bit of econ value there, but when you take a look at Setsuko's board, okay. We've got some augment choices coming through. What do you think of these?
Yeah, so Best Friends I think is pretty reasonable pickup, and then we see the Urgot currently item holding some pretty great items, honestly, right? Radiant IE, Hodge, having the red buff, but instead going to be able to put those on to this Kaisa to carry for the mid game. And that definitely lends to the fact that this is going to be an Ezreal. This is Heartsteel. This is going towards Ezreal and just playing around this Kaisa to bridge the gap. And Setsi going to slam these items down. Probably going to find some wins in this mid game. It's not going to be full loss streak on this Heartsteel. But then we'll see in stage 4, Setsuko will likely greed out Econ quite a bit and look to loss streak at that stage of the game, get incredibly strong, hopefully finding 5 Heartsteel at that point.
Yeah, it's super okay to win streak at this stage, like especially with the differences that we saw with the Heartsteel cash out. I feel like you're not really getting much of a difference in value whether you win streak or loss streak, and we've seen players fall into this trap of if they lose too much HP, then by the time you actually want to loss streak through stage 4, you're not feeling so great. Yeah, I think you're just dead at that point. Yes.
Okay, but Ripple finds Jhin pretty early on. Honestly, I feel like Jhin with no items at this stage in the game is like not a unit, but I think maybe it's doing a little bit more than whatever else he had to play on the board, and it gives the big shot synergy, so that works out. As we take a look, little cash from replay. It's just a bunch of gold, 369, 11 gold off of that cash out, which certainly can help out quite a bit. Trying to play around, so far it's Riven, but these items are not committal into Riven whatsoever, right? This is just incredibly flexible items. Giant Slayer, Hodge, Morellos can be played on like any unit in the game. They're not really too committed to any specific comp.
Yeah, because you don't even have the 8-bit online either, so you're not
Right.
getting so many of those damage stacks. You're really missing like the Garen or even a Corki would be super helpful here. But I think, yeah, you're definitely leaving yourself open to different edgelords lines if you want to. But you also have the Country Katarina, which is, it just feels like it's a placement headliner there for now.
Yeah, that's certainly just being a placeholder. And the Garen was on the bench as well, so it feels like Re-Replay doesn't necessarily want to be in Riven here. Because you would really need to be stacking 8-bit if that was your game plan. So I'm still not entirely sure where exactly Re-Replay wants to end up, but we did see him play around Heartsteel and then just flex into whatever AD he could find. So just the generic AD flex Heartsteel, just not the most optimal, oh, I found Ezreal and it's perfect situation. However, a spatula pickup is pretty interesting for Re-Replay. I'm curious which direction it'll go, because a lot of times 8-bit is where you want to be when you end up with the spatula, but I don't think that we really like 8-bit from the spot. Being on 3 Rivens though, maybe that's just kind of the thought is, hey, I can just get to a 3-star Riven quickly.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea, but we are going to end up seeing a little bit of a roll down here from Kyun. We'll have to find out where he does land on the board, but Dish Soap is really starting to put something together. Still has a 4 super fan in, has all the Radiant Glove items on that Kennen, gets the true damage bling bonus for both the Kennen and the Echo, but Kyun just hit a 3-star Seraphine headliner. All right, reroll. It's happening.
Honestly, the most important part is you hit the 3-star, but also found an Ari. So 5 KDA, 3 Spellweaver online, which is pretty massive, getting your synergies together. Usually that's kind of the hardest part, funny enough, is you're rolling on 6 for Seraphine. So actually finding the Ari can be quite difficult. Kyun finds it, still has 50 gold extra rerolls banked up from this shopping spree, and so this is a really solid spot for Kyun to try and flip the script here now that he's dropped relatively low in this game at 53. But his power level has increased quite a bit, while a lot of the players at the top, their tempo is starting to wane.
I mean, even just then, you saw that Kyun was so strong that he was able to break Ripple Overdrive's win streak from the very beginning of the game. So Ripple's no longer going to be at that 100 HP. That Bard is still stacking the Doots, but still has yet to find that 3-star Bard to really get that power level spike. But yeah, Kyun here, it feels like it's just in such a good spot. Would you hold this gold to try to level early, or are you comfortable right now just knowing you have the 5 KDA and the 3 Spellweaver?
Yeah, I mean, the most awkward spot for Kyun is he has these extra rerolls but doesn't want to use them on 6, but you lose them if you don't use them in time. So he's got to use them on 6 to not really roll for much when he just wants to push levels at this point. Now that he's hit his 3-star, he already has the upgrades on all the other units, right? You're not really trying to 3-star any of the other units that you have on this board. You're just going to try and push levels and try and add additional synergies, additional frontline, and just continue to set up the Seraphine and Ari and make some big plays. And being able to take down Setsuko, who had been win streaking the entire stage, is pretty massive. Setsuko also went to level 7, right? He's, has a very powerful Heartsteel board. And I was going to mention that I thought Setsuko had the best spot going into stage 4 because he's trying to play around Heartsteel and lose streak stage 4, and he saved 80 plus HP already. So taking a little bit of an earlier loss than he would have liked, but he can still utilize that into this loss streak in stage 4.
Well, Kyun has been just the win streak slayer at this point, and I think both of those win streakers not ultra happy to have run into him right before the end of stage 3, but we're at Wolves now, so just taking stock of where we are in the lobby, Weird is going to be sitting at 40 HP at this point, which feels like such a low HP total to have, knowing how strong the rest of this board really has gotten. We do see that there was a bit of a hold of, we saw a hold of a pair there with the Nico, so maybe looking to try to reroll that with some of the extra rerolls, but let's check out Weird's board because he's got to make some magic happen now.
Yeah, this is a big roll down with not a lot of changes happening, not a lot of things even being bought. It looks like a full whiff on this roll down. I'm trying to think exactly what unit is trying to be found. Is Katarina is likely the culprit at this point, but not able to find her whatsoever. Looking at the items, it does feel like that's the case. You want the super fan item, which would be this extra Hodge. So double Hodge with the death cap is pretty solid. However, completely whiffing, and this is looking like an uncontested 8th because this is just a 2-star Katarina. The headliner is still yet to be found, but only 20 gold left, not a lot on the bench, and these boards are getting way too strong for everyone else. I don't even think a 3-star Katarina stabilizes this for Weird.
You're gonna have to look for something else, maybe. I wonder if at this point you try to level. I don't know. We're gonna have to check in a little bit later. But to finish out our augment choices, we've got another prismatic Casanova. It's gonna be the Infinity Force take here for Aegon. And I love that with the board that he has put together, just really making sure that some of these champions are going to be casting and doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Free K Free can be very, very nice for these kind of country boards or executioner boards. The stats are very good on Urgot and also Samira, and they can also work for Vex in a pinch if you end up in that line as well. So really, really like to see that. As we got Setsi going to 8, he's sending a big roll down, trying to find the pivot, looking for the 80 flex. He finds a Caitlyn. This is something he can play around this headliner. I know he wants the Ezreal, but realistically, just as a filler, he could just look for it. Decides to wait an extra round, playing it on the 1-star Caitlyn instead. What's interesting is this would put him at 5 Caitlyns with the duplicator, and we could have the potential of another 3-star 4 cost.
I would love to see that personally. I think it just makes the game so exciting, but we do have Aegon on the other side. You can see the Dread Steed starting to take a little bit of action. Caitlyn's able to snipe it down though, before it's able to get too close, but this is going to be a loss. Stacking some of that 8-bit, but is it going to be a committal there onto the Caitlyn? No, just going to let that re-roll. Oh my goodness. Get it in, get it in.
Does he want to go for this, right? He just took a loss. He can play 5 Heartsteel, play the Kayn. He's still got the HP to lose in stage 4. And he could go for a wicked huge cash out. He's also got this Akali option that would put him at 5 Akalis. I was just talking about, hey, 5 Caitlyns was an option. 5 Akali is also an option.
Okay, well, it's going to be 1 Akali in. And there you go. Going to take the Akali headliner. You get the Kayn in as well for that 5 Heartsteel. He was scouting a little bit. Maybe just making sure that he'd be able to kind of high roll for that 3-star 4 cost.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how open Akali stays, right? If this is still, you know, the potential line that Setsuka can take. Because the other thought that you have to have is, okay, you're playing this 5 Heartsteel in stage 4. You have the HP for it. You could potentially lose streak this whole stage, have a massive cash out. With how much gold, and do you get like another duplicator? What do you get? I mean, 3-star 4 cost doesn't necessarily even seem like that big of a high roll from this spot. If Setsi can keep this loss streak without losing too much HP, it's a very real possibility that we find that 3-star.
That's a good point, and nobody else has the Akali on their board yet, so it's still uncontested, can go for some of those extra copies of the unit, but got another carousel choice. He's a little indecisive. Oh, that's a spat pickup.
That's the second one he has. I'm curious if he's slammed an emblem yet, or if that is just a Tactician's Crown.
I don't see an emblem yet. We've got to check out that board. I want to see if that's just going to be a tack crown angle. Because at this point in time, Replay does have the Riven as well as a couple of the edgelords and just Heartsteel online. But I wonder if that's going to maintain the case with that spat pickup. Dish Soap, on the other hand, though, is going for a roll down. You did see the Poppy pickup as the headliner, but you also have the opportunity here to get that 2-star Urgot online and fill out this board with something else.
Yeah, this is just a very flexible board, right? This is kind of the quote-unquote 80 flex, right? You found the Poppy. This is a really good headliner, especially in stage 4, early stage 5. The IE and the Hodge certainly could be played onto the Poppy, but likely going to be played onto the Urgot. You play around the Mosher. This is a 2-star Urgot, still solid for this stage of the game, linking it up with the Mosher from the Poppy. Just trying to play really good fundamental TFT, have a strong board, and potentially Dish Soap can actually just look to push levels, maybe play around 5 offs, because he's created a very strong and stable board on level 8. So might as well just push to level 9. There's not a ton left to roll for.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, look at the itemized solution as well. That's going to be casting like crazy. The Heat's Glove certainly helping out in that situation. But Kyun hopping on board over here, has a pair of Lulus on the bench, is still holding on to 3 copies of the Nico, so has a very high chance of being able to 3-star that unit as well. That's going to be another Ahri, just looking for some of these bigger caps here. That's another copy of Lulu's, but there's going to be a lot of 3-stars on this board.
Yeah, that's the thing with Shopping Spree, right? You get all these extra rerolls as you're leveling up. There we go. 2 more Lulus, 1 away. There's the Ahri 2-star. That's a huge hit, right? The rest of this is just 2 more Nikos, 1 more Lulu. Nico relatively contested in the lobby. We saw a lot of people playing around Superfan. So that's going to be kind of tough, but I think it's still doable. There's not enough out that it's impossible. And the Lulu, I think that's almost a certainty at this point, just being 1 away. having a decent matchup into this Riven because the Ahri is able to snipe it down, and Replay is going to take a big hit here. There's a spatula on the bench once again, so I think there was not a Tac Crown available, but I did miss again whether or not there was an emblem. I assume something has been
I
planned.
didn't look either. I missed it, but we'll have to check back in. Kyun still has so much gold to roll with here, and I guess takes the free reroll. Wait to see what comes out of these chickens, and then yeah, keep going from there.
Aegon going in that kind of executioner country route. We saw the Smear 3 just get picked up. Dish is still rolling a little bit. It looks like he's trying to find a transition point to play around Ezreal, maybe just get Heartsteel in, because he has so much HP to work with. Just getting Heartsteel in at this point will just create a ton of extra resources. So we see the Ezreal and we see a set. Still missing that third Heartsteel though. Not quite able to find it, but does have a pair of Lucians, importantly.
Yeah, so that could be a really good unit to play around, but I worry about being able to find this Ezreal because of how contested that line is at the moment. Like, Setsuko is also playing the Heartsteel line, so who's going to be able to hit it first? Maybe Setsuko could also... Oh, Dish did find the Lucian too. Okay, that's big.
He had a duplicator. I'm curious if he used it or if he rolled. I think maybe in the spot he was in, he just used it and is going to try and push levels.
That would make sense here.
Ooh, with 6 Zeds on this board on the other side. Ripple.
Lot. Yeah, wow. Okay, it is time for forecast reroll, apparently. That's what a lot of players are going to be going for. Oh, and you see the Zed as well being able to hit the Seraphine in the back line, and with the Ahri cast, Ahri's going to win this out. It is going to end up being Ripple Overdrive. So Kyun, even after these upgrades to the board with a 5 KDA and a 5 Spellweaver, is going to take a loss there.
All right, Kyun goes to 9, actually gets 9 rerolls here, so potentially can look for this Lulu. Ends up finding the Sona. That's a big hit to go 5 Spellweaver. Sees a couple of Ahris. Probably not going to be able to play RE3. There's just too many players on this unit. Gonna hold on to it though. And by holding these 3 Akalis, the Akali 3 is kind of off the table for Setsuko.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was worried about Kyun specifically going this KDA line. Gonna be going more vertical with it as well. So you have the 7 KDA, which is just a huge power spike for this vertical. And hopefully we'll see the Nico to continue to hold strong. If you're able to get the 3-star Nico and the 3-star Lulu, that's gonna be a lot of damage. You can see the Lulu still putting in a ton of work though with the transforms. With the Ahri as well. Big hit Setsuko's gonna have to take there, but you are looking at a Heartsteel cash out. Just extra hearts there to finish out that cash out.
There's a big cash coming from Setsuko, and we saw actually pivoted back to Caitlyn away from Akali, so there's like a lot of opportunity for Setsu to play around an uncontested 4 cost to play for the 3-star, and I do think that is the axis that Setsu was looking for with the additional duplicator. So that cash out is going to be really important to see when that happens, how much gold that it gets, how many resources does he have, does it create an opportunity for a roll down, because he's hemorrhaged so much HP on this stage due to the fact that he was going for this Heartsteel cash out. So what the payoff is incredibly impactful on the entirety of this game.
Now the Kyun is going to be going up against Dish Soap, who looks like did use the duplicator. It's not on his bench anymore, so that is going to be the Lucian 2 as well as the Misfortune 2, just trying to hold out in the backline. That Lucian is casting like crazy.
He's missing. He's whiffing.
He's not hitting his shots there. I think Lucian needs some glasses for
I
that
hate this
one.
unit. I told Mortis at Vegas too. When we were talking about like the 5 cost, I was like, Lucian never hits the targets I want him to.
That
I
was
hate this unit.
underwhelming. Huh. That's underwhelming for a 2-star 5 cost. I'm not gonna lie.
And I know he's good because he actually, when he's actually shooting the right units or he's hitting a clump, like he does so much damage. He's insane, but you always get those like 1 or 2 fights that just puts you off him.
It's definitely why you split up your back line, right? So it's not gonna actually chunk down every single unit in the back. But we've got another carousel pick here. No Heartsteel emblem getting picked up. Huh. I honestly thought that might have been something to go, but oh, Kyun's gonna hit the 3-star Lulu. That's
and this
big.
is great. It's binary and then red buff plus the Nashers. This is actually like a fully itemized Lulu alongside the fully itemized Ahri and Seraphine. So pretty solid put together. Oh, it's actually gonna go for the Akali. Okay, so one more item needed for Kyun to fully set up. And yeah, I also like red buff on the Akali. KDA Akali tends to go through pretty much the entire board, so you can apply that red buff to everything.
Yeah, and then you also have the dragon coming up in 2 combats, so you can definitely find an item from an anvil or something to try to pop onto that Lulu a little bit later. But now going up against Noster's board, Noster is still on a 1-star Ezreal. Does have the Jhin though that is going to start to cast with those turrets in the back, but this front line is staying so strong there. Nico just can't get taken out.
Yeah, this is pretty rough for Noster because his setup for this Jhin is quite good. Really good items, really good front line, but it's Jhin 1 and he's level 8 and he's at 3 HP. So the odds of Noster actually getting to that Jhin 2 and really putting things together, not very high. And it looks like it's very likely to just be a bleed out into 7th tier, especially because Aegon has found, you know, the 3-star Vex, the 3-star Samira to go alongside with this. And the front line's a little bit soft, but with the amount of damage on this back line, maybe this double crown guard front line is enough on the Amumu. Seems like these fights are going to be really tough though, and it's a lot about the positioning of the Vex.
You also have an Akali as well that's actually going to help fill out that 4 Executioner. I didn't realize that that's also another way that this Akali has been contested, so has been able to deny that 3-star 4 cost. But Noster, yeah, is going to be going up against this board. Get through this Amumu. Does not look like that's the case, and the Samira is just going to chunk down that front line, getting access to this Ezreal and the Lucian, and that's it. Noster is going to get knocked out here in 7th. Weird went out in 8th in that previous combat as well.
Oh no, Weird has been gone since 4-3. Weird
Never mind.
Weird has been out of here.
Listen. I was
we just didn't
holding
mention
hope.
it.
I was just holding hope
We
here.
were letting him live in that shame.
No,
If we were, it was like, it's okay,
Oh,
Weird.
no.
We're not gonna call you. Now I'm gonna call you out, but we weren't gonna.
Oops, my bad.
So now we've got Dragon coming up, and this is gonna be, you know, as you're talking about, Kyun adding another item to that Lulu and continuing to make that board even stronger, continuing higher on that cap. As Ripple playing around a very unique way to use this true damage emblem, still playing for true damage, but this is primarily a Zed board that is just incidentally playing around the true damage and getting that as an additional item for the Ahri. And Ahri too, it's a nice hit.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna be really nice there. You also, the true damage emblem is very interesting. Curious to know your thoughts on true damage Ahri.
So I like it because it gives you just, it lets her deal true damage, and she's mostly hitting frontline anyway. So getting through resists, and because it's percent based and she just does really big numbers, it's actually like a lot of true damage that you're being able to put forth onto frontliners. I think it's a pretty reasonable slam. A lot of times, you know, she does get through frontliners in 2 casts, but on the frontliners where it takes like 3-4 casts, this actually might reduce your number of casts on a tank by 1 because you're dealing the true damage. So that can be incredibly good on its own. However, not enough to take out replay. This is a very big hit. Ripple's actually gonna go down in 6th here. Massive amount of damage from that Caitlyn and from that Riven just ripping through the entire board.
Ooh, look at that too. Aegon's gonna take a huge hit, now sitting at 1 life left. There's a huge dichotomy with the rest of the lobby though. Dish Soap with that early win streak as he's able to maintain 55 HP heading into this very first couple of combats of stage 6. So I honestly set up, like, I think that's a top 4 easily for Dish Soap.
Oh, absolutely. I think he's in a really good position to get that. As we take a look here, we got the dual screen. Thresh 2 for Aegon is a very good pickup. Really important to have that. Now the front line's even better. The back line was already quite good. Kyun on the other side, 3-starred the Nico. So the front line has come together, and we already knew this back line was insane. So now it's coming down to a fight against, it looks like that might be Dish Soap's Ghost, as we see that upgraded Lucian on the back line there. Seems like there's enough from Kyun to win against this Ghost, whereas Aegon, struggling against the real deal, will be taken down here by the Lucian.
Yeah, that Lucian is going to be doing a lot of damage control in these next couple of rounds. There is an Ezreal pickup, so Setsuko is able to maybe hold on to some of these copies for later. Nope, he's going to sell it just to be able to get that Misfortune 2 and make sure that that's going to be a huge upgrade. Interesting, though, do you see that Zephyr there on that Ezreal? That Ezreal placement is going to be very key going up against Dish Soap's board.
So yeah, that's what Setsu must have found from the cash out, right? He's got some extra items. He probably found gold to go to level 9, and then having this Zephyr try and play around, and we'll see what he hits. Looks like it will be the MF, which is a decent hit, but overall this 4 rapid fire, a lot of attack speed. Is Ford trying to play around the Caitlyn, but not being able to find the cap out that he was really looking for. And now it's such a close fight with Dish, but it is still enough power on this board to get it done.
Aegon is going to get knocked out as well. So we have our top 4 decided for this 3rd game of the day. Kiyun and Setsuko are looking a little unhealthy. Dish Soap is still going to be at the top of that HP chart, but with another carousel, there is room for players to make some improvements, and that's going to be an 8-bit emblem pickup there by Setsuko.
The big thing that I'm looking at here is look at our top 3 of this game, right? Dish Soap, Replay, Setsuko.
True.
The conversation been around 3 of these players, plus Wei-Shin Iverson. A lot going into this regional final, and seeing them all fighting tooth and nail for these spots is outstanding. Kiyun rounding out our top 4 as a player who has been so consistent across set 10, and it's been his big resurgence. It has been redemption from not making the regional in set 9. So Kiyun, I mean, I'm looking at this board. It's going to start to struggle with all these caps that people are hitting. It's done a really good job to get this far, and it would be sad if this was only a 4th, but prismatic lobbies are a different beast.
They really are. But, you know, speaking of our top 4, Dish Soap really needed to have a good finish this game. Is currently in the bottom 8 after those first 3 games of the day, so could really use a big finish here to keep that dream of going forward to day 2 alive. Setsuko takes a huge hit. Is gonna stay alive though at 1 HP, so has the potential to just kind of keep going, but ooh, wow. Now the lobby's really close here, Casanova. Dish Soap is also going to take another loss, but finds the Jin 2.
Yeah, Jin 2 itemless, but there is the Radiant TG, so that can actually make for some really scary setups for the Jin. And look at that, IE plus the red buff. He actually has Lucky Gloves alongside this, so it's always going to be perfect. This is an insane setup to go Lucky Gloves with 3 different TGs, one of them Radiant. Pretty crazy board from Dish. We had a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors early on. Setsi beat Dish, and then Kiyun beat Setsi, and Kiyun lost to Dish. And we'll see if that happens once again as Dish Soap goes up against Kiyun. There is going to be the Akali onto the Jin. Not able to take him down immediately. And we still need one more big cast from the Seraphine to get it done. Jin starts firing away, but he's going to go down. Kiyun has turned the corner, able to take down Dish Soap, puts him to 1 HP, and Setsuko stays alive as well.
This top 4 is getting so out of hand here. Everybody is sitting at 1 life left. We've got another dragon, so another PvE round to find any additional item upgrades. But wow, these boards look capped. They look ready to go. Setsuko could actually still make a couple of improvements to this as well if he's able to find the Lucian 2 as well as even just a Bard 2. Oh
yeah,
my
just finding
gosh.
some small upgrades, trying to continue to improve the board, but he's pretty much capped here. He does have that duplicator, so if he just finds one more Lucian, it can certainly get in there to increase the power level. However, it feels like Kiyun, something happened with this board where it went from actually losing these fights against the 80 flex boards to winning, and it wasn't just an upgrade, because we saw the upgrade to the Nico and it didn't result in a win. And I'm curious if it has come down to some positioning decisions on both sides that have led to this happening, and we really have to watch this Zephyr from Setsuko.
I think the Akali is a huge difference maker, especially if you're able to get the positioning right with all of these boards that rely on this backline. I'm paying attention to the Akali in a lot of these situations. We are going to have Dish Soap versus Setsuko. The Zephyr's going to hit the Bard. What perfect positioning here for Dish Soap, so you're not going to get a huge carry lifted up in the air.
Yeah, Dish gets away with it. And now the Ezreal all comes through. Doesn't quite take down the Lucian. It was so close, but the second cast does. And now Jin falls and everything else topples alongside it, where Kiyun just took the biggest hit ever from Replay. Goes from 15 to 10, and Dish Soap will take the 4th. Kiyun the 3rd. And now Setsi versus Replay for the 1st in this lobby.
Wow, that came down to the absolute wire, but Dish Soap taking a bigger hit there. Setsuko is now looking uncontested with all these units. Probably doesn't have nearly enough gold though to try to find that 2-star Lucian, but Replay with the Mordekaiser 3 and the Riven 3 with the reroll. With the 8-bit spat, no less, you could hit some really high caps here. You can see how many stacks that 8-bit has been able to get. And so it comes down to this, Casanova.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see Replay actually hit the full cash out. 6-8 cash out happens in this fight, but it's not going to matter. It's too late. It is still too much power, though. The Riven cutting through the entire backline. The Mordekaiser being too tanky. That was the difference maker, is having the front line be so powerful. And Replay going to cap off those 2 second places with a first of his own.
What consistency coming out of Replay. Are you kidding me, Casanova? Highest AVP so far, I think, today. After
Unless
we're
Soju.
gonna have to take a look at Soju. Yeah, we don't know how that third game finished for him, but that is absolutely wild so far to start out the day with a second to first.
Yeah, I mean, Replay's been calling the shots, right? I mean, going into Heartsteel Cup, he said, I'm the best player right now, and he won. And then coming into regionals, he's like, I belong to be in this big 3, this big 4, right? Why I'm as good as these players. We've got a lobby here where he's got Dish Soap and Setsuko, and he finds the win. Now, you know, it's going to need a lot more sample size, but it's still incredibly impressive. The story writes itself. Replay is fighting for a spot to be considered big 4 in NA, maybe big 3 and kick somebody out, and he's really trying to make a statement for it, and Replay's play has been showing it.
I think that's the statement right there, but I gotta catch my breath after those last couple of combats. We're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, the analyst desk will break down all of that action. See you guys soon.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Gangly here, the analyst desk with Azael and Boop. We're coming out of game number 3 of the regional finals. We just saw a pretty interesting game, pretty fascinating top 4, and obviously we saw replay with maybe the most disgusting final board I think I've seen all set. Kind of horrifying to play against. Azael, I kind of want to break it down though, right? Because I want to call out something that I saw. Replay, obviously taking first. Kiyun taking top 3, but kind of depending on how matchmaking goes out, I think definitely a world where Kiyun places second in that game, both of which took shopping spree. Now there was a lot of combat power taken in that lobby, but we kind of saw the 2 strongest boards, quote unquote, were these 2 shopping spree boards, right? Ultimately, Replay killed Kiyun, but that's neither here nor there, right? I think it's worth talking about how the econ prismatic augments changed the tempo of the lobby versus the more combat focused ones. What's your read on that?
Yeah, they absolutely do. I mean, I think at the end of the day, the way I look at these prismatic augments is if you are going for a prismatic economy augment like shopping spree or rich gets richer or really any of that sort of stuff, you basically just have to have a better board than your opponents, right? Because on equal board, you will always lose to the prismatic player who has the combat augment, right? Who has something that's really going to give them a lot of value. But in this case, the boards were not anywhere close to equal with the people who actually went for those combat augments, right? They were way stronger. Shopping spree not only allows you to hit those econ breakpoints a lot faster because you're getting the 1 gold per round, but you also just save and pool up all of those rerolls, right? So we're seeing people use them at level 6, at level 7, level 8, all these free rerolls, and it was making their boards so powerful. We're seeing lots of 3 stars. When you look at Replay, he didn't just have the Riven 3, he also had the Mord 3, he also got to level 10, he also got 3 spats. Like, it's crazy. And Kiyun as well. Kiyun as well was 3-starring a lot of different stuff, right? So it can definitely put you in a good spot, and it's one of those unique augments that when you're pushing levels, you can still be improving your board strength because you hit 9, you get so many free rerolls that you can roll some on 9 and actually like put in some legendary units and some of those luxury items like on them, and then just go towards 10. And like that's what we saw from Replay, and I think it's really kind of showcasing what a good game of shopping spree can look like.
In the same vein, I feel like something we saw Setsuko do, Azael's kind of laying out this shape of the game, right? Where you're slingshotting yourself forward, improving your cadence and increasing your tempo. Setsuko played very high tempo early game, right? He had the Pandoras, which typically could allow you to play relatively slow, but he took the Radiant Infinity Edge right off the bat, played very fast, and then he played 5 Heartsteel on 8, and then try to play for top 4 on there. Can you kind of talk about how you feel like Heartsteel at its core allows you to kind of, slingshot your way back into the game?
Yeah, Heartsteel's a generator, right? Like in terms of what it's able to provide, some augments can be considered that as well, but what Heartsteel does is give you a consistent generator for that economy, for those items, for really what you need to do to win those games. So when you have a situation where you can start getting that generation earlier, then you have a situation where you can bring a win streak into something like a top 4. Does that happen all the time? No, but traditionally when it comes to that slingshotting kind of experience with Heartsteel, it's all about just having access to things that other people don't have access to. You just have more resources. So if something that we see with Heartsteel players too is they don't slingshot. They sometimes wait too long and then they do bot 4, whereas some other people know exactly when that time is. They know when to press that gas pedal and convert a Heartsteel comp into a top 4, for example.
Now we got to look at the standings here, right? Because we're 3 games in, we're halfway through the day, and it's important to note that we're not cutting half the field, right? We are not going from 24 to 12. We are dropping the bottom 8 players, which means that threshold to advance to the next day is going to be a little bit lower than you traditionally would see at a cup. This means for those players that we saw at the bottom, the Kane Drew and Appies, who may not be having a great day, they're not out of it yet. But it also means that the players who, even that we're seeing here, sitting at 9th place, which usually feels pretty good with Setsuko, means that you have a lot of players sitting at the bottom who are looking to claw their way out. And I feel like Azael, it's interesting dynamic for day 1 to have the bottom 8 cut because it's more forgiving for players. I feel like you can argue that actually gives just more agency to the players themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's less chance of just getting day 1, on a bit of a low roll, right? That kind of thing is less likely to happen. And we can also see the point spread is pretty small as you get further down. Obviously, Replay, Soju, really doing well. They have a lot of points, but Ripple, he's tied with Setsuko, who's only 3 points ahead of 16th place, right? So it's 3 points between 8th and 16th right now. We are obviously only 3 games in, so you expect that to kind of spread out a little bit. But even if you're in that bottom 8 right now, who is in risk of going home, I think you're going to be feeling like, hey, there's still a pretty good chance to actually be able to come back. It just takes one good game, and you could be right back in the mix of things.
We have to talk about Replay before we move on to any other games, right, Boop? Because this is a player that we set up at the top of the show. This is a player who has self-admittedly said, everybody says I'm not nearly as good as I actually am. I believe I'm the best in North America, and people are really unwilling traditionally to put him in this top 3. I imagine it has to feel pretty good for Replay to start off the day, even if it's just day 1, going, what was it, 8-8, or sorry, 1-1-2 or whatever it is, right?
Yeah, 2-2-1.
2-2-1, yeah. So Replay absolutely in a position where I think if he continues this, we even talked about it before. Do we have the AVP player that we send to Worlds as well, right? It's not just about performing today. It means that if you're able to perform across the entire weekend, you have a much better spot going into the World Championship.
Yeah, you got to give props to Replay. Very few people successfully call their own shot when it comes to literally anything. And I'll never forget, I was watching it live. I'm the #1 player. And I could tell everyone reacting was like, okay, right? And it's like, the Heartsteel Cup hadn't happened yet. And honestly, that was probably the best Replay had looked in maybe a set, right? So, the fact that he knew that whole time is almost one of the best games someone could play with that audience. Peaking at the right time is what most people say when it comes to competition is one of the most valuable things that you can have. We saw it with Tokyo last set when going into Worlds, and this set it could be Replay. And the crazy thing is he's already done it before. He's a world champion. So so basically it's all about just, hey, let's start respecting the guy. Top 3, that's definitely in consideration, but there is no doubt within the last 2 cups, in my opinion, he is playing the best.
All right, well, he said if he wants to be in that top 3, he can't just match the results. He's got to exceed them. This is where it starts to Replay. We got 3 more games on the day, but the casters are ready for game number 4. So I'll hand it off to you. We'll catch you guys in just a little bit.
Thank you so much to the desk for that incredible analysis of that game. We're past the halfway point, Casanova. We've only got 3 more games left today, so stakes are getting higher.
Oh yeah, I mean, as they said, right? It's the bottom 8 get cut out, and we still keep the top 16. So we're kind of at that point where you really have to flip the script. If you are at the bottom, it is a little bit easier to claw your way back in than it is if it is the top half, right? You'd be trying to have to go 1-1-1 to even have a shout at making it. But instead, there's still a lot of room to make it into this top 16. And we're going to jump right on into this game 4. Jumping in with lobby 3. It's Golden Prelude, Spatula, or Completed Anvil. And nobody wants that Spatula.
I was going to say, I don't think we're going to see anybody take that Spatula unless they're ready to have a really good game or a really bad game. But it is going to be toss-up between Golden Prelude and Completed Anvil. I like Golden Prelude too, I feel like, for a lot of these players because low variance, once again, Casanova.
Yep, low variance always going to be the pick of choice for most competitive players. Sometimes, I mean, Replay historically in set 9 was very much like, I'll stand on the thing that no one else is standing on because it will tilt them. And that was actually his game plan a lot of the time. And we still, I think, see a little bit, but the portals are a lot less game warping in set 10 than they were in set 9, right? It's kind of like a side mechanic instead of, the main mechanic of the set. So we don't see as much of that craziness. And we are going to be jumping on board with Appies, who has been struggling, right? 2 8th places throughout the first 3 games. Somebody who we had high hopes for coming into regionals, and it's not over yet. Appies needs to have a good finish here in game 4. I don't think another 8th is going to cut it.
No, it is sad that the 8th is right off the back of that 3rd game, but you can definitely still turn things around. I'm really interested to see what he's going to kind of go for here, because I feel like we've seen a couple of different things from all of these games, a little bit of a different flavor every time that we've seen him play, but I think that just a classic Sentinel start feels really good, and in fact, this is going to be a Heartsteel. So interesting to see the Heartsteel early, but I feel like the Casanova, this is super easy to get the 3rd one online if you're able to find the little rapid fire one. I'm so blanking on the champion.
Yeah, usually
that one.
Usually Felios is the one you're looking for. We did see Weijin also pick up a 2-star Cassante. I'm going to assume that that's going to be a Heartsteel Cassante on that board as well. We'll potentially see later on, but a lot of players are going to look for that in the early game. Just try and set up a strong board playing around Cassante and then go from there. Double the Funk, instant reroll, not trying to play around Disco this time around. And Armistice is a pretty safe pick, but just going to pass that. Maybe Cluttered Mind and just go for Econ as a potential way to play for late game. And that's going to be the choice for Appies.
Yeah, it's so interesting there because we have talked about it a little bit of like, do you go for a combat augment or do you go for a more supportive augment? But I feel like just being able to spike in experience can be really, really helpful, especially just looking at kind of how powerful these lobbies have gotten.
Ooh, interesting pickup that we got from Pokygom, right? We've got the submit to the pit. Which is going to be Moshers coming through. It's incredibly powerful right now. I think submit to the pit, super strong augment. Usually want to play around Urgot 3 with this to make it the strongest. You kind of surround him with your Moshers, give him all the stats, and he becomes an insane raid boss. And so a lot of times you can play around, you know, an early Mosher Vi headliner, and then you turn it into a Mosher Gnar headliner, and then you keep laddering it until you find the Urgot Mosher headliner and play for that 3-star.
I'm looking because that's actually 3 Cassante headliners that we have in this lobby so far. Rain is going to have one. We do see that it's the Heartsteel variant, as you were thinking, Casanova, for Wayshin Iverson. And with the set next to it as well, that's 3 Heartsteel online already. So that's going to feel really, really good. On the flip side of things, Appies does not have that 3rd Heartsteel champion quite yet. So you're going to have to think about whether or not you want to, or what else you want to kind of fill out this board with.
Yeah, for sure, right? Not being able to get Heartsteel online, that would have been really nice to just go alongside with the fact that Cluttered Mind is just giving you, you know, more econ via experience. Appy's going to be a level really quickly. The idea will be to get Heartsteel online while you're pushing levels, and then, you know, by the time you actually are getting your good cash outs, you're going to be very ahead when it comes to the experience economy. But as of right now, not having the Heartsteel online, usually that's kind of okay. Stage 2 Heartsteel is pretty weak overall. Just a couple extra gold. You'd like to have it, but not having it isn't the end of the world. And going up against DK, who has scrappy inventions, this went from being incredibly broken to just being a pretty good early game augment. And DK showing that, trying to find the win streak, but end up losing the first fight with this augment, which I think is pretty rare. Usually it's quite good at win streaking stage 2.
I would love to know what all of these lab players are going to do, because this is a lobby that is filled with mad scientists. We've got Biri, we have DK, we also have Rain that's in this lobby. Casanova, how often is it that we get players that are from the same types of study groups playing against each other, and how much does that really end up hurting people?
See, we get the same study group all the time, right? But the lab having 3 members in regionals in the same lobby, this is a first, and this is very exciting for that study group, especially because both Rain and Biri are kind of in our top 4, top 5 right now of the tournament. They're playing incredibly well. And so now it's like, okay, can they stay at the top of this lobby where there's players like Pokygom and Wayshin in this lobby as well? Will Rain and Biri be the actual big bads of this lobby who are continuing to push the tempo and playing at their very peaks here in this, you know, set 10 regional?
Well, it's going to be another win here for Billy Can Carry, another player that we have to keep our eyes on. Billy Can Carry had a little bit of an unfortunate game for our second game of the day, taking the Curse Crown and going that Yone reroll, but has kind of considered to turn it around. And the last game did get a second place, so sitting at a fairly comfortable points total. We'll have to see what he decides to go for as we head into this next carousel. But I feel like he's really been performing well, and we're seeing this kind of as a consistent trend, Casanova. Like, the players that did well at Heartsteel Cup are continuing to do well at the regional finals so far.
Yeah, of course, the biggest example of that being Replay, kind of at the top of the tables, carrying the torch from there. And we'll see. I mean, if that continues to be the trend, but the patch is pretty similar to Heartsteel, right? So if you did well there, I mean, you would expect that, hey, you're pretty good at this patch, and realistically, there's not many changes, so we expect to see kind of more of the same. See Appies pick up an Aphelios too, so we do know that Appies should have his Heartsteel online now, which is quite nice to have that put together. Whereas Biri, looking at this board, it seems like 8-Bit has been stacking pretty early on, and so being able to continue to stack this, Biri going to be looking potentially play around the ribbon, or at least keep it as an open option to have 8-Bit as an availability.
I think 8-Bit is also just like, yeah, a super strong early augment, or not early augment, just trait just to have, but I think that it could definitely pivot into just a really comfortable ribbon rerolled especially if you're able to get the right items for it. But there is nothing so far. But is that a salvage bin as the augment?
Yeah, it looks like salvage bin for Biri. being able to put that together, try and you just slam items and then you can change them into
Yeah.
other things later, and that does mean that these tanky frontline items as well as this Runons can potentially combine to turn into some items for a Riven later on. Wanted to call out Pokygom having the submit to the pit, having a pair of Urgots already, which is really scary. If he gets Urgot 2 for stage 3, it's insane. But the big problem was that his items are not cooperating with the build that he's trying to force himself into, because his rod, tier, and belt, and none of that is really putting together exactly what you want. The rod is essentially useless. The tier can at least go to a Hodge. The belt can go to something like Sterix, but there's no slammables yet for Pocky.
I would love to come back to that in a second. I'm curious to see if he's going to raise the stakes. He doesn't.
Wow.
Did you see how long he was looking at other boards to see if he would be able to keep that streak alive? Wajan Iverson has raised the stakes.
Yeah,
that is
from
exciting.
a 4-win streak, to be clear. Wajan
Yes,
has
exactly.
won the last 4 fights and decided, you know what, cashing out this 15, this little stack thing is not going to be worthwhile at all. So just raise the stakes, try and go for something bigger, start losing in stage 3, and maybe this gets a couple extra hearts going. Looks like this fight is incredibly close, but this is great recognition, right? Wajan is going to lose by 1 unit here, very likely, maybe 2. Yeah, it looks like 2. But that's incredible, right? You get this loss. You're not going to make yourself any stronger after Krugs. Lots of players are going to go to level 6, and so you're actually going to get full extra value from this raise to 6. It's a very small amount of total value that he's going to gain, but it is still very important, especially if he hits an additional break point because of the fact that he had those extra hearts.
Yeah, I'm so eager to see if Wajan Iverson can actually pull off this raise the stakes, because I think that Heartsteel is one of the high skill cap traits that we have in the entire game, especially when identifying moments like this where you were win streaking. I looked at that and I went, no way, absolutely no way. I know you were talking about Pokygom, but I was paying very close attention to whether or not he was going to click that because of how often he was scouting the other boards. I cannot believe he did it.
Oh, it's a good catch. I'd written it off. We usually wouldn't see someone in a position of 4 wins deciding to raise the stakes on a Hearthstone. I mean, it's not really a real cash out in the first place, but it's also okay, what is the point here? And I think the recognition was, I'm not going to get much out of this anyway. So even if I win, it's not a problem. But we've got the 3-star Yasuo here on 3-1. This is exactly when you need to hit. Yasuo is kind of fallen out of favor, but good items, having it early, having the 3-star early so we can actually stack up, does allow this comp to still play for really solid top 4s. And I like this from Kaiwing, who's had a very successful tournament so far, a player we had a lot of questions for because his tournament results have not been good, but he got here through ladder. So we know that the ceiling is there for this player.
Yeah, it's gonna be a currently 16-point total, so the top 8 of the tournament so far. And if you're able to keep getting those top 4s, you get a really good argument for yourself for making it through on one of those the best average placements. Abby's is gonna take a hit there, and there are, of course, some players in this lobby that really need to turn things around. But Biri is certainly not one of those players, also sitting in the top 4 of our points so far. And this is a really interesting spot to be in here. You've got the 3 true damage on 9, and you get a chance to pick another augment, which I feel like will really help solidify a direction.
Yeah, let's see. Gargantuan resolves, return on investment. Gifts is pretty generically good. Just going to pass on that, though, and we're going to get return on investment. So considering a reroll line from this spot, potentially could go for Senna, could go, It's a lot of tanky items for the front line.
Yeah.
It's shooting for Senna, though. I think it's probably just going to be Senna reroll. Try and roll for that and then push levels from there. Full front line for Amumu.
Ooh, there's a salvage bin as well, so you can make everything. You can just remake it.
Yep.
So that's what we saw with the cell there. All the components broke apart, and you'll be able to get some really good Senna items online now. But hopping over to DK, another member of the lab, we will see this best friends help to show up with some of this attack speed, but we also have got the Gnar in there, the headliner Gnar.
Yeah, and with the scrappy inventions, DK should be able to put together a pretty solid board, but it looks like not strong enough to deal with Berry, who, using the salvage bin, has created a Giant Slayer. Not so good as an early game item, but it was something to slam onto the carry, and Berry already had a very strong front line, so being able to just give some more power to the backline, allowing for this win streak to continue. And she's doing a really great job here, keep putting this together, right? Because you've got this Amumu, such a solid stage 3 tank, even as 1-star with full items. He's just so incredibly good at not only tanking a bunch of damage, but Amumu in stage 3 just does so much damage. This unit is absolutely an insane damage dealer in the early stages of the game. And by having it alongside the Senna, you want everything to clump up around the Amumu, and then they both AoE it down. And it's a really, really good setup for this stage 3 to continue winning.
Yeah, you also have the super fan to get the Shojins as well, so the Senna is going to keep casting a lot. So I'd love to be able to see this in action. The Cassandra is actually going to go towards the Senna in the back line, but it's not going to stop the Senna at all as that Cassandra gets taken down. And you can exactly see what you're talking about at the works there. But Appies has also raised the stakes.
Yep, Appies has raised the stakes. Going to be a reasonable catch out potentially for Appies for the early to mid game. You know, stage 3, not exactly a ton of hearts going in there, but it is some extra gold to try and jumpstart that economy once you find some early level ups. And Appy's down to 62 health. It's not a horrible place to be, right? The other, you know, raise the stakes is going to be Weijin, who is at 67, and Rain's the one that we kind of need to look at 49 HP. I believe she was also playing around Heartstealer in the early game, finds a Yone with a spat, potential to continue down the Heartsteel line, but being so low, I would love to see her trying to pivot out of there as quick as possible.
So what do you go towards though? Like I wonder, do you try to go the Yone reroll and just try to build it out with something else? Weijin Iverson has in fact been able to raise the stakes.
Raised it again.
And he did it again? No way!
Raised it again. Look, he's got vampirism. He's trying to play it for a massive cash out into a huge rubber band, right? Because he's already got a lot of power. He's not going to lose fully in stage 4 because he already has a lot of hearts. So he's got 2 more stage 3 losses and then a couple stage 4 losses to try and taper out some of the HP. So he can kind of drop down to maybe around 30, 25, and then look to completely rubber band from there. And his board is still strong enough to kill units. You see him actually slam Asterix going into this because he realizes, I'm going to lose this fight. I need to make sure that my Cassante and my Vi can kill off a unit or 2 before this happens. He gets a little bit unlucky with how Yasuo wraps, so he still only gets 1 kill. But overall, that's still very good recognition of what he has to try and accomplish with this.
Yeah, it is going to be... actually not. I was like, does she get another cast to kill off the Garen? Not quite.
Yeah, it's a bad loss, but it was a good attempt.
Yeah, it was a really good attempt there. At the very least, Weijin Iverson continues that loss streak and just needs 3 more to be able to get this incredible cash out. We also get to take stock of where the rest of the lobby is, though, in terms of their augment choices. Pokigama has taken Submit to the Pit, but it's the Keepers that's going to be the second augment choice there.
That is such a big high roll. It's the best possible augment you can find with Submit to the Pit. You're already positioning 4 Keepers with this augment, so it's just giving you additional shields that are going to compound with all the other stats. I mean, it's brilliant for Pocky. Exactly what he needs to find. Weijin sells off the Vi. I think Appies is contesting on this raise the stakes. We'll have to get maybe a side-by-side if production can get us, or at least just get us vision on Appies at some point here, because I believe selling that off was scouting Appies, seeing another raise the stakes in the lobby, and trying to get the power of the board down as much as possible, because this is a very high-risk scenario.
Well, we saw that Appies was already on Raise the Stakes, but did it happen again?
I think he may have raised it again, is what Weijin is looking at.
No way.
There's Appies, it's raised. Yeah, there we go.
Double Raise the Stakes, double the fun, Casanova. We've got the Wolves now that'll help to get a couple more components on, like to maybe make sure that these losses aren't going to hurt as much. But wow, I would love to know just how high they can cap these boards out.
I also really like that Rain recognized that she was too low HP to try and contest into Heartsteel, especially with other people playing it, where she would have to completely sell board and take an infinite amount of damage. And so she tried to pivot and is starting to win streak. Looking at this though, Appy's just found a Kane, potential to try and go 5 Heartsteel if he can find 1 more. There's potential consideration to rolling down to find the 5th Heartsteel.
Yeah, wow. Do you? like, do you feel like that's gonna be enough? You do have the double Zac on the board, so maybe you are able to figure out the 5th one, but you also
Not
are
Weijin.
still going with the Cluttered Minds. But yeah, it's not Weijin. It's gonna be Rain's board, so it does look like this is gonna be another quick loss.
Yeah, and Rain playing around the pentakill, re-rolling the Kale. Very, very strong composition. Not fully there on the Kale 3, but what's really cool about the Kale reroll is Kale's actually pretty stable on Kale 2 because the board is just pretty strong. So you can go level 7, you can play around Kale 2, but eventually you do need that Kale 3 to actually cap out. So Rain, we see this win streak. She found the Kale 2. She found the pentakill to go around it. It's worked out pretty well, but we see Not Today immediately picked up, looking for that 80 flex, and Appy's just going to take this cash out. No more stakes raising down at 25, and it's a big roll down. We'll see what he can put together. Poppy going to be the current carry. We'll see what else he can find.
I think that's good though, right? You just have to take what you can get, and you still have this double Zac. You're still able to sell off some champions here and
Kiana?
try to hit something a little better. Okay, you got the Zed as well to get the EDM online. The Kiana's super nice too, to be able to get that true damage as well as the Crowd Diver. That's 4 Crowd Diver.
Yeah, I think Appies has put something together that's acceptable. It's not his favorite, right? He ends up kind of needing to play around this Poppy because it's just a good headliner to bridge the gap, but he doesn't find a 2-star carry to work with this, right? It's just the Z1. He's got a pair of them though. Kiana is a really nice pickup, however. If he can get, he does have the true damage online, so potentially farming some items with this Kiana can continue to increase the cap of the board, but being down an actual 2-star carry is making it so Appies doesn't guaranteed win, and he runs into this Yasuo 3, and the fight is incredibly close here against Kaiwing.
Ooh, look at that though. That Zed is putting in a ton of work, but the Bloodthirster is healing up this Yasuo so much. Oh, that Yasuo just unable to get taken down there. So that's going to be Appies with another loss after getting this cash out. Weijin Iverson's turned the cash out here. That's going to be 3 item anvils, 4. It's so many components.
Yeah, I love that he just sold his board immediately. He knew he had a bunch of junk, so now he's looking for what he can, but he only found items. He didn't really find a lot of gold, and he needs to just allow one of these to be good enough. There's Ezreal. That's exactly what he wanted to find. It's the Heartsteel variation, maybe not quite as good, but he can keep playing Heartsteel and then start playing around this Ezreal. But Weijin just rolled so much gold without buying a single unit, and he hasn't popped any of these items. This is a very, very rough transition, and he needs to start slamming now.
Yeah, it's going to be a super easy slam to try to itemize that Ezreal, and you're going to have to try to figure out everything else. I think he knows he has to take another loss here, though, because the items getting slammed onto champions is just not going to be able to, help at this moment. But oh my god, he does! He finds the blue buff for the Ezreal!
Wow, that win is so important because Weijin was in the middle of the transition. He did a great job slamming items quickly, but he was already late by the time he got there. So the fact that Weijin found a win is huge because he's a bit more stable now. He is still a ways off of some upgrades, and I do think Alawi will help significantly to try and bridge the gap while this front line is weak because the Ezreal is very strong.
Yeah, we did see Appies get a chance to take a win as well. That's going to be a 2-star Zed to help just shore up some of that damage. But taking stock of the rest of the lobby, we got some really interesting compositions. I'm really looking at what Appies can kind of continue to do from here, because that's also going to be a Yone 2, another big upgrade onto this board.
Yeah, I mean, the Z2 was massive that Appies was able to find it. And then having a 3rd item for Kiana, even though it's Kiana 1, I think the Z2 has found some stability to this board, right? You've got the Zac and the Poppy in the front line, and then a pretty strong 4 Crowd Diver setup around this Zed. So now Appies needs to be able to try and find some econ back since he's sitting at 0 gold. Meanwhile, Rain picked up Kale 3, so we've got another strong board in the mix.
Looking at DK's board as well, this is going to be another Heartsteel flavor. We have the Caitlyn as well as the Aphelios in the backline for the rapid fire. We've also got the Bard that's going to be helping out in that back right corner. But this board from Appies is starting to look incredibly strong as it overwhelms that front line and deletes the back line. DK now is looking at Elimination Station very, very soon if he's not able to put something else together.
Yeah, and Appies was able to farm some gold from Collector to be able to make 10, and then also found a component from Kiana. So there's a lot of ways for this board to keep getting stronger. Appy's just being low HP makes it a lot scarier, right? But now he's not even the lowest, right? DK has dropped below. Appy's Invasion found the stability off of their cash outs. If they can hold on to it, they're in a really, really good position. Meanwhile, Rain, Biri kind of are two of our re-rollers. They took it at a slower style. Go to 7, still look for the re-rolls. Rain finally finds the Kale, but Biri very far away from actually hitting that Senna.
Yeah, we need to pick up 4 more Sennas to be able to complete that 2-star, or that 3-star, sorry. But these Kale items look great to be able to keep this thing rolling with the 7 pentakill. Garthis is gonna help to be able to shred through some of that backline, but this Mordekaiser as well, just really holding up the front. There is a Sona on the other side, so Billy King Carry is able to find that extra Spellweaver, but still very healthy, not too bad taking that loss.
Yeah, Sona 1 with no items, still not going to do too much, so needs to find something like a Ginsu's or find Sona 2, but Sona 2 is not going to come for some time. DK dropping down to 1 life, has a duplicator. If he can randomly find maybe an Alawi 2, he just needs 1 more copy. That could be a way to try and turn the tides of things, but Appy's we thought was relatively stable, but ends up taking a loss, and it feels like just the 1-star Kiana maybe not able to hold the fort down. And even though there's a lot of power on this 4 crowd diver Zed, it's just not that powerful of a board. It's not strong enough to rubber band you from being on 1 or 2 lives.
Well, you may get a couple of extra items here. Oh, there's a Collie pickup. Do you go with that? I'm looking at Appy's board right now to see sort of what improvements he can make.
So he found the Zac upgrade, and then he went EDM. He ended up putting in this Lux so that he can actually play around EDM Zed instead of 4 crowd diver, just feeling that the unit quality would be a little bit better to drop down to 2. And I can see that. I can see that being good. Finds a 3rd item for the Poppy. I mean, there's a lot of improvements that have been made, but this board is still not convincing me that it can escape from getting a bot 4.
Well, time to put it to the test, shall we? As it's going to be up against Biri's board with that Kale reroll. And so Appy's going to have to make some work on this front line and get access to that Kale before she starts ramping up with the Ginsu's. But that damage is coming through pretty quickly. Kale is now at almost full stacks. Can she keep going?
Oh, the extra healing, it's enough. There's the jump away. Appy's is actually going to go down. Is this an 8? Coming through, Rain, taking down Appy's. Does DK fall as well? Does DK have him? Make it so Appy's doesn't take yet another 8th, and it will be a 7th, but that's still, Appy's needed a lot more than this. The next 2 games are going to have to be monstrous for Appy's to escape elimination from regionals. As we go over to Biri, having that true damage bat on the Ahri, 2nd true damage Ahri we've seen today. Don't see it too often, but now we're seeing it quite a bit. And yeah, 1 Senna away. Not finding it on this roll down. Biri potentially on 1 life as well, trying to sell up to get it, but not quite getting there.
Won't be able to find that Echo 2, so it's going to be all down to this Nico to try to help bolster up that front line. But will be going up against Weijin Iverson's board, able to fully itemize this Ezreal as we saw from that big roll down previously, but still needing some upgrades in the front, actually. That's a lot of 1-star units up there.
Yeah, the front line's still relatively weak, but this Ezreal is just so incredibly strong, and Biri is going to take the brunt of it. Will go down in 6th place. Weijin's still going to keep holding on, and I think Weijin has a good run for top 4 here as Billy can carry, drops down to 18 HP. Rain kind of in that same threshold as Billy and playing around a 2-cost reroll, but haven't been able to fully cap out the front line to go along with this really strong Kale on the backside.
Hakigam has been virtually untouched. Still sitting at 80 HP, by the way.
Yeah, that's the good old keeper submit to the pit. We don't even have to look. The augment told the story of what's happening over there. Hakigam, the items weren't looking amazing, but he had some pieces to get there before neutrals, and it feels like everything came together. And hey, we'll take a little glance here, and you can see this Urgot even playing around a Morello because, you know, it works. It's attack speed. It gives the healing reduction all around. And I mean, just look at the power. The Urgot 3, submit to the pit. That thing just got Ezreal ulted by the red buff, blue buff, Infinity Edge, and it didn't feel like it moved anything. If this wasn't a ghost board, I think Weijin might have gotten smashed. So we're going to see if Pocky can continue to be even stronger.
Well, Pocky actually just lost.
Yeah, that's true.
Who did he lose to is my question.
Pocky lost, but there's a good odds that he is going to start pushing towards level 9 and continue to improve this board. He's got a lot of HP buffer over this. that he's been able to save up towards.
Oh, Billy can carry, sniped the Ginsus there. So Wajan Iverson will settle for a Giant Slayer. And Sterix for Pocky feels pretty good, I might say.
I wonder if he's got a remover so he can actually move that Morello's. Does not. The Morello's is still going to be stuck, but it's a good item for this Poppy. No Poppy upgrade. There's been Poppies that were held via headliners. So the fact that, you know, Pokemon hasn't found Poppy 2, hasn't found Yorick 2, these are just some huge upgrades that still exist. And Pocky can go level 9 before looking for them, which will pretty much ensure that Pocky hits considering he has a duplicator.
Yeah, that's a super great point. I think Pokemon is set up for success from the very beginning. And it's still very impressive that he's played so many different lines today to be able to keep up these top 4 finishes.
Look, Billy's board, he is snuck into the most fraudulent top 4, top 5 I have ever seen. There's no, like, this board, it looks like he low rolled out of his mind, could not hit anything, and still made it to a 5th place. Really, really well done to just try and play around tempo and sneak in for that, because that was just playing around a Lulu 2. And that's it. That's all that board had. So Billy finding a 5th. And on the other side here, Pokemon not even having to go to 9 before finding the Poppy. Just hits it naturally. Rain finding a Yorick 2 might hurt Pokemon's chances, but once going to level 9, he just has to find one more Yorick to go with the duplicator.
Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty good odds that he's able to get that upgrade as well. Doing some positioning changes in preparation for facing off against Wajan Iverson's board. You see Wajan doing some scouting as well. That front line has gotten a little bit stronger here, able to find the 2-star Zac. So that'll help out a lot, but you're still missing some critical upgrades. That Ezreal, though, is firing off so many shots into that clump that Pokemon has, but look at how well those shields are able to hold on. So Wajan Iverson is going to take that loss.
Did nothing. This is the difference between the Ghost board, right? You saw that third cast from Ezreal hit into the Urgot, and it maybe tickled the shield that he had. It does nothing. Pocky is so powerful that Wajan cannot even contend with this board whatsoever. Wajan still has capping that he can do. He can continue to upgrade the front line, but he does have a lot of items there, so the front line's already pretty strong. And even though damage has not been the weak point for Wajan's board, he kind of needs more damage because this Urgot is just not going down.
How do you take it down at this point, though? Right? Like, even when you look at the backline, most of the backline units are 2-starred. So how do you make improvements back there to actually contend with that?
Lucian 2 can help because the Shred
I didn't see the
is actually quite a bit, and he does just a lot of damage himself. But there's not even a single Lucian, and this is level 8, and, you know, so Lucian 2 is really far away. Probably not going to happen. These upgrades are relatively minor when it comes to the grand scheme of things that Wajan has found. And an extra item, the Ginsu, I mean, these are great if the Lucian can come online, but currently just having the Misfortune, she's not really doing enough damage, even though Giant Slayer is great.
I want to call out there, too, that Wajan Iverson was actually holding on to a Yorick pair. So think about how many Yoriks are out of the pool now. Pocky might have a little bit more trouble. Not sure on that front. But Kaiwing on the other side does have this Senna and this Kale. It's still the Yasuo that is continuing to deal some damage. But it comes down to the Ezreal being able to finish the job. Kaiwing is still alive, though. Everybody is starting to get really low outside of Pokemon.
Yeah, and
Pokemon's level 9 now, too.
Around that Yasuo reroll, I mean, you're looking for top 4. Top 4 you're pretty happy with. I think Kaiwing is pretty happy with how this game went. Finding the early Yasuo, converting it, has a ton of stacks. The fact that that fight was even close is like, wow, that is an insane amount of stacks on this Yasuo that he's doing damage. He essentially just one-shot this set, too, even through, you know, Sterix, Bloodthirster. He's just doing so much damage. And so we kind of keep an eye on that Yasuo. If the positioning allows for him to somehow end up on Ezreal through the dashes, through Ezreal dashing away, there's a world where that fight can be a win. But Kaiwing likely is just going to take this 4th and get out of here.
I think you're okay with that based on your placements in the overall standings for now. Rain, though, on the other side of Wajan Iverson's board, was able to find that Karthus too, so you're going to be able to get a little bit more damage down with each of those casts. But the Kale is stacking up all of these Ginsu so quickly. It comes down, though, to whether or not this Misfortune can do it, and nope. not going to get the job done.
So
So Mason
Rain-
Iverson is down in top 4.
Rain actually has potential to contend with Pokkigom because the thing that happened is Rain actually hit Mordekaiser 3. So this is the way that you can fully cap out that comp, is it gives enough time that Kale stacks to the point where she actually can take out the tankiness that is this Urgot, because she shreds as well. So she's going to shred, she's going to attack so fast, and the time that is bought by having that Mordekaiser is immense, alongside having the Yorick upgrade. But there is now a Yorick upgrade for Pokkigom, and this could make all the difference. We'll see how these fights go. It's gonna be Kaiwing versus Rain first. I think Rain has a huge edge here, but let's see if the Yasuo can sneak to the backline and get onto the Kale. I don't think it's gonna happen. Looks like we already have lost all the defensive stuff. He gets onto the Kale, almost takes her out, but not quite able to do it. And that is just going to be Kaiwing taking a massive hit, going down, and now Rain versus Pocky to finish things off. And I want to see if this Kale comp can actually make it happen, because I think the augments are great. The fact that the Mordekaiser's there is great. This is the setup where Rain can maybe do it.
It took a little bit longer to get up to that full Kale as well, in terms of just when we were able to hit that 3-star, but it's going to be just one more item upgrade here on the carousel before we might see the very end of this game. It's going to be a Karthus 2 here, so Pokkigom is still making some improvements to his board. Now has that double Executioner in the backline with the Vex and the Karthus, but Rain doing some positioning changes to make sure that she can get maximum value out of this Kale.
The important pickup there was it was an Alawi 2 off the carousel for Pokkigom. And the tentacles, if they can get multiple cycles against this Kale, that's going to be a way to give Urgot enough time. And we see this positioning, get away from the Kale, leave a tentacle in front of her. So now Kale just on this tentacle immediately, not getting a lot of value, but the Mordekaiser buys so much space. Look how tanky this unit is. He's slowly going down, and finally he's gone. It's left to the Mordekaiser, the Yorick, the Alawi trying to push through, and it looks like the beepiness is just too much at this point, and the Kale cannot continue to fight through it. But this is maybe a positioning dip. We'll see if Rain can make something happen and still find a fight win, because it still was relatively close, and Kale was stuck on that tentacle for quite some time.
That's what I was thinking, is if there is even just a tiny bit of a positional difference, can Kale actually hit where it really, really hurts on this composition? We do also have a couple of changes that you can make here in terms of the long distance pals. And so you can see sort of like the Yorick and the Kale are going to be holding hands here for Rain, but you can also change it so that it's going to be with the Akali instead. A last second change though for that Kale to go into that back left corner, and it's looking pretty good, you think?
Yeah, the tentacles aren't going to do much, but I'm just looking at these two Yoriks. They're both incredibly tanky, and they're doing so much damage, especially on the side of Pokkigom. That Yorick is an absolute monster, and I think that's been the big difference overall. The Yorick doing way too much. Now Kale on to their Urgot, but maybe it's a little too late. No, it's not! She actually gets there, and the positioning diff was enough. The healing from the Urgot is not quite there. The Morello's actually playing into this. The itemization is not perfect for this Urgot. It's what Pocky had. It's what Pocky had to slam. And now you're seeing the gaps in what seemed to be the perfect board for the Moshers. It has Submit, it has Keepers, it has Remember Your Roots for all these Moshers, but the items for Urgot are not good enough, and this Kale having the perfect items, being able to set up, get to that late stage, heals through the damage because the Urgot does not have enough.
Yeah, oh my goodness. You would really love an item remover at this moment in time, maybe to even try to change some things
there's
around.
A red buff. That would be great to swap out
look
the
at
Morello.
that. Just make the Urgot real quick. Remake it real quick.
Yeah, remake your 3-star Urgot. Just remake
exactly.
It.
No problem. I mean, does the red buff help out here at all, though, on anything else?
No, I think it was just find a tank item for Thresh, and on the other side it was find a tank item for Mordekaiser. Even Shroud's a pretty bad one overall to find here, but the Shred is still going to be somewhat impactful for the Akali's early damage, and so there still is some value to it, even though it doesn't make the Mordekaiser incredibly tanky. It's still an item. The increase in power went on the side of Rain, and the positioning, once again, I think Rain found the right spot, and it's just, can anything get to this Kale in time? The Yorick this time around for Pokkigom staying alive a little longer, getting another cast, but it's not enough. Pokygom goes down. Rain overcomes the incredibly strong Mosher board and gets the first place. Rain putting herself in a phenomenal position going into the back half of this day.
Yeah, Pokygom had 80 HP heading into some of these final stages of the game, but Rain able to get the job done. Such a heads-up play coming through from the positioning to make sure that Kale was on the right side, and it's so tough in those situations, right? Because it's just a 50-50. Where do you think those Alawi tentacles are going to go? And spot on. That was so impressive in terms of positioning difference.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, this Kale comp caps out so incredibly high when you can find the Mordekaiser 3. And then, of course, you know, Yorick 2 as well is going to continue to cap out that board. But the Mordekaiser 3 is the crux that makes Kale go from a comp that can go first to it's going to go first. And I did think the Moshers might be able to get there because of the fact that Pocky had submit to the pit, keepers combination, right? Beautiful augment synergy. But I called out early in the game that his items didn't look perfect, and I think that Pocky did a great job of making it work with what he had, but the holes start to appear the later and later and later that this game went, and Rain was able to exploit it and find the win.
Wow, I am so jazzed after that game to see where we can continue to push the envelope in terms of the meta, because we saw two incredibly unique compositions go head-to-head at the very end of that game, and so much more to come. We're going to take a short break, reseat these lobbies, and get some analysis on that game number 4 very soon.
What's going on, everybody? Game 4 has concluded, and we are here back at the desk with Azael and Boop. We're going to talk about it a little bit. Now, Boop, I want to talk first about Wajan Iverson. Ended up in 4th, but I think he had a pretty interesting line in getting to the place that he ended up, right? He had this win streak through stage 2, and then when he hit his cash out, opted to instead pivot away from this win streak, playing around the Vi, making a strong of a board, and instead just going to instantly raise the stakes, and then eventually doing this double raise the stakes into a level 8. I feel like that's something that a lot of players would not have considered in that early game. Can you kind of give me your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's what I like to call it is it's like a micro decision amongst many other decisions. But what I think separates the great from the masters, right? We talked about the big three, Weijin being a part of that, is how good they are at making sure even those super, small decisions that might seem small in the past, but when you kind of look at it in the macro, are huge, impactful choices. A lot of players would have just cashed out and kept going that way, right? But Weijin was able to identify, all right, the way that this is going, I know Appies is also playing this comp. We've already played each other. So now we know we're going to avoid each other for a little bit of amount of time and then use this opportunity to develop some Heartsteel advantages that we talked about in the pre-game when it comes to generating economy and stuff like that. It almost didn't work out, especially since that pivot was moderately slow, but we did end up getting a top 4, and if his Ezreal didn't scam and miss that Kale in the corner completely, that round might have gone a little bit differently. But just wanted to point out how just a singular decision of just a quick little pivot, like a micro pivot to a loss streak, affected a top 4.
You called it out there too, Boop. He wasn't the only person who went for the raise the stakes. Appies also went for this double, or for just one raise the stakes during stage 3. And Azael, I think that this decision from these two players really altered the tempo of the lobby. And in my mind, you have to imagine that it impacted the fact that our top 2 were the 2 re-rollers.
Yeah, absolutely, because there's way less pressure on them in the game when you have 2 free rounds, basically, right? You have 2 people who are on raise the stakes, they have to lose, they're not going to develop much board strength whatsoever, so you can kind of play the game more slowly. You don't have to roll as low, you don't have to be able to make sure, okay, I need to hit this 3-star really fast. You can slow roll it, you can stay above 50, and I think that contributes to the fact that Rain is able to get, not just this Kale 3, but get to level 9, get Yorick 2, get all these different kind of luxury units in, because the pace of the game was that much slower. But it was definitely a bit of a weird game because the Heartsteel players, because they were contesting each other, also took more damage than is normal, because we saw at one point, Weijin Iverson selling a Vi 2 that was on his board that was relatively strong and things like that, because they were worried about running into each other and losing their loss streak, right? So it kind of made it even more difficult for them to transition out. And we saw that Appies, who's been having a rough day, obviously has to play for one of those big results, did have a really rough time on the transition, ended up picking up the Poppy, couldn't actually find good carriers for the items that he had, and ended up going out pretty early as a result.
Yeah, even with the top 4 there, you see Weijin currently sitting on the outside looking in. Right now, though, we're looking at the 9th through 16th place. And I know we talked about it before this last game, Boop, that the margins here are extremely thin. And there is a big fat old group right in the middle of the standings here. Even if you're sitting in 9th place going into these last 2 games, you can't fall asleep at the wheel yet.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, this is the best of the best, and I think the scores are kind of reflecting that. Everything's pretty close. That means results are going to be kind of more mushed in the middle. I know we have people like Replay and Rainplosion now, and K3 Soju kind of pushing the top 8 right now, but everyone else, I think, is still available to potentially do a great thing or maybe do a bad thing and lose out. New players specifically, as the day gets longer, tend to fall down just a little bit. So definitely looking to see if some of our newcomers are going to be consistent throughout the rest of today as well, even though there's only really 2 lobbies left.
Yeah, this is a chance for those newcomers to make their mark on the scene and show that there's a reason that they are here and they should definitely be remembered. Now, don't go anywhere because we're going to be back after just a quick little break for game number 5, day 1, the regional finals.
넘쳐 흘러물 드는 buffet 죽여주잖아 like a buffet
From get to listen. At least I get the recognition. Heavy way up all up on you with the repetition. You ain't a pit, it's not no exhibition.
I'm giving you more cause I'm better than 비없는 시험들도 all of my numbers are tapping 부루마법 message 뭐 눈총이 눈이 나가 뻔히 필요한데 너네들이 만든 돈들 거 get it 내 멋진 그대 너도 get it cause I got it different No I got it so deep
Hello, everyone. It's Boop, and I got an extra person here, folks. You know, we're all familiar with Azael, but we've got Gangly because we're doing something special. It's a TriCast. So welcome, Gangly, to this side of the desk. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Yeah, you know, game number 5 for a lot of players, the pressure is on, right? I mean, obviously, in the back half of the day, every single game is going to matter all the more. And looking at the lobby that we have before us, I mean, the thing that really stands out to me, first off, we've got a player like Pocky. I'm a huge Pocky fan. Got to talk to him at the pre-show. He's someone that said, you know, I am typically not as strong later on in the set, but this time around, showing up alongside a lot of really strong talent on the day.
All right, let's see where these portals are going to go. So, Gangly, welcome to the cast. Of course, Azael's here, and I'm a Boopasaurus here with Game 5 of North America's Regionals Day 1. And it looks like we're looking for some anvils, and we're going to get it. One guy, no more. So, Azael, anvils. We've seen champions. We've seen a lot of, you know, silver augments first, actually. So, the early game has been moderately slow for a lot of these lobbies so far. Will this kind of affect that at all?
I don't think too much, honestly. I mean, component anvils is like pretty low impact as far as like, you know, how crazy some of the portals can be, you know, when you're comparing to some of the really high end ones. I will say though, if you do have a high roll early game, it can be sometimes really strong because you can get really powerful components going, you know, like you have a higher chance of getting kind of BIS items and so on and so forth. So it can sometimes kind of slingshot you, you know, in towards the mid game a little bit more effectively than you otherwise would normally have, but it's definitely not one of the crazy variance ones.
The thing I really like to call out when you have something like component anvils or just early items in general is it allows you to do two things. The first is obviously it does increase the tempo at least a little bit, like Azael called out, maybe not an extreme amount unless you're high rolling, but I think more importantly for a lot of players is it does allow you to get a little bit more direction, right? If you're missing one or two components that would push you into a specific line or a specific series of lines, having the anvils and allowing yourself to choose between them is often what will put you into your comfort zone in stage 2, and honestly puts you behind the wheel of something that you've piloted more than once or twice, right?
Exactly. So let's go ahead and see where these anvils are going to end up. So most of our players are probably going to wait until after the item round so they kind of know what they're working with, so it can be a little bit more specific. Some of them might wait even longer to try to wait for the unit that they need or the little bit of unit direction so they can kind of pick and choose which items they want so they don't have to think generally. But now, Gangly, we've got some augments here. Not today, which has actually been really popular today, a frequent flyer and tons of stats.
Yeah, not today. An interesting choice. I mean, you also have the Edge of Night on your bench as well, right? So Ripple can get immediate value out of this, and having something like the Olaf, who's a great user of that in the early game, I believe even has an Olaf 2, yeah, ends up with that Edge of Night pick, the not today. The question here is how much more value can he get out of that? What other units is he going to find to be able to play that Edge of Night line. Soju, on the other hand, though, does play the Clear Mind. I think alongside this Olaf headliner, it feels really strong, right? Olaf is one of those stage 2 headliners that allows you to streak quite freely, and this is exactly what I was talking about before. Right off the bat, you see Soju able to get a lot of direction, able to slam that even trout, and then from there begin to build additional items that will allow him to streak all the more easily.
One thing that I also find really interesting about this portal is that because you're more likely to have those early item slams, like if you don't slam any items, you know, and someone has 2.5 items completed, you're just going to get pounded, so you kind of have to. Sometimes you'll very quickly realize you are heavily contested, right? Like people will be locking themselves into a specific direction with some of these early items that they're putting down. You know, Soju is basically screaming at everyone that he's going to be playing, you know, some sort of like melee reroll type comp. Obviously, it doesn't have to be, you know, it's not going to be Olaf, no spoiler, because he's playing Clear Mind. But, you know, with the Morellos plus the Even Shroud, you know, that to me seems like, okay, you want that, you know, the Morellos is going to be on a Viego or something along those lines. You're going to be having the armor pen as well. But we also know, looking over at Disoap's board, those items are also saying you're probably going to be playing something similar. We've seen this on like a few different boards. The Edge of Night, guess what? He's going to be playing melee reroll as well. So like we already know from some of these players that they could be potentially heavily contesting each other. And it'll be kind of just interesting to see, you know, if they try to pivot away or if they try to play some of the less popular melee lines to not be as heavily contested.
Okay, acknowledge for a second how horrifying this dish soap board is, by the way. 3-item Olaf is exactly what Azael called out right off the top of the portal, though, right? You're able, if you get a strong headliner, if you're able to find some sort of high roll, you have a 3-item itemized Olaf, although it does find the up against the Vi, who will typically counter that, but despite that has the backline to be able to win the fight regardless. But Dish Soap, if he can get a few additional pieces around the Olaf, is in a really good spot to win streak the entire stage.
Yeah, I mean, horrifying as what I see in the mirror every day, am I right? All right, let's go ahead and move on over to the next board. It's gonna be Nosters board that we're seeing right now. I think Aegon was just taking a little bit of a visit, and this is gonna be that KDA, another Olaf. And Olaf comps are notorious for streaking through the early game. That's why we have just a pentakill with nothing around it, even though you could potentially search for something like that. But this is just a really good time, I think, to kind of go over the fact that the early game in this set is much more impactful, in my opinion, than almost every other set in the past, Azael.
Yeah, I mean, it can be really, really impactful. Obviously, you know, when you are playing with headliners, I think it makes a big difference because there's so much power, you know, in these headliners. If you hit the correct headliner, you can streak very powerfully. You're guaranteed, if you get one of those that fits your itemization, to have a 2-star on your board immediately. Can really kind of set you up for success or failure pretty heavily. But, you know, we do see a lot of players also, as long as you're actually like getting a streak, you know, as long as you're getting a streak and making gold, then losing isn't the end of the world, because you can still look for some of those like 3-cost comps that come pretty well out of this. When I look over at Aegon's board, that's the dream. When you have such a strong early board and you have Escort Quest, this is probably the strongest gold augment in the game, I would say, if you actually do get it alongside a really strong board, because you're making 3 additional gold per round, which is just absolutely ridiculous. And he's in a position where he's set up pretty damn well. Like, he has the headliner Corki, he has an MF, so we know he has big shot. He has an upgraded frontline as well. So if he's able to get a big streak, you can just get so disgustingly rich with this augment that it's almost impossible to contest you later on.
All right, now we're seeing everyone and everywhere on the Convergence right now, and I'm kind of looking around for something unique, and so far, it seems to be a little bit status quo, except, you know, we're coming over here, so Pokygom now going to be rocking with the Heartsteel Gangly.
Yeah, an interesting line. You know, when I think Gambler's Blade, just off the top of my head, the things that come to mind are playing things like Disco or playing around the Kale. The blue buff is something that doesn't really fit. I feel like there's a line here that I'm just not thinking of off the top of my head. The nice thing about Pokygom, though, is you have this flexibility of the Heartsteel headliner, right? You have this Cassante, you have the Set and the Ophelio, so if you can find one additional Heartsteel during stage 3, you're in a position where you can go for these, either raise the stakes with 5 Heartsteel alongside your Gambler's Blade and just be extremely rich. But right now, he's kind of set up to probably play more of a traditional Heartsteel, has the blue buff and the IE Slam. So I don't think we're going to see anything too insane from Pokygom. Right now, I think it's really just going to be about how he navigates stage 3 to either have an absurd amount of resources through his cash out, or or by preserving HP to have a strong board on 8.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like when you're playing Heartsteel early and you slam IE blue buff, you're basically hard committing to Ezreal, right? Like, I don't think that there's almost any other lines with Even Shroud, IE blue buff that you would really want to play. Maybe if you don't hit it at all, you can kind of consider doing some different stuff. Now he has to make the choice on if he wants to raise the stakes, because this is where, you know, it can get a lot more risky. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of players that are kind of playing super weak boards early, but you know, you definitely have to make certain that you can't possibly win from here.
All right, let's see here. We saw a couple people have a little bit of a hard time raising the stakes, but we're doing it. We have a good amount of HP, but so far, it's not gone well for, I think, the majority of people that we've seen this. Lesion's 4th, I think, is the highest that we've seen someone raise the stakes into, especially the second one. Billy Can Carry had a little bit of a hard time earlier today. So, Azael, going right back to you, like, what is the difference between making this worth it versus getting that 8th place? Like, how are they going to be able to not replicate what Appy's did in that last lobby?
I mean, I think a lot of it is just really making sure that your transition goes smoothly, understanding all the different lines that you can play, how much you need to roll, when you're going to be stable. You know, is it okay to just take that Viego if it shows up? Is it okay to just take that Poppy if it shows up? You know, what do you really need, and what are all your outs? And I think that's why it's the most difficult line, I think, to play in the game, because there is so much knowledge that is required. You know, not just about understanding board strength and understanding when you're going to win or lose, but understanding exactly how to make that transition. Because if you overroll, if you underroll, if you do your transition poorly, you're usually completely screwed. But if you can actually make that transition happen and you can stabilize without just going, you know, dead broke, you put yourself in a spot where you simply have more gold, more components, more things to work with than your opponents. And that's where you can see people capping out and getting those first places, getting those top 2s. You know, the first game of the day was 2 players that were both playing Heartsteel getting 1 and 2. So, you know, we know it can happen.
Yeah, I think TFT in general is a game played on a razor's edge, right? And I think that Heartsteel in general puts that under the microscope. Even thinking back to the last game we saw, you saw a player like Appy's take that Poppy because it was the first good chosen, the first good headliner he was offered. However, if you have an extra 10 or 15 gold, then all of a sudden you open up yourself to, like you're saying, Azael, skip the headliners that you think won't stabilize you enough and dig deeper until you can actually cash yourself out. With Heartsteel, you really need to make sure that you're actually min-maxing as much as possible. And I think I have to imagine too that a part of why Pokygom did that is the very easy access to 5 Heartsteel that he's probably expecting to see at some point in stage 3.
All right, stage 3 is amongst us right now, and this Kale definitely not looking like the Kale from Rainflosion on that last round. Things are definitely looking a little different here, so it's probably going to be going on at that temporary side of things with the Hodge and a Bloodthirster. I have an idea of where this could go, but we'll wait and see, as we're going to see Dish Soap now take the loss for loss streak going into this next augment. So really curious, especially with Dish Soap running this edgelord right now, what this could become. And because Crowin's not here, I finally get Prismatic Augment. So Freaky Friday, Talent Search, and Binary Airdrop into Twin Terror. It's going to be Binary. And Azael, we had that game where I think it was 7 units got Binary value, right? So this obviously is going to be a lot more valuable later. But we also have a fully built Yone too, so that's not going to get value right now.
Nope, not going to get value right now, but clearly I think, you know, based on the items that it's actually holding, he just not planning on keeping those items on the Yone the whole time. He's obviously not planning on playing Yone reroll with a Crown Guard.
Excuse me. Yep, and it's obviously going to be a transition point, right, for Dish Soap. He's in a place right now where once he gets the value from that binary airdrop, which you're expecting to probably hit in that early part of stage 4, all of a sudden he can slingshot himself into a very, very strong board. And I want to call out, while we have it on the right-hand side here, Pokygom opting to not take immediate strength. And if you look at everybody else apart from Aegon, everyone takes combat power. Pocky says, I am going to take something that will make me stronger later with a new recruit. And it's going to be a really easy way for Pokygom to try and secure that, raise the stakes in order to lose through stage 3 and then be able to stabilize himself with a really strong roll down on level 8 with an extra spot on his team.
All right, looking at Prismatic Augment's Degree, getting that Pandora, so I think that's a Radiant item on that board right now too, that could potentially be flipped into something that is going to be best in slot for these units. I'm thinking like Riven uses Radiant items really, really well, but we're going to right now... go 5 hardsteel. So the thing with new recruit too is you get access to some of these 5 sets for these synergies a little bit earlier. So you're going to find a little bit of value. The 5 hardsteel at 3-3 is close to best case scenario when it comes to that particular comp right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you feel incredible when you get 5 Heartsteel, especially if you want to play, those risky lines where you are doing raised stakes, because you just get so much more value out of it. I was going to say, Dish Soap, playing Heartsteel to get those extra components when you are playing Binary is often what lets you get those kind of dream situations with Binary where you are getting the 6-7 type of items, because you get all these additional components that allows you to get more and more Binary value. So it's kind of like a self-compounding thing where these two things work in conjunction so well. So I think it's pretty smart grabbing Binary. Obviously, it's always powerful. He also has an item augment as his first item, so he got that Death Blade as well from his first augment. And if he can get a couple components from Heartsteel, Dish Soap is going to get so much value from Binary that I think he's just going to be really setting himself up for success.
All right, now we're going into our 3-4 carousel. 49 HP on the bottom. That's actually higher than the majority of the lobbies that we've seen in 8th place at this point in time. But yeah, it looks like we've got a good smattering of these augments. Noster also picking up Binary, probably seeing how successful that has been for other players in this lobby. Looking around at the items and the comps, curious to see what Gasha Pokkygom is going to do. I just read the teleprompter, folks. Pocky's going to be the next board we go on to, and it's going to be that Heartsteel cash out. Now what's next, Gangly?
It's a lot of gold. The item component, the full item component as well, right? I believe there's nothing else that I missed there, just a large influx of gold and
Maybe
the
the
item.
Duplicator? I'm not sure.
No, Duplicator is going to come from his new recruit augment.
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
so
of course, yeah.
I will say, I mean, it's a pretty decent spot. Like, you do have 5 Heartsteel in still, and your board is not ridiculously weak, and you now have this Yone 2, and you're obviously going to be set up to play something around the Zed or the Ezreal, even
Ezreal
be
items.
Yeah, exactly. But with the item anvil as well, there's a world where I think you can play even along the Ezreal Caitlyn line, right? Where you're playing like Gamblers played Caitlyn because you have the attack speed or something along there. I'm not exactly sure where this Gamblers play is going to end up. It's kind of like the one question on my mind with Pocky's board.
Yeah, I mean, I think realistically, it's just going to be shoved on some unit as like an okay item, right? He has blue buff, red buff, IE. He's for sure going to be trying to hard force Ezreal. And then I think you can just sit on MF or whatever is your other big shot if you don't get big shot headliner. Otherwise, I think you can kind of just shove it in wherever. You're not going to get a ton of value. There's like only 2 units, I think, as headliners in the entire game. They actually get like positive EV playing Gambler's Blade, and it's TF and it's Jinx, right? Which obviously he's not playing from here. But he did take a pretty rough loss there against Soju, so we'll have to see. He's down to 36 health now. Like, taking a big loss after already stopping your raise of stakes and getting that cash out does hurt, because Pocky's going to be in a spot where there's a lot of pressure for him to be able to actually get 8, sell his board, roll down, etc., and try to really stabilize. And every time you take a bad loss in these spots, it basically means you have to do that 1 round sooner, right? So like, you really are praying from these spots that you either have really good losses or win a couple rounds somehow, so that you have more gold when you roll down, because otherwise he's going to be in that spot where he's going to have to roll down and he's going to have to rely on kind of the heart of the cards, so to speak, to give him those early headliners that he needs.
We just saw Soju's board, and I really want to talk about that for a second, because it's something that we've seen all day long from Soju. High tempo from Soju, playing around the pentakill line alongside Clear Mind, and it's one of those comps that maybe the cap itself of playing alongside Penta is not going to be as high, but if you play it from tempo, it does allow you to make a really easy top 4, and worst case scenario, bleed out into a 4th or 5th.
Yeah, the thing about that too, right? It's kind of like disco, right, Azael? Like, the tempo is really important. Pentakill really benefits from the fact of getting ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. You get those kills, you proc your pentakill buff, etc. So it definitely can be pretty powerful. This is also interesting. We didn't talk about it, but Noster is playing low interest rates, which you can only get interest on your 30 gold. So you basically only sit at 30. He's been rolling pretty heavily here. It looks like he wants to play Lulu reroll. So going to be interested to see how many Lulus he's actually hitting, because he's already rolled a lot of gold even before the PvE round, and didn't seem to find much of anything.
I'm not entirely convinced by this spot. I'm going to be honest with you. Lulu reroll in general is one of those comps that feels like it really comes online when you're playing alongside something like Hologram or the Trickster's Glass, where you can have two Lulus online. It's a little bit more niche and usually not as strong entirely by itself. On the other side, though, we are seeing Soju pivot this board that was alongside the Pentakill in stage 3 now into that more traditional AD flex, playing this Ezreal plus the Zed. However, is going to fall here to Noster, who is, I mean, on a win streak and has a very strong board. I just don't know if he has the econ or the direction to just kind of stay on this board forever.
Yeah. But I mean, I feel like you're kind of committed at this point. He's rolled so much at 7, right? And maybe he didn't want to actually play the Lulu. But he was rolling heavy even before the PvE phase. Again, he's playing low interest rate, so it's hard to push levels. He's playing binary, so he's obviously trying to play tempo. Cyberbulk is pretty good value here, so he's going to be looking to grab that. But, you know, maybe he wanted to get Seraphine. Maybe he wanted to go towards something else. I'm not really sure, but it does feel like he's kind of convinced that he needs to keep rolling. He wants to be able to, you know, keep his win streak alive, because that's where most of his economy is coming from.
All right, I don't want to be, you know, someone who like makes a big deal out of nothing, but that is a recombobulation that we're seeing on the board right now. That's why you're seeing so many 4 and 5 cost units just at 4-2. A tier 2 Viego, really tanky. Doesn't have to be, because we've got a bunch of removers right now. So Aegon probably had a really good board, maybe with a lot of tier 3, tier 4 units just at level 1. But now with recombobulator, we've got 5 costs now. Azael?
Yeah, it is really interesting, right? He did use that Recombob. He was the board that was on that early streak with the escort quest, but he went from that into raise the stakes, Recombob, Tiny Titans. Like, this is a wild transition, because these augments are kind of at odds with each other. When you're playing escort quests, you generally want to play strongest possible board, maintain your streak, you know, because you're getting so much income from that. And then when you go Tiny Titans, you only get value from it by losing, by getting healed, right? Obviously you're getting a little bit of gold each round as well, but still it's very at odds with kind of the situation that he found himself in. That being said, I mean, Big Shot Ezreal is a really good hit here. He's already on 4 heart seals, so he can put in 5 and get even more stacks on this final one. So he should definitely get 5 heart seal in. And if he gets a loss here, that's going to be a massive cash out. He's going to be super rich, and he's going to be pretty damn healthy. So like, he could go 9 and really try to look for a lot of these legendaries.
Folks, that's why the melee units are in the back line. It makes it so our frontline units with some items are going to get the damage done first, but then get damage done on them a little bit quicker, leaving just the melee units in the back line left to kind of just use themselves as meat shields at that point. So Aegon going to take another loss. Let's see this cash out Gangley.
Yeah, Pokygom on the other side, though, does have a board online. Obviously has used the duplicator and now has 9 units on their board, but it's sitting at 4 HP. And this is something we've seen with Heartsteel so much, right? And Aegon's going to be in a similar spot after the carousel, because if you don't stabilize your board, you've got multiple players who raise the stakes, and one of them is going to win and one of them is going to lose. So it's a pretty scary spot for the both of them. And the reality is you have to kind of play very perfectly from this spot on if you actually want to try and navigate into the top 4, because there's a lot of strong boards on the field right now.
Yeah, Precedent just got a spat, and he is playing, you know, a fair bit of KDA right now, so maybe he has a rod on bench that he can actually use for that, or maybe he's just hoping to get a rod from the last PvE phase that he can actually get components from. He's got to cash out here. There's no way he's not going to cash out, so let's see what he does get. Gets, look like Deathblade, red buff. He has another... Or was that from actually popping it off? Oh my god, he can't even do what his cash out is, because he hasn't used his items in yet. And he's actually rolling at 8. I thought he was gonna try to like look to go 9. This is a little bit tough.
Try and stabilize the board. I mean, at this point, he now has Zed2, Ezreal 2, and he has the makings of a really strong front line.
His items in, man.
You
He can't even
gotta
pick up his
figure
cash
this out.
And he's leaving his board, so he
my
can't actually even
goodness.
get the last item. Like, that could have been another full item that he missed there, because he was just way too slow to put in his items on his units. He does have 2 pretty good items on the Ezreal, but Deathblade's not ideal, but it's definitely not bad. Red buff is obviously good. He has the makings of like a Morello, and it looks like he has a Bramble. Is that in the bottom left? It's a little bit blurry for me, but this is rough.
Poor transition from Aegon does cost him that round. I mean, obviously there's a lot going on, but didn't he have a blue buff somewhere? Oh wow, there's his cash out. The Radiant Sunfire comes through. He doesn't have that board power, and then all of a sudden does take that loss, and now Aegon down to probably just 2 HP. I think you do.
I think you do too.
Yeah, you already have the red buff. You're not getting all that much value. The thing is, you know, if you suddenly get some sort of Radiant AP item, yeah, it's a little spooky. But yeah, I will say, Deathcap Caitlyn, it's not that bad. It's actually pretty decent.
He doesn't have a Caitlyn, though.
He doesn't have a Caitlyn. I'm just saying, maybe there's a word. Just saying.
What else? Not bad.
If we get the hat,
Deathcap, pretty good.
Yeah,
you know,
that's all you need in order to find the value, right? Yeah. That's so funny. So I actually want to bring some attention to this Manazane, because this Manazane on the Caitlyn was the difference between winning and losing a lobby in Heartsteel Cup. I forget exactly who was playing it, but there was 2 ults that happened immediately and were able to get a lot of that back line. For some reason, their front line was split, so they're able to land a lot of damage in the back line. But just the thing with more and more ults, especially with something like Red Buff IE, that Caitlyn's going to be pushing a lot of damage, Gangly, as we move into this next round. Chickens.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty important fight, too. I want to call it the fact that he was up against Preston. I think you made a great call out, Boop, with the Manazane Caitlyn. It did allow him to deal a lot of damage, both to the back line of Preston, but ultimately, in the end, it really just came down to whether or not you have enough single target damage to kill this insane Poppy on the other side of the board. And the Caitlyn ults, when they were redirected to just a few different units on the board, eventually was able to take that out. And if Pocky had lost that even by 1 unit, he would have been dead. So now Preston is one of the players that's also up against the wall, sitting at 1 HP. And as we go into stage 5, all of a sudden, if you're in that bottom 3, look at the HP gap, right? You've got nearly a 30 HP gap between 6th and 5th. These 3 players on the bottom all have to essentially just win out from here on out in order to top 4, right?
Well, and look at Pocky's points. He's at 20 points, so he's in a pretty decent spot right now. But if you get an 8th, like, you can fall so far off of that. So it is incredibly important for him to at least stay alive a couple more rounds here. But he's going to be going up against Ripple Overdrive, who does have a Z2, but no upgrade on the York or the Viego that are carrying the rest of the items.
Or you don't want that 8th, because that means the only people who don't catch up to you are the other people who finished in 8th. Literally everyone else will gain ground on Pocky if that's going to be the last round, but it's not going to be, as this Caitlyn is going to be fine. Bubble Bubble Pop, am I right? With the Poppy in that front line, going back to StarCraft days, my friend. So now let's go ahead and see this Poppy. We got double try first. Poppy is pretty popular.
Yeah, impressive. So he got the emo spat. Going into that last PV phase of Raptors, he actually hit his RE2, so that was pretty nice for him as well. He is playing a little bit of a weird setup, because he obviously has like a Monster Headliner with the Poppy, but then has this, you know, kind of KDA Spellslinger backline. So it's a little bit of an awkward line that he is playing. And over here on Aegon, his board very, very low, but about to get another decent cash out, is still playing 3 Heartsteel. There's a York too, but he has no gold to buy it. Oh, that's
you can sell the York,
Put in
buy
your
the
other
other York. Yeah.
So also, remember how we did see a blue buff on Aegon's board? The reason he hasn't reforged the Radiant Sunfire is because he reforged the blue buff. That is why he does not have blue buff on this Ezreal. So Aegon, from what looked like a pretty decent spot to try and stabilize his board, is now honestly looking pretty scary to potentially just go 8th right now. Is going to take this fight over Degree, but unless Preston or Pokygom lose this next fight, I don't think that Aegon is going to escape an 8th place here.
Why did he reforge the blue?
I think it was an accident. I think he meant to put it on someone or maybe use a remover, and I think he accidentally reforged his blue during the transition.
That is brutal. So he not only loses the reforge for the Zac. Like, imagine if that was, sure, you can get unlucky, but like, imagine if that is a really good item. If that's like a melee item for the Yorick, that would be enormous. And he also made his Ezreal weaker. Like, that is a brutal mistake to make in a position where he needs every single point he can get, right? Like, he needs a first. He does not need an 8th. He's got 9 points.
Yeah, and I think that play kind of represents maybe the pressure that we're feeling right now. That's just one of those mistakes that happens when you're not taking it all in appropriately, right? You're getting a little ahead of yourself, moving a little bit too quickly, right? Things can be a lot more pressure-filled, especially in these scenarios, and the players who are able to kind of calm themselves down, use these moments to really share why they're the best because of how they're able to play, then this won't happen, unfortunately. Aegon, with a pretty unnecessarily large mistake on that blue buff, is going to fall.
I mean,
Yeah,
we
that's
set it up earlier, right? We said Heartsteel is played on a razor's edge, and when I said that, to be honest, I was not talking about mistakes like that. That is a pretty unforgivable mistake from Aegon that made his board infinitely weaker. But the reality is the pressure is on. You have a very fast transition that you have to make with a gigantic cash out. These are the mistakes that are easier to make than it actually seems when you watch it on a live stream, right? Because there's so much that these players have to process, and especially when you're trying to play for a really big slingshot. Aegon, unfortunate misclick, but that kind of mistake is what is going to send you 8th.
Yeah, it's really tough. You know, even just with the items that he was slamming on the Yorick, he had the opportunity to go a Gunblade plus Sterix, and instead just did the GS and then just had a naked belt and a rod sitting on his bench. So he had, you know, just kind of some weird decisions down the end. And I think it is one of those things where it's just like there's just too much happening.
Yeah.
It got a little bit overwhelmed. You know, wasn't able to make the exact choices they would have wanted. Whether or not it would have made the difference, it's hard to know. Obviously, it's huge variance on if you reforge that Sunfire into a Death Cap, or if you reforge that Sunfire into like a Radiant Hodge or a Radiant BT for your Yorick or whatever, can completely change the game. But either way, unfortunately, going to be out and very likely mathematically eliminated, I think, after this game, because he's already down at 9 points and then only going to get 1 from this going into game number 6.
Yeah, too much of a good thing can be the case sometimes with those Heartsteel cash outs. But hey, how many of us have been intimidated out of a Fae, right? We can be empathetic. So as we go to get this Poppy into the backline, we love seeing it, but it's going to be the Caitlyn now that is almost able to break through. So this is going to be a loss here.
Yeah.
And an elimination for a comp that I've seen win a lobby in another cup.
I was gonna ask if Pocky actually takes the Ezreal that was in shop over the Caitlyn. That Caitlyn was very strong, but the itemization I did feel like was a little bit more favored toward the Ezreal. Having the red buff on Caitlyn is not bad by any means, but traditionally, if you just throw Ezreal items on Caitlyn, it's not going to cap out anywhere near as high as if you just have 3 straight damage items on the Caitlyn. That Manazane essentially acting as a blue buff for the Ezreal anyway, right? It's like you have the BIS Ezreal that we've seen all day. But I don't know if it would have been enough. The thing is, you didn't have enough single target damage to take out the Poppy. There's a world where if that Ezreal gets on the Poppy in the beginning of the fight, Pocky's actually able to turn it around.
I mean, this is tough. Soju, you know, down to his last life going up against Prestivant, and Soju didn't even have enough gold to put in his 9th unit. So he's level 9 with 8 units, I do believe, was trying to make the transition, and I don't think he's going to have enough to punch through this Poppy that it just seems immune to damage at this point.
Those kinds of situations seem to be a little bit contagious so far, but it's going to be that Poppy with that Triforce. One more killed? No, but Prestivant is going to fall. They know each other quite well, so I'm sure that doesn't... Maybe it feels awesome to be able to knock out the person that you know really well, but it's going to be Dish Soap on 1 HP and a Dream, along with Soju, who is, like you mentioned, Azael, played that round with 1 less unit.
Yeah, and is going to actually be able to win. You know, I thought he was going to lose out, but even though it took him a long time to get through the Poppy, he was able to kill off the backline. So his Ezreal did such a good job actually killing off the Ahri, killing off, you know, all of those backline units, including the Seraphine. So the Poppy kind of had no support. And as you say, Dish Soap here at 1 HP, you know, down very, very low. Does have a lot of backline damage, but we'll see, you know, what he can kind of get in that front line. Poppy 2 would be a pretty big upgrade, so that's a nice hit. Obviously not going to be able to have the gold to really roll for the Yorick, but maybe you sell the rest. Oh my god, he gets Lucian as well. That is actually a really big hit. And he can get an additional item as well, because he can pop that on his MF, so he gets another binary value, gets Lucian 2, Poppy 2. He has some potential to make something happen here. We'll see if we can get it done.
Yeah, I think this is something that you have to look at the binary value in terms of how he got there, because I felt like until he hit that Lucian 2, even with the Jhin 2, was not a board that I felt was significantly stronger than a lot of the boards we've seen. But I think the tempo he gained from binary in stage 4 and 5 really allowed him to get there. Right now, though, he is absolutely getting slammed by this center board. So it's going to be strong, but not going to be strong enough. Dish Soap is going to get eliminated here, most likely in 4th. I believe Ripple's not going to be able to eliminate the other side there. Actually, I think they might. We'll see. Depending on how the health turned out, there's a world where maybe Dish got 3rd, but no, Soju will fall in 3rd, Dish Soap in 4th.
Soju getting third here, one of his worst results so far today when it comes to his play. So again, I just want to prop that up. I think a lot of people's expectations of Soju might be a little bit mixed when it comes to tournament play, but when Soju's on, kind of like we were talking about replay, he can really play well. I mean, set 5 Soju was really, really good too, if we remember. That LCQ he was in, I think in set 4 or 5, I think is one of the best, performances in a TFT tournament that I've ever seen. So we're also in, again, another contagious situation which is happening, is finding a unit that we can't pay for. So let's see if Ripple is going to be able to survive this last round, or if it's going to be this. But the Zed's already in the back line, so the carry is already gone. That's going to be all she wrote, especially since there's really no more damage to try to take down this set. That was pretty easy for that round, but Degree's got some other opportunities. I'm pretty sure that that unit's going to be moving around, Gangly.
I mean, that is the danger of the long-distance pals, right? Because you are essentially forced to put Senna in one corner and Ari in another corner, and because of the KDA hexes as well, you're very telegraphed in how you're able to position. So I think from here on out, what we're really going to be looking, you can actually see, I love this positioning from Ripple. Solo frontlining is Mordekaiser, forcing Degree to wrap around that Mord, and all of a sudden it exposes the backline, right? So if Zed can force his way into the backline early, even if he doesn't catch the Senna, there's a world where he kills the Ari early and then makes his way and ladders through the Kennen and the Lulu into the Senna, but is going to be able to get there correctly.
Man, that was actually crazy positioning, though. He moved the Mord to the left to try to bait the Echo, to walk to that side and try to get his Zed to wrap around. It didn't actually end up working, though, but that was really narrow margins.
All right, so that fight is going to end. We have one more life. No, we are done. So Ripple going to finish in second place in this lobby. So, we had some really interesting, things happen. I don't think we saw necessarily the cleanest TFT when it comes to some of these pivots, but it goes to show, like, this game is hard. And getting a Heartsteel cash out and then having in just, 30 to 45 seconds going into the next round, Azael, is pretty difficult.
It is insanely hard, right? Like, again, I've said a bunch of times, I'll keep saying, I do think Heartsteel is definitely the hardest line to play properly. And there's so much debating how you should actually be playing it, what you should settle for on your roll down, how far you have to dig deep, because you are just by nature of it, when you raise the stakes, you're coming out really low HP. You have to do a 1-round transition, otherwise you're losing another round, and that might put you on 1 life. You have to figure out exactly where all your items are going to go. You have to evaluate your opponent's board strength to realize how far you have to roll. Can I stop? Is this Poppy going to stabilize me? Is a Viego going to stabilize me? Do I need an Ezreal and an Ezreal only, or I'm screwed? Like, you have to be able to make all these decisions and all these things instantaneously. So it's easy for us to sit here as a caster, and we don't have to make any of these decisions. We're like, oh, he should have done this, or like, oh, he could have put that item in. But like, doing it when you are in the game and you have to think about all these things at once is so damn hard. And that's why, you can sometimes come out looking a little bit foolish when you're playing Heartsteel.
Yep, so Gangly, just real quick, anything to add?
No, I mean, these are the stakes players are playing for, right? They opt into this. That's the biggest thing to remember, is that this is the regional finals, right? And the reality is, yeah, we're seeing a lot of players try to navigate and pilot these Heartsteel compositions, this flexible AD boards, these flexible AP boards on 8. But when you opt into an extremely skill expressive line, you have to have the confidence to be able to pilot it correctly, and unfortunately there is no room for the silly mistakes like we saw in that last game, and because when they do happen, they hurt you really hard.
All right, let's see if those mistakes will be cleaned up. We still have some more games to go, a death to come up, and we'll be back as well, so stick around. We're going to take a quick break.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now done with game number 5 of day 1 of the TFT NA Regional Finals, which means we only have 1 game left. Casanova and I are back to break down what happened in that 5th game to get us ready to go for the final game of the day. And, Casanova, we've got to start with the heartbreak of that last game.
Little bit of tragedy. Aegon,
A little bit of drama.
slams a blue buff, has a really great setup, found the Ezreal headliner when playing in this AD flex line that's pretty contested, so kind of great to find it early. Had some really strong upgraded units, specifically the Yorick, and had essentially best in slot items, having the red buff and the blue buff coming through, and slams the blue. A Reforger had come out of the cash out and landed right on top of the other Ezreal items. And so Aegon, in his haste to try and put the board together, reforged the blue buff, and therefore, you know, kind of broke up what was a very solid situation. And I think off of that, Aegon ends up finding himself in 8th with all of this all of these contested lines with 5 players in the AD flex line.
Yeah, 5. Like, I think what's really interesting about AD Flex right now is when we talk to a lot of pro players, they have said, oh, AD Flex can actually support 3 or 4 players, but 5, I feel like that's where things start to get really, really difficult. And even though he had perfect items for the Ezreal, would that have been enough, knowing just how contested the other units were? Can you upgrade that front line? Can you actually get everything else on the board that you would need to? Those 5 AD Flex players were Aegon, Pokegom, Soju, Dish Soap, and Ripple Overdrive. That was a lot of firepower in that lobby, and when we take a look at what ended up actually winning, it was an uncontested line.
Yeah, of course, right? Degree being able to play into the true damage completely uncontested, able to go for a 2-cost reroll. Sometimes it's a little harder to play your reroll comp if no one else in the lobby plays reroll, because, you know, all the 2 costs are just going to be in the pool for you to be looking at. But, you know, Degree able to find Senna relatively early on, put together a really solid composition, and use that tempo while everyone else has to spend a little bit longer rolling down to get these AD flex boards online due to the fact that it's so contested. You know, Degree gets to spend that time pushing levels and capping out the board, and Degree ends up finding that win. And, you know, you look at it, and even with 5 people contesting, it does feel like AD Flex is still completely open to go for, due to the fact that, you know, you can play around this Ezreal. We see Pokegom with Caitlyn. We see multiple Zeds as the main build around, right? So there's a couple different 4 costs that you can use, but when you end up on a weaker one, like the Caitlyn, you might find yourself in 7th, like we saw with Pokegom.
It's tough because only so many people can have that
Yes.
Ezreal headliner, so you kind of have to make the most of what you are able to get, and in these kinds of situations it just might not be enough. But Degree does finish out this lobby with a 1st place with that center reroll, and we have seen a lot of 2-cost rerolls be able to take to the big stage. I mean, we have to even just look back at Rain's 1st place from that game number 4 with the Kale reroll, and it might just be what it takes. I think we were even talking before about, like, you can't always go the AD Flex unless you're given the opportunity to.
Right.
Can you force it?
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of force your way into AD Flex, but you can't force your way into the best version, which is playing off of Heartsteel and then going in that direction, right? And you need to be offered Heartsteel at a reasonable point in the game, either playing it all the way from the early game and using it, you know, trying to win streak and then converting to a loss streak, or hitting it exactly when necessary to start that loss streak, maybe in stage 4 when you've already saved a lot of HP early. So while you can go into AD Flex even without Heartsteel, the way that we're seeing the most success is when you found that early on. And so when we have games where a lot of people find the Heartsteel option, we get a lot of AD Flex. And when we find games where not so many people find it, we end up more with reroll games, honestly, with the amount of reroll that has come through, with how many of those compositions are very strong.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of players get even really strong just early AD starts. Take the Olaf headliner, for example. That has been a really strong way to catapult a lot of these players towards some of those more open AD options, even if it doesn't involve the Heartsteel. Like, we even saw that in this previous game where I want to say, like, it wasn't even like the Heartsteel version. We actually ended up just getting, like, good, strong AD units coming out from Dish Soap, who had the Lucian, the Jhin, and the Caitlyn.
Yeah, Dish Soap's kind of the best example in that game of just a really flexible board overall, right? This was strictly just playing around good items and then getting good units on the board with binary value. And that was just the way that he played around it, right? Is he had a lot of extra items from his augments, and then he just used that to get binary value. So we're going to take a look at the standings now. Weijin in that bottom 8 right now, but with the score of 22, certainly can escape this. A really rough day for Kane there at the bottom of the table, is taking quite a few 8th places. But I don't know, Nekkra, I mean, I'm looking at this bubble, right? This 22, 21 points, and I'm wondering how many players are at this like 19 Roby to like what 23, 24. I wonder how big this bubble is going to be. And yeah, I mean, it's all the way up to 12th place at Malala. It's a lot of players fighting for these top 16 slots to try and make it to day 2 of the regional finals.
Like, nobody on this page feels safe, honestly. Like, we could still see...
Maybe Degree.
Okay, maybe yeah, but like even Ripple and Kaiwing are not necessarily considered safe. If they go 8th in this final game, that is going to be a problem and could really shake up the standings. On the flip side of things though, Replay is having the day of his career, it feels like. Soju as well, Rain not too far behind. All of these players are just top notch.
Yeah, what are we in set 7? We got Rain and Soju at the top of regionals. You know, we talked about the returning to forum section, and honestly, Rain Plosion maybe should have been in that section as well. You know, she had her kind of one set wonder moment in set 7. We've been a little disappointed with her performances since, but we know she has it in her. And in set 10, in the regional final, Rain is really showing up.
She really is, and I wish we had more time to be able to talk about her, because Rain, I think even at the TFT Vegas Open, got 2nd at the Last Chance tournament. So like, there's so many good results that Rain has been able to put up time and time again, just so consistent over the course of this set. And I cannot wait to see if she's able to kind of close out this event and be able to make it to the Remix Rumble Championships. But for some of these players, they are on the cusp of getting eliminated before making it into the 2nd day of competition. We only have 1 game left for these players to be able to turn it around. And we're gonna have to find out whether or not that is the case. To bring us through this next game and to set the stage for the final game of our day, we bring back our incredible casters, Gangly, Boopasaurus, and Azael.
This is it for 8 players. This is going to be the end of the road for their dream to represent North America at regionals. We have won that world championship before, so I know a lot of these players are looking to be that guy, and they're actually going up against that guy on the top of the leaderboard right now in replay. But this is the pressure. Azael, this is where we're going to get some pretty crazy comps where people are really going to try to top out people like Weijin Iverson potentially, who is literally the bubble blocker or right on the bubble depending on where those tiebreakers go.
Yeah, it is really interesting because in this lobby, I actually don't think we're going to get the 1st or 8th playstyle, because Kane, I mean, he can just do whatever he wants. He's already out. Weijin and Roby and Billy can carry. Those guys should get through with like a 4th, right? So I don't think that they have to play necessarily for that hyper risky style. But it depends on what their kind of evaluation is, right? Because if you settle for a 4th, it's possible that someone a little bit below you could actually get 1st and pass you. But I think they're high enough up there that with something like a 4th, they should get through. So I think we're going to see people playing really high tempo, especially those people that are kind of middle of the pack, are really going to be trying to play as high tempo as they can, keep their health up, and really look to shoot for that top 4.
All right, let's see what portal that we're going to go to. It's definitely not going to be Scuttle Puddle. So it's going to be a nice average one. And I think a lot of the players, Gangly, would prefer something like this, especially as the last lobby of the day.
Pot of Gold, right, is where we ended up. And that's an interesting one, right? Because it requires you to make it into the late game in order to feel the effects of the augment. I think it's fitting that it was someone like Setsuko that chooses that, and yeah. I do wonder that if it's a question of Setsuko wanting to play that, or if Setsuko believes that it would make others uncomfortable. But historically, Setsuko is probably the best player in North America at being able to play strongest board at any given time in the game, right? He's a player that sees lines that others aren't willing to play. He's someone that can build very cheap but effective boards. And I think going into this, we even see the effects of his study group. Players like K3 Soju and Prestivant doing well in addition to Setsuko. It's pretty evident that this study group as a whole feels like they have an edge on the field. And I think if he's looking to be able to play some sort of tempo to be able to get that pot of gold and to say, you know what, I have a large influx of gold, I can spend it better than you and I can cap higher than anyone else in the lobby, it's fitting that it's Setsuko that ends up on that portal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was kind of thinking the same thing when he picked it. I was like, oh, of course it's him. But at the same time, it's just, I don't know. This is one of the ones that more than anything else feels like a non-portal portal. Like it doesn't feel like it does anything because it's not till 6-1 that you actually get anything from the portal, right? And then it's gold split amongst the rest of the players. It's 120, I think, off the top of my head. That actually gets split amongst whoever is alive in the lobby. So, you know, in a lot of cases, the game is like pretty decided by that point, and it doesn't really feel like it has that big of an impact. But I think also, you know, players that are already in a good spot, you know, they want to believe in their own, you know, ability to play it out. They don't want to be depending on anything that's too crazy, too much variance. Is it just gonna be submitted to the pit? It is. So it already has that Mosher headliner. Now he gets, oh my God, he already has 4 Mosher start with submit to the pit. That is disturbing. Though I will say his items are trash.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing to call out about 4 Mosher, right? I was talking to someone about this before the day, and the beauty of submit to the pit is you kind of can't miss your items because yes, ideally in a perfect world, you're itemizing this ergot, that is the highest end, but there's absolutely a variation of this where you go for a fast 7 and you roll for everything on 7. You roll for Jax on 7, you roll for ergot on 7, and you play that variation instead. And I'm actually very interested by the adaptive helm slam here because we're not most likely going to be getting the mana generation variation of it. It's going to be just the front line. But as I think about it more, it makes sense because you get the mana every time that you're hit by an attack, right? And because you have the Omnivamp of Moshers and submit to the pit, you have the defensive stacks, you're going to be generating significantly more mana than any other frontliner that you would typically have in stage 2 and 3.
Yeah, and I also just think that there's no real other options for him to slam. You don't want Archangels. I don't think you want to go Spark, right? Because that's like hard committing you to like Jax or something like that. So, you know, the way I'm looking at it is this is the only item he could slam. He has 4 Moshers with submit to the pit start. He feels like he should 5 streak, and he doesn't want to, you know, greed all his items. So, you know, I'm kind of looking at it from that point of view. But over here on Wajan Iverson's board, we can see already Seraphine 2 as well. That is crazy. So, you know, has the belt that's like half of Morello's. So, you know, that's the only item that he really has for that Seraphine. But, you know, very likely from here, as long as you can get some decent item economy, I think he's almost 100% going to be playing Seraphine reroll.
Yeah, I totally agree, but the unfortunate situation is so far today, we've kind of seen this start, and then they kind of stop seeing the Seraphides, or they stop seeing the Katarinas, right? So it's not a guaranteed aspect here, but this is definitely the quickest we've seen that Seraphine 2 get locked in, rolled into a pretty rough item, scrappy inventions-wise, but, you know, sometimes, you know, to see an AD item on an AP unit is just the special thing we get for this particular fight, and we're going to see her grow, gain some stats, and potentially compete for the round through it. No, I was being a little optimistic with those extra stats, my friends. That's going to be a 3-unit loss, Kingly.
You know, I love seeing the, I guess, dichotomy of Wajan, Iverson, and Setsuko at play together in this last lobby of the day. I think, you know, for people who may not remember, back in set 7, Setsuko was the player who actually said, people should be watching this Wajan Iverson guy. This was far before Wajan Iverson had competed at a very high level, had significant tournament runs. I believe maybe made final day, possibly at the Dragon Cup, I think it might have been back in 7.5, but historically was not a player who kind of came out of the woodwork in set 7 and just popped off. He was someone who was, generally speaking, under the radar. And so I love that we have this storyline of the two of them eventually making it into that big 3, with both of them breaking out in set 8, Wajan Iverson winning regionals in set 9 as well. And of course, the cherry on top is that alongside them in this lobby, the point leader of the day, the man looking to earn a spot in that top 3 with them, it's Replay.
The man, the myth, the almost legend, according to everyone else, right? When it comes to Replay. And I just want to kind of piggyback off of what you were saying. Like, I don't know if people remember this about Setsuko, but there was a narrative back in previous sets of the same thing that, you know, when's he going to win the next tournament? He's always really good. He's one of the best ladder players, but he hadn't won, and then he finally did, and it has been lights out ever since then, historically. I mean, there was, I think, last set where it was him and Kurup who literally won everything for North America, right? So it's crazy how that first victory really feels like a big motivator for Setsuko. Maybe it was kind of like, now I know I can win, I can replicate it, right? But there was definitely something after that first win that changed within Setsuko with these, consistent results now, Azael.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it does kind of take the pressure off a little bit, so to speak, right? Being able to say, hey, I actually finally did it. People can't really hold this over me anymore, I think is a big deal, and can kind of build some confidence with that. It's interesting to see Billy can carry here. So it does have champion duplicators as that first augment. Obviously, just looking for full loss streak on 30 gold, just trying to make as much econ as he possibly can. And we'll have to see where he wants to go from here. It looks like he has much more on the kind of like AP itemization side. So I'm expecting probably playing like Senna reroll or Seraphine reroll, something like that from this spot.
Bard.
What do you think? Bard? Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think, obviously, the reality is if you're going to play a loss streak with the double champion duplicator augment, it does mean that you have to stabilize extremely hard on 6. I will say Bard is probably one of the weaker rerolls at 2 costs. Most people saying Senna being number 1, and then kind of up for debate beyond that. I know a lot of people do not consider Bard to be the win out unless you're looking for something, unless you have something like That's Jazz alongside it. But I do think there's a world where if he hits extremely hard, his itemization looks good to be able to play the blue buff Rabadons and then have a bow and glove open for either playing Steadfast Heart on your front line alongside MF items, or even just going for double MF items in the back line. So I think there's an angle where we'll see some sort of Bard reroll. On the flip side, though, Roby not opting to go with the racist stakes that we've seen a handful of players go
His
for.
board is too
But
good,
Senna 2, though, yeah. Senna 2,
Senna 2, Jinx 2, Sunfire. Let's raise the stakes.
Sells everything.
Yeah,
I want to go
including
slow.
the Heartsteel.
We're going to actually full pivot to an open port from here on out. All right, let's go ahead and see how good this board really is. We're going to get those Heartsteel stacks through those unit wins anyway, so we're going to get injections of cash, most likely, when it comes to these next cash outs. But like you said, this board is really strong, and Roby is someone who is potentially not going to make it into tomorrow. Right now, below qualifier points at 19, 22 being kind of the bucket here. So Roby, out of like a lot of people in this lobby, is someone who absolutely needs to get that top 4. If he gets a top 4, he might have to wait for other people to finish and tell him, hey, this is where we're officially ending up. But a top 1 would definitely help as we move back on over to Billy Can Carry, who's obviously running a reroll comp, but we're still trying to figure out what.
Yep, exactly. And it's also really important to note Setsuko, so he got his 5 streak. I'm not sure if it was him that beat Kaiwang or not, but Kaiwang lost his 5 streak, so he's on a 1 loss now after that 4 win. So Billy Can Carry is on a 5 loss, and Setsuko is on that 5 win. Setsuko slammed the early item, had the 4 Mosher, had submit to the pit, really feeling good about his position, obviously. But Billy Can Carry 50 gold here, potentially going to make some more from Krugs as well. Not really the items you're hoping for so far. There's like Nashers, but I mean...
That tone, I think, is all you need to say.
I think there's
there's a Bard.
Feels. I mean, I imagine he takes that, right? I mean, I'm trying to look at his gold right now to see if it goes down, but it was at 62. He bought something, so it's very possible that it was that Bard. I mean, if that's 5 Bards, you're 2 Bards off, and we're talking about maybe Bard not being the ultimate win out, but it is a very. Yeah. I mean, well, he has the
with the
duplicators,
yes,
right? Yeah. Yep. So it's very possible that on 3-2 we could expect him to take to actually hit that Bard 3.
Yeah, the question is just like, what items are you gonna do? Because the thing is, a lot of the power with Bard is stacking up the Dutes or the Meeps or whatever they're called. Actually, being able to get more and more cast off. So when you get that headliner Bard, you need to have mana generation items on him, because how many times he casts in the early rounds affects how much he's going to do in the late rounds, right? So you can't just sit there and not slam any items. But he didn't really have good items to slam, like, because you don't really want to go Nashers. You don't really want to go like Shiv first item. He didn't have the ability to do a blue buff or anything. Like, he didn't have the ability to do an adaptive. So it's like he didn't really have good items to slam. So it's always an awkward spot when your units are very clearly pushing you one way, and your items are kind of pushing you awkwardly another way. Pandora's could actually save him, but look, he only has 1 item on his bench, so I feel like he already slammed.
Yeah, he does take.
Yeah.
Okay. He does take Know Your Enemy instead. Makes the Jeweled Gauntlet, which I believe is actually significantly weaker. I'd have to check the data on it, but off the top of my memory, I believe it's significantly weaker than Rabadon's. So he also does miss. He rolls down a little bit and he's 1 bard off. He's
actually average. Adjusted placement is slightly higher, actually slightly better than Rabadon's. And the average placement is only 0.6, 0.06 lower. So it's very similar, actually.
Yeah, with that information, then I think actually it makes a way more sense. It actually feels like a very nice spot for Billy. He does also take Know Your Enemy, and I think it's important to recognize if you take the Econ Augment off the start, which essentially you're doing, or the double Nikos, right? You need to make up that power somewhere. I would expect Billy to be playing double combat from this Augment and in 4-2, because from this point on, once he starts to win, he wants to try and streak all the way through level 7 in order to try and either 3-star the MF or get the OK to push levels and try and cap out with the Lucian.
So something I do want to point out in this lobby in particular is 3 of our players are actually all on the bubble right after each other. So in 17th, 18th, and 19th place are Wasian, Billy, and Roby. So we can kind of gauge where they might end up based on where they finish amongst each other. So we'll definitely keep a note on that. But I thought it was very important for kind of everyone to know this is a pressure-filled game. Might not be for the win, but definitely for these qualification points, especially for one of our big 3 in the beginning of the day. And, you know, the big 3, obviously Wasian has the capability of making it through. I think 1 point would technically put him in the qualifying parts, but he would love to make it positive without any questioning. Controlling your own destiny is definitely an advantage. As we're moving on over to Setsuko again, who, surprise, surprise, is using a headliner and buy to get him to the place he wants to be before he uses all that gold, and does the type of skill expression I think other people are trying to mimic. When they talk about skill expression, I almost think they're thinking of Setsuko in a pivot or trying to cap out his board, to be honest with you, Azael.
Yeah, I mean, Setsuko finally going to lose that loss streak, but obviously was in a great spot. You know, now can afford to lose a few rounds, you know, push some levels in, and then kind of roll from there. That was Kane Drew, I believe, with the Yasuo 3. So pretty early Yasuo 3 has the Edge of Night augment, which is really, really, really good for the Yasuo. I didn't actually catch if it was true damage Yasuo or Edgelord. The true damage headliner variant, though, is a lot better in my experience, especially because it looks like he has Know Your Roots as well. So you often want to play a lot of the true damage units around that, and I'm going to kind of assume that that's what he has based on his secondary augment. So he's in a pretty damn good spot with that. It is a comp that can get first. Like, this is a comp that I actually like a fair bit. It's not something I think you should ever force, but if you just keep getting Yasuos in your shop, this comp can really get quite strong, because if you get the early Yasuo 3, you get so many stacks of his passive, it can become quite powerful later on. And he can push towards those high levels to really be able to try to get something going. So here's the cash out now from Robbie Van Cano, rolling down at 5 here. So what is?
Well, I imagine he's looking for Senna here,
it's
right?
Senna
but
only,
rolling on 5 is very
bizarre.
interesting.
Well, aren't the headliner odds horrible on 5 compared to 6?
Oh,
now he goes 6.
I wonder if he just didn't realize until then, because that is. That's pretty questionable. I don't exactly know, and it's very possible there's something I'm missing as well, but that line feels definitely not the way that I would expect someone to be playing the Senna reroll line. On the other side, we do see Billy King Carry now has this Bard 3 sitting at 20 gold and 1 additional Nico. What that says to me is that most likely he will probably be staying 7 and try to cap out around the MF3 instead of trying to push levels with the Lucian 2 or like a fast 8, fast 9 kind of board.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to. The only reason why I think Roby might do that is I think Replay has a true damage augment. So maybe thinking that could be contested. He was rolling for Senna's early because Replay might be taking him out. But like when you're trying to like acknowledge all that stuff, you know what I mean? It's almost like, hey, maybe we just messed up, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, especially when you go to 6 the same round anyway, right? So
yeah.
It's not as though he was like at 5, 0 XP put in and decided to roll down there. You know, that then maybe there's more of an understanding there. But either way, you know, I looked at the headliner odds. It is only 5% difference on the 2 costs. It's just that at 6 you can get 3 costs instead of that. So it's 5% higher if you do go 6 to get those 2 cost headliners. But You also have better odds at 6 for just getting the 2 costs themselves, just regular in your shop. So is a little bit weird for sure, and is now in a pretty brutal spot as people are kind of hitting around him. You know, we saw that the bar 3 was already in there, and probably is not really close to anything else. And I feel like with his items, it's also very narrow. So he did find that Santa headliner. That's huge. So now he's only 1 off. So that's actually really big for him, because I do feel like a lot of times we've seen people try to hard force one headliner today. It has gone horrible, right? Like it just doesn't work in this set very well most of the time. You have to be able to stay flexible, but I feel like when you have Nashers down, there's nothing else you're really even looking for. Like it's basically just this.
Yeah, I think it's
go for it.
Kind of feels like a weird spot to tunnel as well, right? Because just the Nasher Slam and then general AP, Magic Shred and the burn on the Echo, it actually does feel like it was a much wider, he had the ability to play much wider than he actually ended up. And so I'm not exactly sure what Robeman is thinking. Maybe he's thinking that if he wants to win out, he needs to be able to play something like the Senna because it can top 1, top 2. And, you know, he is sitting towards the bottom of that bubble, right? He's the lowest point player that still has the potential to move on to the next day. So I can see a world where he comes to the conclusion, I don't care if I go 8th and miss horribly because I need to go top 2 in order to go tomorrow.
All right, let's see if Roby is going to be able to return to form during this lobby. All this stuff has eventually happened. The way we got there, I think we took the scenic route, to be honest with everyone, but we got there. So, but we're still not absolutely dominating these teams because, like you said, everyone seems to be hitting around us right now. So the lobby is keeping up this tempo to Roby right now, where that's only going to be a 2-unit win that could have actually been a loss if that Yasuo had 1 more auto attack before that ultimate to actually make that execute happen. But now we're going to take a little break from Roby and go over to Biri, and it's going to be our 3rd augment as well as Azael.
Yep, Biri did have that cat headliner. We're gonna hop over to replay though. Looks like he just took a cash out, so we'll have to see where he's gonna go. Double IE Last Whisper sitting on the Akali. There's the Akali too. He's actually gonna make it. Don't love the itemization on it. You know, it is blinged out. I feel like it's really nice to have some sort of lifesteal. Obviously, I think that the blinged out bonus, like the bling bonus for Akali, does give you some spell vamp with true damage. Every time you cast your Q or whatever it is, you do get some healing, but it does feel a little bit tough to not have any spell vamp on it. So kind of an interesting spot here, you know, wanting to play around this true damage line. But a bit of an awkward spot, you know, no real secondary carry, no lifesteal on the Akali, and not great items.
Yeah, the call out I think that's especially important is the not having a second carry, right? So much of the AD flex that we've seen succeed comes off the back of having 2 consistent damage threats. You know, we see things like the Ezreal and Zed, or the Akali and Ezreal, or, you know, Caitlyn plus whatever. Having 2 consistent forms of damage makes it significantly easier for your board to kind of be resistant to fight RNG, right? And when you're trying to slingshot, it is really, really important that you don't lose any silly fights. However, Kane Drew's board is not going to be strong enough to beat Replay, who he is still running that Yasuo 3, but you know, it's important to recognize kind of the conditions of what makes Yasuo so strong, right? If you are not playing Yasuo reroll from an extreme point of tempo and dominating the early game, oftentimes what we actually see people do is slam anything on this Yasuo in stage 2 that can make him relatively strong. Use your super fans to later on pop all of those items off, right? Because if you're not stacking up enough stacks in stage 2, by the time you get to stage 4 and 5, you have these Heartsteel cash outs that are escalating the pacing. You have players who are re-rolling, who are starting to hit everything. You're just not going to have enough damage. I will say though, looking at the other side, Satsuko's board not actually looking as strong as I would expect it to be.
He does have 5 Urgots without a headliner though. So if he hits a headliner Urgot, then he's basically just, you know, in the money. But, you know, based on his start, yeah, you would have expected him to be in kind of a much better spot. Clearly though, I think Yasuo, oh, okay, that was actually really close.
My goodness.
Yasuo got very close to winning that, but Setsuko, he rolled heavy and he obviously just like didn't hit, but he's 2 off of Gnar. He's 4, I guess, off of Urgot without having a headliner. So if he does hit that Urgot 3, things could definitely turn around for him.
Did he not have a headliner? I think he might have had an Urgot headliner actually. I couldn't.
I didn't see anything around its feet. I didn't see the little symbol around its feet.
It's possible. It's possible. Either way, I think that regardless of which goes, which way, Setsuko does need to hit that at some point. We've seen Submit to the Pit can obviously take over the fight, but whether or not you have the ability to hit on 7 is what's going to determine whether or not you bleed out through stage 4 and 5, or if you're able to actually cap out like we saw with Pocky in his second place finish around level 9.
All right, now we're looking at Mr. Bubble himself, Wasian Iverson, 55 HP. Crazy to think that 1st through 7th is only separated by 16 HP. So that means that one fight, it could swing the entire lobby. We saw that in lobby 1, and we're seeing it right now in the last lobby of the day. Nice little sandwich right there. Biri potentially on Elimination Station right now at 11 HP too, but Wasian is so close to just locking this comp in, right? It is so close to being there, and he's got time.
He does have a little bit of time, but I mean, it's tough, right? He's kind of in the exact same position as Setsuko. We've seen a lot of these players just not hitting on these rerolls, right? He's one off Lulu, one off Seraphine, and similarly, Setsuko close to Urgot, close to Nara as well. And it looks like this is likely to be a loss here. We'll see if any polymorph comes through. It's not gonna, so it's gonna be a loss there for Wasian Iverson. And I mean, he has some health, but he's dead broke, right? And he does not have a lot of health.
Ooh, man, yeah. You definitely need to make sure you have enough money to hit both of those. But the other thing to consider is that you don't even have 3 items on either carry. And so you maybe will have a perfect PvE round in stage 4 to be able to itemize the both of them. But I am a little bit nervous about Wasian's spot. And I think there's definitely a world where he can end up in a bottom 4 here. Because, he may have a lot of health, but look at the health bars. Everybody apart from Biri is 40 HP or higher. It's only a 16 HP difference between 7th and 1st.
Again, for the 2nd round in a row.
Exactly. So yeah, he has a decent amount of HP, but relative to the lobby, it's not really much at all.
And look at some of the boards, right? Like Kai Wang is that person in 7th. That's not a weak board that he has whatsoever, right? He already has the Orgit, he has the Karthus, he has the Viego too. He has an Akali, he has good items, and even got a Banshee's Veil there, which I think is really good with this comp. So we're gonna have our first one out in this one. Biri gonna be going out in 8th. We'll see if he ended up with enough points to get through. Is still gonna be, if he's on 27, so we'll have 28 points, which I think should be enough. But we'll have to see how everything does pan out.
Yeah, she's definitely going to be looking around the lobbies, right? And it's going to have the, someone, their destiny is not in her own hands, unfortunately. So, replay also still on the 1st place spot, but now look how close this has become, even amongst the top 6. 4 HP separating the top 6 and less than 10 Sopper separating the top 7. So we're getting a little repeat of that first lobby once again. Still no tier 3 Lulu, which is pretty unfortunate because that is one of our carries. We're just donkey rolling now 2-0. We get an upgrade, but that's not really the upgrade that we're really looking for, and we do not hit the Lulu.
Oh, man.
And the items that he got off the PV face suck.
Well, he can make either a Morello's or a Nashor's on the Seraphine, does end up making the Giant Slayer on Lulu, and see, he wants to keep the Scrappy Inventions open, but it's just, probably going to be Morello, and then, what do you even keep open? Maybe just open Cloak or something on the Seraphine? It's a really, really awkward spot. Ends up having to open Rod instead on Lulu, but not in time for the Scrappy Inventions to proc, so Wasian Iverson, I am very nervous about this spot. This is scary.
He has a Seraphine 3, but he has no items on it, right? Like it's not a real unit, and that's even with he actually high rolled his Scrappy Inventions that time because it's an open belt. There's only 2 things you can get that are useful off the top of my mind. There's Nashors and there's Morellos. Everything else is useless, right? So it's like most rounds he will have a 1 item Seraphine as his primary carry, his 3-star Seraphine. So that is a tough spot. Definitely needs this Lulu to be able to try to turn things around. But his item economy really, really poor. I'm also kind of surprised that he doesn't just slam those. Yeah, I was gonna say just do Dragon's Claw open belt on the Echo and get some tankiness. And he does do that, but yeah, he's just not hitting, unfortunately for him. And he could definitely be bleeding out because he's still at absolutely no gold. And he is down to 30 HP at this point, but the lobby health is still incredibly close. If he picks up that Lulu, he does have a chance to maybe turn things around.
Yeah. not even convinced that that'll be enough, to be honest. I feel like Weijin's got a long way to go. Some of these boards are so strong, but if you can get third item onto Seraphine, and maybe if you can stop rolling even Shroud on it every single fight, there's a world where maybe he can squeak out a fifth, and there's a world, you know, where that is enough. But man, there are some really strong boards on the other side. Replay still rocking the double IE Akali as well, but there's just so much damage. It's hard to go through anything.
He killed what, 1 unit? Killed 1 unit. Like maybe 2, but he got blasted there. So he's now on his last life, potentially. Because he just took 17, right?
Oh my God, poor guy. Oh, we've all been here.
Completely whiffs.
Yeah, we've been here. I mean, how many times have we done a reroll composition that's uncontested and we still can't hit, right? Sometimes that's just it. If I was Weijin, Lulu would be on my ban list from here on out. Every time I see her, it would probably create anger from here on out. But maybe we can eke out this win. Maybe we can get enough kills on the other side to try to make it through. It is a ghost board, so that is actually best case scenario for Weijin. We could potentially.
That is a crazy.
Yeah, it's a super tanky ghost board, but honestly, this might be enough to kill enough units. He's gonna lose though, but is he gonna kill enough units is the question.
I think he'll live. We'll see.
13 HP will take reduced damage from the ghost board. The fact that they're not getting nearly as much strength as they normally would be if it were a full board does mean that he's going to survive another day. He will also be able to, most importantly, I think from all this, means he gets another shot at the carousel and one more chance to hit Lulu. And that might be enough to be able to get him something like a 5th or a 4th. We'll see.
I mean, Death Cap is a real item at least, but I don't know. I think you probably just take the Death Cap and then you have 5 gold and a Death Cap. And you hope you slam that on your Seraphine. You have another item in your Seraphine. You got a little bit of gold. If you get the Lulu, maybe. You know, if the wrong person gets a bad matchup, you can maybe kind of like at least steal 1 more placement or something like that.
Yeah, he definitely wants to finish ahead of Billy Can Carry for sure, or Roby's, especially based on how those scoring are, because he'll then just be potentially behind them through that scoring. So finishing ahead of them, I think, is the main priority. And we get it.
So now he has 2 units with items, and he has that secondary carry. So we'll see. Now we'll have to find out, you know, what else do these other people have on their boards? Because we've been watching Weijin for so long, we should kind of check out some of these other boards. There's Billy Can Carry. He's playing that Bard comp. Obviously did not get the MF3, so he's kind of in a similar position where he got the early 3-star Bard, but he has been rolling for a long time for this MF, and unfortunately for him, still 2 off.
Let's see how this fight is going to go. Looks like we have 2 people in similar situations, both on the bubble, both unable to really lock in their comps in time, but Weijin was able to get that secondary carry online. But it's going up against the Senna. That could be a potentially dangerous matchup. Is this going to be the end of Weijin Iverson in the North American Regionals? It's looking like it could be. 1 more polymorph might not be enough. It could be with the Giant Slayer, and it is! Okay, I take back everything I said about Lulu earlier.
That was actually so crazy. Warmogs probably was not what you wanted regardless, but the Warmogs actually made the Seraphine tank so much at the very end there. But no one died. And Billy Can Carry got really unlucky in his fight. I was watching that left fight, and the Yasuo went instantly onto the Bard and killed it at the start of the round. Like, it just beeline for it. And sometimes melee comps are just like that. Edgelords just cheat sometimes. So this is still incredibly scary. You know, Weijin could theoretically still go out in 7th, but Billy Can Carry 1 health and a dream going up against Setsuko, who still never actually hit his Urgot 3, but he does have a lot of other strong units.
Is this dream going to become a nightmare for Billy Can Carry? This round could tell us which. It's all about that Bard. How much can that Bard push through? So far, it's not been very good because Setsuko's line is in that Bard's face. So Billy Can Carry will unfortunately finish in 7th place, was already out of that qualifying part. So Billy Can Carry, I think one of the best stories coming into regionals. Getting here is awesome. Only in the 2nd try on a cup, made it to North American regionals. Honestly, one of my favorite favorite players, learning about him through this process. So thank you very much. Same thing with Biri too. Remember, Biri was the one that Bryce got the computer for, right? So through the community too, right? Biri's here in regionals, and that's such a good TFT story. Kai Wang as well, falling in 6th place, but in a little bit of a better position. Weijin Iverson now doing a really good job. At least now we get to build a lead on Billy Can Carry. We know that's eliminated. There's one less person that we have to worry about to get into that final 8, Azael.
Yeah. I mean, I think Weijin may have kind of scammed himself a 5th or maybe even a top 4 here. He's going to be rolling it down. I'm not even really sure what he's looking for because he's not particularly close to anything, and there's other people playing Superfans unless they all just died. But I thought he would have just gone. Okay, never mind. He did get to 8. So.
Yeah, Pot of Gold came through, did allow all those players to have that influx of gold and build a stronger board. Weijin not able to add anything like a Dazzler, which I feel like would improve his board significantly. Right? Yeah, Shiv's. Yeah, I don't. Does he have any shred? No. I mean, he has the Ziggs on his board, which will give him shred. So I think he actually instead wants to give him just the blue buff, get that Ziggs to cast fast. Right off the bat, Kane Drew's Yasuo straight onto the back.
But now it's back on the middle.
See you later.
Wait a second. Now on the right-hand side.
That is the most solo queue Yasuo.
Long enough. Oh my goodness. Kane Drew will survive with 1 HP. Weijin Iverson still in one of it's still on this bubble, right? And there is a world where, depending on how this next fight goes, he can still fall in 5th. And 5th may not be enough. He's at the bubble. He had 22 points alongside Kiyun and Pakigam going into this final game. And it may be a bottom 3rd cutoff, so maybe 5th is enough. But if you are Weijin Iverson, you are really praying that you get a matchup that allows you to go top 4 right now.
Yeah, it looked like based on the matchups on Kandra's board, it said that he was actually playing Setsuko. So he's the one who's kind of getting screwed here. He's actually
the ghost.
But did he get? Oh, he got the ghost. So who gets the real Setsuko? That's going to be kind of the question. We don't see it here. So Weijin Iverson going up against that center reroller.
The last time we saw that Senna reroll, that was an insane fight. It came down to just one more ultimate on from that Lulu. This one seems to be going a little bit better. The Senna on that Seraphine once again, but is this going to be a different result? Yes, it is. And that's going to fall. Weijin, though, still alive. No one is dying in this lobby. 25-22 and then 5-2-1.
Oh my God. There ain't no way, man. There's just 1-2-5. That is insane. That is actually so crazy. So Kane Drew obviously beat the Ghost, but Setsuko lost to someone as well. Because wasn't he streaking right before this?
Yes.
He's one off Urgot, by the way. Yeah, oh, there's the Urgot.
He does hit it.
Okay.
I was trying to figure out, he just prays for the best items to pop off. I think he wanted to maybe pop off that Morello's and throw it on the Viego or something instead. Is not able to, but the good news is he's got plenty of 3-star units to throw it on, though he does have the Gnar with the Giant Slayer instead. It's got lots of stats, so it's going to be dealing damage. And now with this Urgot 3 online, though, you can just see how much damage it's dealing. It's Senna, despite the fact that she is going to be able to deal the AoE damage, the Urgot just cuts straight through it. Robivan is going to fall.
He's top 3.
And Weijin goes 3rd. A huge hit for Weijin when he needed it most. Finds the Lulu straight after that carousel with a 3rd place. He has to be feeling really good. And look at the top 3. Setsuko, Replay, and Weijin Iverson. We've been talking about him all day. It couldn't be any more poetic to see the top 3 be these 3 players in the final game of day 1.
It's so scripted, like,
we borrowed the NFL scripters. Yeah, we borrowed their writers. But this is pretty crazy. Honestly, this just builds Weijin's legend, in my opinion. This was a board that I thought could lose every round since we saw it, and it is in the top 3. Lost the last round before that victory, going to 2 HP, and then is in the top 3, almost assuredly getting him into the top 16. So let's go ahead and see how much more we could go. Setsuko and Replay seem to be leading the charge. This is going to be a Setsuko fight, but is it going to be the Ghost or is it going to be the real Setsuko? It is the real Setsuko this time around. A lot of tier 3 units on the other side and a lot of meat. But the thing is, we do have that Giant Slayer, but is it going to be enough? In the past, this matchup has been pretty hard for this Lulu, but that front line is starting to get taken down. No one on the back line just yet either. That Seraphine, that Ziggs, that Lulu, all still doing their job. But that Poppy is going to be coming a calling here once that front line is gone. But is it going to be too little, too late? It looks like it could be, as he's going to potentially win out another round, beat Setsuko, and continue this crazy, crazy lobby for Weijin, Azael.
All right, let's talk about that for a second first, though, right? Because we saw Pokygon with this insanely capped submit to the pit board not too long ago, right? Just a few games ago, and it lost to the Kale. Why did it lose to the Kale? Because it had easy AoE damage. It countered the tone of the fight, the shape of the fight, where monsters want to be clumped up the entire time and kind of deathball their way through. But when you have something like the Lulu and the Ziggs and the Seraphine, all who want a clump as well, Weijin's board, despite maybe not having as many 3-stars, maybe not being as strong 1-to-1, was able to counter and take that fight over Setsuko. Up now against Replay, though, who, this is what I'm talking about, right? The matchup of it, they are, they don't necessarily need the same front to back that you would be looking for if you're Setsuko, because they have that backline access, the disruption coming through from the Kiana. All of a sudden, you're able to get into that backline, kill the Seraphine early. The Lulu is still alive, though. The Lucian able to snipe it out, and now it's just whether or not we're able to have this Nico deal enough damage to clear the board. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. Weijin Iverson, it was a good run. Take your third. That's going to be all she wrote, and with that replay, takes game number 6.
All she wrote. That is going to be the last game of the day, and I don't think we could have gotten a better one. I think that's one of the best third places I've ever seen. I've never seen someone work so hard for third place in my life, but that's going to be it for today. So, Azael, some closing words from you before we pass it off to the commercial and then the desk once again.
A really exciting day. Got to give a shout out to Replay. He was already at 35 points, so 42 points, or excuse me, 43 points, I guess he would have, right? So averaging, more than 6 points per game, right? Like, that is an insane average placement. Best you can do if you go all ones is averaging an 8 points per game. So pretty ridiculous performance from him. Came in off Heartsteel Cup, played really, really well there. Obviously on fire again here today.
Man, Replay, we said at the top of the show, in order to be in that top 3, that top 4, it's not about keeping up with the top 3, it's about exceeding them. Right? And you see, even in the last game, to win the day, to be the points leader, he takes out Setsuko and Weijin Iverson. Replay is one of those players that feels like he performs best when people do not believe in him. And he's doing it one more time, saying, I am the best, and you all should believe that I'm the best as well. Day number 1 going to be going into tomorrow with a great sense of confidence and bonus points. Gotta feel good if you're Replay.
We've been around for a little while. We've been able to see a lot of regionals, and something that I can say with a fact, this is, in my opinion, some of the best play I've seen from the regional players just in general. Things are close, and no one's really running away with it other than Replay right now, which even I think just adds to the legend of how just good he is. If everyone is this good right now, how much better is Replay is going to be an awesome debate going over the next 2 days. But I just wanted to say, everyone is better at TFT, and it is very clear how good North America is as well. But it's just day 1. We still have many more days to go. But first, we have some more fun with the desk. So that's it for us. We'll see y'all tomorrow, but still stay tuned. We got a lot more for you.
do it here for the TFT NA Regional Finals day number 1. We had 24 competitors enter into our day today, and only 16 get to move forward to day number 2 tomorrow. Casanova and I are here to break down the action of that final game and celebrate who is going to be moving forward. And I can't wait. I mean, honestly, that last game was so exciting.
Oh yeah, I love how they said it is like the most deserved third ever. Yeah, Weijin played a really solid game, trying to lock in a spot in the top 16 because he dropped down to 16 HP relatively early on there in a spot where it looked like Weijin was going to go 7th, and I think that would have eliminated Weijin from the tournament. And instead, he's able to find that Lulu 3, play some really solid positioning game, play around that 4 Guardian later on, and hold on for a third, which was really incredible play from Weijin to keep that spot.
I remember one of those fights where like the Lulu got so close and eventually was able to win it out. I think it was when Weijin Iverson was literally on last life and he was able to get that job done with the Lulu 3. I was like, oh, amazing. Like, this is a top 4 spot for sure. Lulu can put in a ton of work, but the same cannot be said for some of our players that went out in the bottom 4. I want to give just a huge shout out, I think, to like Biri, even though that was in 8th. I think like still fine to move forward to day number 2.
Should be good.
But yeah, for Billy King Carey specifically, just phenomenal to see him here at the NA Regional Finals.
Yeah, I think the big thing is this is pretty early in Billy King Carey's career, right? Boop has talked about him a lot, just 19-year-old kid. He's just come in and playing first couple of tournaments. You know, one of his earliest tournaments, he actually, you know, top 4s, qualifies for the regional final, makes it here. And then it's not like he, you know, completely washed out of this tournament. He was on the bubble all the way to the very end, narrowly makes it in, but it doesn't seem like he did enough in this one. I think a 7th is going to lock Billy out of that top 16. And the big question we have from this lobby is our other bubble player, Roby Van Knoop, who was playing around the center reroll, trying to play for that top 4, but really specifically, he kind of needed top 3 to feel good about making it in. And so with the 4th place finish, I have a big question is, did Roby make it to day 2 of the regional finals? And we'll have to wait until the standings come up for us to actually see.
Yeah, it certainly depends on how the other 2 lobbies went as well, as we did have 2 more lobbies playing this out simultaneously. And that bubble was looking very tight, looking at how many players were sitting at that 20, even 19 points, I guess, up to 23. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how those standings go. But let's congratulate our top 8 players. Replay finishing out the day with another first place means that he has solidified that first of the day for himself. 43 points, Casanova. Like, look at that AVP.
I mean, absolutely calling his shot, right? And 43 points is a statement here. Really looking at replay if he can make it to that final day for that AVP spot. You know, just having a good day 2, make it to that top 8, and then just have a reasonable day 3, and replay will lock in his spot at Worlds. An incredible day 1.
Yeah, and Dish Soap and Setsuko as well, living up to their expectations of being part of that big 3, also finishing out the day with 30 or more points in this top 8. But where our attention gets drawn to is which 8 players are eliminated. And it's going to be the players that are not on this page. Spencer is going to be that cutoff at 25 points. And it looks like Roby Van Knoop is not here, Casanova.
Yeah, we did think 25 would be the spot to get in. It's crazy that only a single player at 25 points made it, and that is Spencer. You know, we did say this was his return to form, and, you know, sneaking in, he's still got a chance to continue in this regional final. Weijin, of course, getting that 3rd, really securing that spot. Biri, even with the 8th, she played such a great day earlier on and has made it. So now we have to say our goodbyes to the bottom 8 for this regional final, which is always really hard because a lot of these players are just so incredible. And Pokigom, who we talked to at the start of the day, had some really great games. He wasn't so confident coming in, but I still think that 17th is a little below even what he would have expected for himself here. And 24 points, it's a heartbreak to just barely miss out. Same for Roby Van, you know, Billy on that road as well. And then Appies, DK, Noster, Aegon, Kangaroo, none of them making it through. And, you know, Noster, one of the most consistent players this set. So very surprising to see him dropping out in day 1. But that's the nature of regional finals. It is such a tough tournament.
Yeah, we always get a chance to celebrate the highest of highs, and we have to commiserate for the lowest of lows. And unfortunately, that cutoff was very, very difficult this time around.
Oh, yeah.
Even taking a look at just the 25 points to be able to sneak in there, 28 and above, like that's a huge gap even between the 16th place and 15th place.
Yeah, very top heavy, really dominant performance from kind of our top 15 players, right? And then that 16th spot was kind of what was being fought for. So really, really tough tournament to try and make it through. And as it always is in the regional finals. And I mean, honestly, tomorrow's going to be even more exciting.
Well, getting back to celebrating our top players of the day, we have Rain on the line for an interview with us. And Rain, want to say a huge congratulations to you. You got 36 points this finished the day in second place. How do you feel about your performance today?
I'm so happy to be back at regional finals. I've been gone for a few sets, and I'm so relieved I didn't get day one. So I'm not like the most happy with every aspect of my play, but I'm glad I made it through. There's time to think about how I played and like improve and hopefully top two in the next 2 days as well.
Yeah. Rain, well,
Also,
I love, you had set 7 as, the big explosion onto the scene. And a lot of people were like, oh no, is Rain becoming a one set wonder? Because, set 8 and set 9, you didn't get the results that you wanted. But coming into set 10, you've honestly had a really great set. Once again, it feels a lot more reminiscent of set 7. And I'm just curious, Rain, like what has been the biggest difference coming into set 10 that has allowed you to kind of have a much better set overall?
I think for a while I kind of like forgot how to study for TFT. It's definitely very specific. It's definitely very demanding and grueling, and also it's helped a lot by the fact that like the set a lot of my friends have been doing well as well. So like they've been kind of inspiring and motivating me to work together, and like playing TFT and studying TFT is like a lot more fun, and I'm willing to put in a lot more work. When there's other people to talk to about it.
Let's talk about that really fast because Rain, you're a part of one of the largest study groups in North America, the Lab, and you had so many members at the regional finals alongside you. Kane Drew, DK, Biri Biri. How much has it really impacted the Lab being able to have that experience at the TFT Vegas Open and being with each other for that competitive experience?
Oh, I mean, the Vegas Open was huge. All of it. I mean, not all of us, but most of us had never met in person before. We were just like a bunch of random people online who, hung out in Discord calls, talked to each other online. But getting to actually like meet everyone in person, like associate faces with voices, and actually hang out was like super super fun. For me, I was a little bit sad because I got day one, but I mean, just getting to hang out with everyone was I mean, it's something I'd love to do again, basically.
And Rain, I want to bring it back to a little bit of the play today because we saw you playing quite a few reroll compositions, and when I think of like peak Rain, it's pushing level 9 and getting 3-star 5 costs. A lot of the times where you've had success, it's been kind of these late game Bill Gates boards and putting together some really really solid caps. So when we saw a couple reroll games today, I'm wondering, have you been playing very wide? Are you preferring reroll? Has there been a big playstyle shift, or is it just trying to play good solid TFT and that's where you've ended up?
I think aside from playing Annie twice, I might have played a different comp every game. I definitely think that reroll is really dominant in the meta, and I think, as sad as it is to say, right at this very moment, there's a few people who are better at playing like level 9, fast 8, fast 9 than I am. So I play towards my own strengths and stuff that like I know I can execute and stuff that I know I can do well on. And for me, that involves playing a lot of reroll. It's definitely not my favorite meta. I actually don't like playing reroll that much, especially when it's like super meta heavy. I like it when reroll is like something you can like look out for and like it's more niche and you have to find a spot for it rather than like trying to angle reroll every game.
Right.
But obviously, I mean, it's probably success. It was kind of my meta read before going into the tournament, and going in, I decided to just like execute my meta read and see how it goes.
Sweet. Well, it's going well. It's going really well.
Yeah, right? It seems to be going super well for you. And I wondered then how much of your meta read was inspired by your performance at the Heartsteel Cup. You got 6th at that tournament, which is a great placement, and you got the qualifier points to be able to compete here. But we had a very small patch. Did that change anything for you?
So what happened with me is, I didn't like the hardstyle meta that much because it was also really reroll heavy. So I took a week off and I decided to I took a week off and I think it actually helped me because I was kind of getting burnt out of playing 2-cost reroll over and over and over. And I decided to just like take a while to basically refresh my hunger for TFT. And then I mean, taking the week off let me it definitely cut down on my prep time, and maybe I shouldn't have taken a full week off in hindsight. But I do think the meta is very similar from Hearthstone Cup, and I've been able to draw upon a lot of the original studying and a lot of the original practice I've done for there. So since the meta is similar, I mean, whereas I'm still playing a lot of the same lines as I was in Hearthstone Cup.
Well, it seems to be paying off in dividends for you based on your success in day number 1. So I'm sure it's been a long day. We're going to let you go and get geared up for day number 2. But before we do that, any shout outs that you'd like to make? I'm sure the lab is among them.
Yeah, shout out to DK and Lab 000 DK and Lab 005 Kendra specifically. The three of us really prepped together. And there were moments during the prep phase where I had zero confidence, where I legitimately thought I might be one of the worst 3 players in the tourney. But I mean, they were always there for me. We pushed through together, and I'm really, really sad to see that both of them didn't make it through. Kenju specifically, he put in so much work, and I think he's a much better player than he was able to show today. But shout out in general to all the live. Shout out to Kaiwing. We got to talk a little bit. To Billy, to Beery. And one last thing before I go though. Yeah. I'd like to say I'm actually I'm gonna just finish second today. I'm actually great. I'm so glad I got to finish second because second is actually my comfort spots. If you remember in set 7 regionals, I actually went second day 1 and 2.
Yep.
So honestly, the fact that I went to second I think it's better than going first.
It's good vibes. It's good vibes, right?
Yes.
It's set 7 all over again. And I'm here for it, Rain. I'm here for it. I'm very excited to see you back in form, and I'm hoping that you can take it all the way.
Yes, I'm here for the repeat success, and I'm also here for you to avoid that first place curse. So let's see if repeat play is able to stay safe from that as well. But Rain, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations once again on your performance today. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks for having me.
I'm so glad we got a chance to celebrate Rain and her incredible accomplishments this set, and that it's been paying off in terms of this very first day of the NA Regional Finals. The momentum, right? It's all about momentum, and it's all about continuing to build upon that foundation. And she has a great place right now for the best average placement, and also, a repeat success, right? Second, maybe first.
Well, she's been working so hard, and I love the fact that, talking about how her game plan coming in, she just decided to say, you know what, I think my meta reads right, I'm going to commit to it, and it worked out. And that's really bodes well for the future days, right? Because your meta read, it worked. You can kind of stick with your game plan, keep playing what you're comfortable with, and it's going to let you play your best TFT. And I think that Rain in a really solid spot, trying to make it to that top 8. If she can get there, we know how lethal Rain has been when she is in form, when she is at regional finals. We saw it back in set 7, and we're starting to see it once again.
And we have definitely seen how Rain can use those compositions like that Kale reroll to be able to get the better of some of these AD compositions that we have seen hit the top of the charts. But tomorrow, it gets tougher, right? We cut half of the field this time around instead of a third that we did today. So are those top 4s really going to be enough for these players in order to secure that spot? Tough to tell.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely difficult. Usually, the average placement today, you were allowed to be lower than you are tomorrow, right? That's just the nature of a 50% cut versus a 1/3. So realistically, yes, it is playing for top 4s. It is consistent top 4s, squeeze into that top 8, and then that's where the real difficulty comes in. So tomorrow, the competition should be fierce. I can't wait to see it because we've cut down the field, and the field just gets more and more stacked. It's the way NA Regional Finals works. I look at these 16 players, and any one of them I could see going to Worlds.
Yes, and they're going to represent North America so well when they do just that. But we still have 2 more days of competition, and tomorrow you can tune in starting with our pre-show at 3:30 p.m. Eastern or 12:30 p.m. Pacific, and our first game of the day will start just a half hour after that. Also, make sure that you follow our socials so you can stay in the know on when we're going to be going live with these broadcasts and for all of the festivities leading up to the Remix Rumble Championships happening next weekend. Still lots in store in terms of TFT, so we hope that you're able to get a great night of rest, and we'll see you back tomorrow for day number 2 of the TFT NA Regional Finals.